Working? Do we have sound? Where was I anyway? Lovely. That's not good for man or beast. Do we have sound? Yes. I have no idea why it wasn't working. Absolutely none. Bloody Macs. There's a new PC. Oh, they're not screwed in, are they? Right then. Where did we leave off? Oh yeah, we're trying to get these modulation jobbies in, aren't we? So some screws for this. Oh, by the way, thanks, Inky, for giving us a buzz. I had no idea. It was saying everything was hunky dory here, and clearly it wasn't. So, thanks for that, darling. Right then, let's find some more of those lovely squirrels. Very particular screws go in this now. Oh, look at this bloody thing. Right, let's bring this down here. So, basically, as I was saying, but nobody could hear, that is pretty much essentially the Hydrosynth. In terms of sound engine and the rest of the gubbins. So, pretty small now, aren't they? And I think you'd have to be a gnat's proctologist to be able to work on that feckin' thing. Everything is so small, it's ridiculous. So, anyway, we've got a front panel. The front panel also comes equipped with boards. But I'm guessing here, but I would say that most of the circuitry on here was display drivers, LED drivers, demuxes for the knobs and pots and controls, which seems to be all that is. So, and as I was saying, but nobody could hear, I investigated the poly aftertouch on the keyboard, and after expecting, something that was probably, what's the word, stunningly, brilliantly new, it wasn't stunningly, brilliantly new. It was still clever, don't get me wrong, but what it was, in fact, was kind of a modern copy of CS80's pressure sensor system. But, like I say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Which I wish this wasn't. So essentially what I've done is I put a new pot in the on the pitch wheel, because it was going out of tune randomly, which is not something you inherently see in a digital sense, is it? So that was quite an experience. And although it wasn't going out of tune via MIDI, the data going out the back was still correct, but the way it was reading the keyboard clearly wasn't. So made for a really horrible mess when you were playing it with with another instrument on the computer at the same time. When it drops, you know, about 3 semitones, something like that. I think it dropped. Not even 3 full semitones, so it was quite jarring in some cases. But when you're doing a recording, it's the last thing you want, I'll tell you that. So, I should be able to put this together. I think, quite possibly, ASM have shares in screw manufacturers. Because if there was room to put in 2 screws, they put in 4. Right, that seems to... Yeah, as you can see, seems to be doing what it ought to. So, just put that down there a minute, out of the way. So hopefully this is going to work. And we've still got an arse-hole load of screws left. So look. Well, apart from that one. Perhaps that one. There's so many, it probably doesn't need them all. Anyway, okay. So we still have a selection here. So I think what we've got to do now is we'll have to wire up this front panel to the main centre bed. Alright. Don't know how much of this is you're getting to see. Not a reasonable amount. So, all the usual stuff like that one. And then there is this one goes up in here, gets cable tied there and there. There's another couple here for panel. Got the date, takes data down to the computer. Right, and then the modulation wheel and pitch wheel themselves, which goes into that one. And then those wires go into those slots. And that's pretty much it, reassembled. Not exactly rocket science, is it? So, now, this is the weird bit. Getting this to sit back in here. Has to go over the top there, and it has to go over the top here, which it bloody did. There we go. Get up there. No, not quite it. No, it didn't engage correctly. Ouch, come again. You little bastard. Okay, let's have another crack at it. There, yeah. And this one's got to go under here, like so. It's got to not engage with the keyboard. Oh. Quick word to all those good folks at Ashan. I'm coming for you. Why did you have to make it do this? Ah, there we go. Alright, that's the trick. You have to pull it really hard. All the boys out there will know what I mean. Oh yeah, this one doesn't engage either. There we go. There you go. Right. And this is only just so you can screw it together. There. Okay. That much of it is back together. Now, is it worth giving it a go before screwing it all up? Something is telling me yes. So, main upper, left and right. Don't think we'll bother with MIDI and all that jazz yet. Right, power. Oh, ow. Turn her on. And up she boots. When you're ready, girl. Okay. Let's have a look. Right, let's just check that we have some form of MIDI data coming out of the old girl. Do. Where are you, MIDI socket, you little bastard? Ah, there we go. Ah, cool. All right. I have no idea which keyboard that is. Oh, it'll be that one. I bet it's playing that one. Let's have a look. If I mute you, little sweetheart. Oh, why won't you mute? Actually, why won't you do anything? Okay. I think the computer needs to have a little think. No, it's had a little think. So let's try another instrument with it. Oh, I tell you what, this PC did not like me plugging that in afterwards. Nope. So it's not the pot. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
So you've been watching this clusterfuck?
So what's the deal here? What's up with the Hydra?
Right, well, let's see. So it's the Hydra and an instrument playing.
Right.
See if it does it again. Not going to do it now, is it? There it goes. And then you flip it, and it goes back in the tune. Yeah. Gone again.
Oh, excuse
Yeah,
me.
I would as well. Arse. I don't know.
So how long's it been doing that?
Yesterday morning it kicked off.
Oh, can you hear me echoing, by the way, Kent?
And you're very left.
Right. Ah.
So you're having sound issues, so it's not just me then.
No.
I don't know what it did. My one did was like nothing.
Oh, God, I can't believe this is... Ah, I know what's going on.
12 points. Oh, there you go.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm still doing my reggae band impression. Boom, boom. Yeah, the echo's still there.
Is it? Right. Where's that?
Now you're talking.
Is it still echoing?
1, 2. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
God. I've just been through this with Robbie and we got it sorted.
Oh, dear.
So when Rich Hilton went on Sonic State after getting it all sorted. What the flaming hell's going on here then?
Should probably get Richard on because he seemed to be having exactly the same problem a couple of weeks ago, wasn't he?
Yeah.
If you're in stereo, it goes echoey. And if it's in mono, you go all to the left, but there's no echo.
Right. Steve Powell's saying that my sound is okay. It's just you're the echoing, I think.
Yeah? That's pretty weird.
But you're not echoing to me.
Oh.
So my audio must be going back out through my system. In that case.
I might try loading firmware back on or something like that and see if that cures it. Because I tried recalibrating the wheels and that clearly hasn't bloody worked. It's a bit of solid alley. Little nod to the Jupiter 8 there.
Right, now I can hear mega
Ooh.
echo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, let's not have that.
You sure you don't want to start a reggae band?
Why
Seem to
the-
have all the elements required.
Where's Dom?
Yeah. Come on, Dom, mate. You need you.
Right, try it.
No, little one. Come on in. Come on in. Yes, perfectly fine. It's all safe now. Yeah. You're still hopping about, aren't you, poor little thing?
Right.
Where's your leg? Where's that leg? Yeah, poor little scrap.
So do I sound okay to you?
Yeah, fine.
Right.
But it sounds like I hear me in your studio.
Right.
Shorter repeat rate.
Right.
As to the significance of that, I can tell you.
Yeah. Capturing.
That's working, okay.
Right.
That's nice and
Something.
stereo.
So where's this echo coming from now?
It seems like almost identical to the problem Richard has had.
Yeah.
So I suppose you've got to be used to this now. You know, you get these fantastic super machines. You go, well, I wonder what they look like inside. You open it up, and there's one board over in the corner.
Yeah.
Right.
With a Raspberry Pi on it.
Yeah. Mind you, the giveaway is that you can get this in a, you know, like a little desktop type thing. I mean, if this thing was packed with boards, we'd never get it into the little one, would I?
Yeah. No, exactly. I'm sure the same is true of the Organ 8X.
Yes, it's probably the same. Yeah.
There's a big bunch of space at one end.
Yeah. Right, now, all I've got to do is put the several thousand screws in the back lip. If this was the 80s, this would have been a hinge. Ooh, 2 screws underneath at the front, and then you just lift the front panel up. Clearly hinges are expensive.
Mm. Well, they don't want you to open it, really.
Well, they're out of luck here.
Yeah. From day one.
Yeah, right from here. Biplane.
Right, let me try. I can't have that on.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, is that sorted it?
Yeah, the echo stopped.
Yeah, that's because I've just put the
And
echo
you're
cancellation on.
Much louder now
Right.
as well. Not clipping or anything, just
Yeah.
fuller voice, as it were.
Yeah. That's because of the echo cancellation.
Ah.
Right.
It's funny, some people have to have that on, and other people don't.
Mm.
From system to system. So, I'm with any luck, if this is something that hydrosynths suffer from. Oh, hang on, the echo's back.
Oh, you what, sorry?
The echo's back.
The echo's back, I thought it might be.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Right, let me change this.
Actually, it took me a little while to notice. Oops.
Steve Elbows said, could you ask Kent to switch off MPE mode in the hydrosynth settings? That's the first thing I would think to try to gain clues about the underlying cause.
Yeah, good move. That's quite a possibility.
Right, let's try that as the input. Right, have we still got echo?
1, 2. Yeah, a long delayed one.
Oh, fuck.
As they say. Well, I'm not deterred. I had a really productive day today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a memory mode done, OBXA, DSX, and a DMX.
Awesome.
Yeah. Had to do the obligatory Blue Monday on the DMX or something.
Yeah.
But you got to test it working, haven't you? Oh, big girl. That's very left hand. That's stereo.
Cool.
1, 2. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, God, I thought I had this sorted.
Well, you did for a moment.
Damn. Well, I did, yeah. I had it fine when I was on with Robbie.
What did you lose? What did you lose? When you did it just now, what did you lose when you put the echo cancellation on?
Yeah, it's that's not the thing, because this is how I had it set up with Robbie, and it did work. I've just taken off stereo audio, so that's probably gone.
Yeah, well, that's what was weird. I was on last night and it was fine.
Yeah,
Turn it on today and do it, and there's no sound.
yeah. No rhyme, no reason. Right, I'm going to just try restarting loop back, I think.
Oh. Right, that's sustain.
So
In the sustain hole, you must go E-I, E-I, E-I.
2, 1, 2. That's probably
All
better. I'm all over one side.
Yep. Oh, you're not heavy at all.
2, 1, 2.
God's sake. Right, okay. So we've got left, mono, should be black Dickhead, and red for right, and power, stereo area. Forgot about the camera. Look up my trouser leg.
Have we still got echo?
1, 2. Hang on. Too far away. There's the jaws going in with it. Hang on. 1, 2. No. Nope. No echo.
I'm
on.
a fucking idiot.
No, you're not. You're human, like the rest of us who do these fucking stupid things. Go on.
Dear. I thought my monitor controller was turned down. There was just a little bit of volume on it. Oh, Jesus. Like I say, I'm a fucking idiot. I should have checked that first.
No.
Simplest thing.
You can't say that. You can't say that to the guy that was talking into the back end of a fucking mic for an entire show. And couldn't use the mic on the original show because he didn't know that these needed 48 volt.
Yeah.
Otherwise it
Yeah,
would
but
work
you-
perfectly.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to be a mic person. I kind of am a bit.
Yeah, I know, but I do stupid things with keyboards sometimes. So.
Oh dear. Right, now that's sorted out, I'm going to finish brewing a cup of tea, which will be
Good man.
rather stupid by now. I'll be back in a sec.
All right, buddy. Right. Well, that could have gone better. So, let's stick this over here out of the way. And then turn it off while we're at it. It's that one, isn't it? So we'll pull that one out. There we go. That works better. Right. Okay. Right, somebody suggested turning off MPE, yeah? Okay. It should be interesting. See if we can break it. MPE, where are you? You're going to be somewhere stupid. No, not there, not there. Come on a bit further. I'll tell you what I will do before I do anything. Now I'm putting it back together. I will calibrate the ribbon. There. Yep, and there. Cool. And now calibrate wheels. Okay. Save that to system. Right. Let's see. Right, now where is this MPE? That's what we need. And he's back.
I am. But now
Good man.
thinking, where's my vape? Left it somewhere else.
Oh, I got my vape today. Charged it up. Put the oil in.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Right, let's try this out and see what it's like. Took a drag. Coughed for about 20 minutes.
Right, did you let the stuff soak in? You've got to let the liquid soak into like the coil, cotton wool coil thing for about 15 minutes.
Yeah, no, this had been like a couple of hours.
All right.
And it was cough. Anyway, I looked it up on the net. I go, this can't be right.
Yeah.
And they said, oh, yeah, about 98% of people cough their ring up when they first vape.
It's because of all the moisture, I bet.
And I went, maybe it's just me. And Fiona goes, oh, I'll have a go. So she has a go. And she, like, tears running down her eyes. Like this. I go, this isn't the reaction. This is supposed to be curing this shit, not making it worse. So I read up on it, and they're saying, oh, yeah, about 78% of people will cough stupid.
Yeah.
And it gets slightly better over the course of about 10 weeks. I'm going, 10 weeks? Okay. We'll see how it goes. We'll get through the hard bit. I mean, because clearly it is better route to take.
Yeah.
There's a few things I can do actually to help myself. One of them was to get like a really a low nicotine level one helps, and also one of the things in the oil to get a low level of that, because apparently that's the irritant to new vapors.
Right.
It was just very interesting that once I typed in, should vaping make you cough, it came up with this whole load of shit about, yes, it does, when you first start doing it. But when you're buying the stuff on all the sites, they go, oh yeah, you can just give up cigarettes tomorrow and just start smoking this and it'll be fine.
Yeah.
No mention of the fact that you're going to end up shitting your pants from coughing so hard. You know what I mean? It's like, thanks guys. Could have done with a heads up on that one.
Yeah.
So it was like...
I can't think that it affected me too badly, to be honest. Yeah.
Well, I say a lot of it is because how you vape is different from how you smoke.
Yeah. So you sort of put it into your mouth a bit.
So when you vape, there's a certain way of doing it as opposed to the way you smoke. So if you try to do that, it will make you cough. But and they say, about 78% of people will suffer from horrible sore throats and stuff like that for a while until you get used to it. So, okay, whatever. What a joy.
But yeah, I mean, you think it's like, a lot of water vapour you're breathing in as well. It's like having a steam bath.
Yeah.
All the time. It's going to make you cough.
Yeah, it makes anybody cough, doesn't it? It's sort of like, but how do you get used? Do you ever get used to that?
Yeah.
So, but it's got, it's got to be better than the other route. So
definitely.
They said it'll make you cough, but you'll cough less and less and less and less and less. Whereas if you stay on cigarettes, you cough more and more and more and more, and then it's like death. Yeah,
exactly. Exactly. I mean, even just in terms of carbon monoxide, It's like you're better off vaping.
Well, yeah,
You know.
and the 700 odd toxins that
Yeah.
are in tobacco,
Yeah,
but nobody knows what's in them.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that's cool, good.
I think it's only about 100 and something, isn't it? Carcinogenic compounds.
I read today it was about 700.
All right, bloody hell.
Unless that's across all of the tobaccos. Good afternoon, darling.
Good evening. How are you?
See,
Hey,
he knew I was
Sassy.
talking about him. You see,
Of course,
he knows his
sweetie.
name. Yes.
Yeah. With regard to your vaping thing, I'm trying to wean myself onto it,
Yeah.
and it seems most of the liquids are a 70-30 propylene glycol to vegetable glycol mix,
Yeah.
and it really kills the back of my throat.
Yeah.
So I ordered a litre or two of vegetable glycol and have started diluting them and making a 50-50 mix, and it's much, much smoother. But also the type of mouthpiece or whatever, what do they call them? Clearomizers, atomizers. There's all sorts of wanky bullshit wording around what they call all this stuff. Really affects what experience you have. So I went for one that feels like a cigarette when you draw on it, and you draw into your mouth first and then inhale it into your lungs, rather than doing this straight into your lungs stuff and puffing like a chimney.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't take it down like it's the last bong in the universe.
That sounds like a good name for a song, doesn't it? Last bong in the universe.
So to the mouthpieces or whatever I've got on with are the Aspire Nautilus and the Aspire Nautilus S2. And they feel like you're smoking, albeit a metal-tipped cigarette, but it has that same resistance. So you're not just sort of gulping stuff down. You're smoking it like a cigarette.
I'm with you.
That's mine.
That's sweet.
I need to go and find mine.
I had that. I used to get chest infection when I was smoking.
Yeah.
And somebody gave me one of these they'd won in a competition, and I was like, oh, fuck it, give it a shot.
Yeah, or not?
I've never lit up since. I had the same coughing thing.
Yeah.
But I put that down to all the shit coming up. I've never looked back since I've been on this. Never looked, and I've not had a chest infection since either, which is really weird.
Yeah, not really, because the smoking does weaken the chest in various degrees in people.
Yeah, but
So
it's worth doing it. From personal experience, I'd say it's worth doing, but each to their own. How you get on with it.
Right, let's give this a quick test. Hang on a sec. Are you going to fall over or not? Let's play something on it. Hang on a sec. Right, let's try some other settings.
Hey, your previous video had no audio. Did you totally fix it, or is it still acting up?
Yes, yeah, I did fix it, but as to why the audio wasn't working, we still don't know. But it still seems to be jumping. But it appears to jump exactly the same amount.
Yeah. I enjoyed the doggy helper, though. That was nice.
Yeah, well, old Noah is. He was in the workshop with me today as well. He was, be it stretched out on the rug. It was getting quite warm, but so he snuggled up to the fan on the memory moog, getting a little breeze off it. Right. So I don't know what else to turn off now. I still fancy the idea of trying to reload the firmware.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't you do a reset to factory settings?
Yeah, I've done that 3 times today without any effect whatsoever, unfortunately.
And is it running the latest firmware?
Yeah. And I just fancy whacking it back on again, to be honest with you.
See, with all your experience, you ever worry about voiding the warranty on stuff?
Nah. No, I don't worry about shit.
I
like
didn't
that.
think so. So
No, I'm not going to worry about crap like that. Right, so run the self-test. Go on in. Do everything else. Good girl.
So these
Yeah.
are the 2 things that I tend to vape.
Yeah.
So that's Butterscotch Preserve, which is a Glass
nice.
Basics one. It's like a reserve tobacco. And this is another tobacco one, which is Coastal Clouds Cuban. And that's the more tobacco-y one of the 2. This
Right.
one's got a sweeter edge to it, but it just goes through coils like no one's business compared to this. This just goes weeks and weeks and weeks.
Wow.
Lasts for ages. You do smell a bit like you've spent too long in an old people's home, though. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
I was never a smoker. I tried a vape once. A friend had a THC vape because it's legal in California. I said, "What the hell? Might as well try it." And my lungs
Yeah.
felt like shit the next day. I don't know
Yeah.
how people do it.
Yeah.
I tried hookah
Yeah.
pipe once too, and that was fun. But again, my lungs felt like shit the next day. So
Yeah, you gotta man up and do it again.
yeah,
Keep doing it, man.
I'll worry about other health problems. That's good enough.
Yeah,
So.
absolutely. Yeah. No, honest to God, I would never ever encourage anybody to smoke anything. I really wouldn't.
Well, one of my grandfathers smoked his entire life and drank like a fish and survived Pearl Harbor. All the ships blew up around him, and he was fine.
That's the
and he
way
ended
it
up having a
goes.
heart attack when he was like 75, going down a small country road, crashed into a tree. So
Well, if
did
you
Yeah.
all
go-
kinds of crazy shit and died just driving down the road.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
that's what Alessa Morissette would call ironic. Actually, it would be the only thing in the song that is ironic, if it was. There's nothing else in it is ironic, is it? Oh, mate. Who is that, me or somebody else?
No, that's me, sorry.
Oh, cool. That's all right. I was going,
Kent was looking at his feet, thinking, "What am I standing on?"
did I leave anything in it? Oh, nice. Very nice indeed.
So there's a few suggestions in the chat coming through about maybe turning the ribbon off if that's affecting it somehow. Or
I don't think you can turn the ribbon off.
Start from first principles. Reinstall the firmware
It's,
because that should reset it completely.
here we go.
Then do a hard reset or a factory reset on it, and then see what it does.
Right. There we go then.
We'll try the heuristic approach to problem solving.
When can we start hitting it with the hammer? That's the bit I enjoy.
Well, I thought you'd already been doing that, and that's the bit that I missed.
Now, do you know what? I've been very, very good. And I've just locked all the hammers away for now.
You just use rubber mallets. Yes.
Yeah, well. Right, let's see what this comes up with.
Trying to disconnect the DB.
D-beam.
You haven't got any expression pedals plugged into it or anything, have you?
Yeah.
Right. Well, unplug the expression pedals.
All right, let's check it. Because I need to know what the fault is, just in case I start getting these coming in with that very fault. Right, let's see if we can get it to notice with... is it that one? That's interesting. Why are you doing that, little fella? That's better.
I was gonna say, if you get any weird performance, it might be like an Andromeda. I know people hate to hear that, but one time I used it for a few hours, I had all kinds of problems with it.
Yeah.
OS was never finished.
Yeah, it's like when my first experience with the Waldorf wave. Hoi. That was interesting.
Whereas you
There you
compare
go,
the
it's gone.
you compare the Hartman Neuron, which wasn't finished either, but it worked pretty well as a VST.
Yeah.
So
All right, that didn't take long to go, did it? Right.
Unplug the MIDI.
As well. Good God. Something I can hear.
oh, switched on Bach. Very nice.
I'm here all week. Try the fish. Come on, do something.
Was it widdied up?
No.
No, it was MIDI, just MIDI cable. Into
Take a
the
drink.
So it's,
Take a drink for your troubles. Come on.
is it some sort of spurious output from whatever you've got the MIDI, the other end of the MIDI plugged into?
Yeah, I think it's called an Apple, isn't it?
No, what's on the other end? The PC, the instrument that I play on the
PC
other
sus.
end doesn't go out of tune. Only this does. So this drops 3 semitones, but the instrument carries on playing. Even if I carry on playing, it plays in tune. But this is out. If I flick the pitch wheel, it comes back, which is why I thought it was the pitch wheel. And it hasn't gone out yet, has it?
Yeah, I had the pitch wheel go on my Nectar Impact thing. Absolute cheap piece of crap that is, but
I used to be able to play this.
So it looks or sounds like it might be a MIDI problem coming
Yeah,
out
it
of your
does, doesn't it?
PC.
Oh, shit, I can't play that anymore.
The Nectar Panorama's pretty decent,
I
though.
couldn't play it in the first one.
Doesn't
Richard
appear
says, check Rolly dashboard.
Yeah, anyway, as a matter of principle, you always check the rolling dashboard. Hey, bud.
Hey, Henry.
Hey, Henrik.
Hang on.
Why don't you come in, Rich?
Might be cooking.
Yeah, he might be cooking. Yeah, that's true. Come on, go out of tune. It's not doing it, is it? Okay, MIDI back in. I tell you what, if it's MIDI from the computer doing this, I'm going to be so pissed. Don't look at me like that, Noah.
And it's when we find out in the end he set up some weird template on his door.
I don't do templates. I can't even spell it. Never mind set one up. There we go. Here we go.
The problem that was when you changed notes, it sometimes sounded like you bended it.
Yeah. What it does is it's in tune, then it goes, oh, down, like an instant transpose down 3 semis.
Yeah.
Very weird.
I've never tried that error with a Hydrosynth.
It's gone.
Did you reload the firmware?
No, not yet. But it was okay all the time. The MIDI wasn't plugged in. I'm still going to go this firmware update thing again, just in case. Let's go and get it.
I haven't even tried to switch MPE on in my MIDI. Can that be a thing?
It is good. It is good. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, but I think could that be something about this era?
I don't know. Have turned the MP off.
Mine is off always.
Right, what have we got?
Yeah, the only problem I had with my Hydrosynth was the CV gate's a little weird on it. Trying to hook it up to stuff, so I was doing something wrong.
Oh, okay. Right, Hydrosynth Deluxe and Explorer. Okay. This is where we hope the gigabit internet works. Do I want it for Macs or Windows? Oh, it's got to be for Windows, hasn't it, darling?
I mean, you can always fire up MIDI aux and look at the messages coming from the PC to the MIDI output.
Yeah, true, but the amount of data that comes out of the back of this thing is freaking
Yeah, but you've turned
stupid.
MPE off now, so it shouldn't be that brutal.
No, that's true enough, yeah. Right. Come on, are you going to do this or not? Or are you going to be a little cow? Where is it? Oh, here we go. Go for it. Yep. Yes. Yes. No, I'm not a robot. I have never been a member of the Nazi Party. Cool. Okay, thank you.
Not knowingly, anyway.
How many bridges are in the picture? I don't know. I've never seen a bridge before. Come on, hurry up. Can we just do this, please? Yes.
Should use reCAPTCHA version 3. Doesn't have the click on things.
It would be nice, wouldn't it?
I've had to implement that.
Okay, it'd be nice if it worked, wouldn't it? Why are you not working now? There's a really serious rhythm going on somewhere in the background.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, well, can you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my neighbour.
No.
Really?
Yeah.
They've joined the show and we didn't know it.
Oh, currently.
Brooks is waiting to come in, I think, Kent.
Oh, he's let me in.
Yeah, I just
Is
saw
it?
him. I just saw him out of the corner of my screen. Okay, right, we've got to do. I think, you know what? I can't remember. Up on and latch buttons. Okay.
Evening, Andy. Have you finished doing whatever? Well, yeah, you're drinking, so you finished whatever work you were doing.
What? No,
You finished what work you- the work you had.
At least 3 bottles. What? No, no. I've just opened that. Have I finished? No, I've still got 10 to do, and I just can't. I just can't face it now. I've had enough. There comes a point when I say, when I started work, I arrived at work this morning at 7:10. Okay. I left school. I left work at 10 to 5. I've got an hour's-ish drive there and back, actually, so it's quite a distance. So I've come back. I had 20 minutes watching Robin Vincent on Sonic State, which I was very pleased to see. Then went and did an hour. And I did an hour's work. I thought, right, that's enough. I'm going to have a little break. Came away. Saw Kent had put his thing up. I watched him kneeling on the floor and throwing screws all over the place, which was quite amusing. I don't kneel
I
on
do it
one
every
of
day.
those. Well, maybe you don't feel kneeling on screws anymore. I've done that once. It's not nice.
No, I have no feeling below my testicles.
Fiona, what you done?
It's all worn out. All worn out.
Yeah, so I'm just like I said, I had a bit of a rant in the chat about what I call unpaid overtime because what else is it? I have what they call directed time that I'm paid for, and you're expected to do some that's undefined.
It's impossible. It's
Some.
Welcome to my
impossible.
job. IT is all unpaid overtime.
Well, really?
Well,
I'm
mostly.
sorry to-
Can you
it's
turn your
it's
mic up a bit,
ridiculous.
Brooksy?
No, actually, no, I can't.
I get a comp day once in a while, but
That's about
Yeah.
as far as I can go.
It's
That's cool.
more it's more just the technique, I think. Just point it at your mouth.
Just don't ask Kent how.
Brother.
How's that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't.
Is that better?
You look like you're wearing
don't.
a gas mask.
Oh God, do you know what? It's
What
like
again?
It's like a Julian Clary sketch. It really is. It's all technique. Just point it at your mouth.
Go and suck on a fisherman's friend.
Hello, Julian Clary. I lift shirts
Just
while you
don't
wait.
mention Norman Lamont.
He got into so much shit for that, didn't he?
Literally.
Buckering short.
He lost his career over it.
What, Norman Lamont did? Oh, yes,
No,
probably he did.
Julian
actually.
Clary.
No,
Yeah, it should have been Norman Lamont.
He did. He basically got banned from everything. Just because he talked about fisting a politician.
I don't think it damaged his career in any way at all, Sassy. He's still around making a bleeding. That's the sort of thing which makes people's careers.
Yeah, well, depending.
They might have took him off telly, but no. I mean, he's still on Radio 4. He's a Radio 4 personality now on Just a Minute. Goodness me.
So
Listen
Paul
to
O'Grady.
He was banned from TV.
No, he's back now. Well, I think he probably did very well from it.
No,
Anyway.
almost immediately. That's gone out the window. Okay.
Can I make a really stupid? Have you done so much now that if you sent it back to ASM, they'd go, "What the fuck have you done with it?"
Oh, they wouldn't know I've touched it.
No, nobody
no
will know
evidence
that.
of
You're
that
all
at
right.
all.
No
Oh,
one's
no,
watching
no.
this, so it doesn't
No,
matter.
no. They still wouldn't know. I said no, that was a different hydrogen.
they don't use one of those special screws that can tell when you took it out.
No, they didn't have any of them in it.
Kent's got his own stash of warranty voided stickers.
Brilliant.
Actually, that's another thing you should do, Kent. You should get a KSR warranty void sticker and put it onto every cent that you fixed.
Yeah. Yeah. But it was me that did it,
Exactly.
Oh, that's interesting. Go on. That is interesting.
You're doing a good job at putting people off buying a hydrosynth here, Kent. Actually,
Well, the thing is, everything breaks down, mate. That's the thing. So you've got to face up to these things.
hydrosynths are hardly old, broken technology, though, aren't they?
Well, my 49's no problem. It's built like a damn tank. Thing's amazing.
The hydrosynth is absolutely identical in every single way. Well, the old deluxe as well. So,
Richard's old phone.
oh, that's much better.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
We're
it's
having
inter-
in.
Turn it off, turn it on. MIDI's gone.
You should not be having problems like that on a synth which is only 2 to 3 years
Are-
old. No
are you
way.
Yeah. Are you sure it's not a Windows problem?
2 to 3 years old?
It's months
12
old.
12
Yeah.
months old. All right. When did he get it?
No, I got it in
2 months
January.
ago, wasn't it?
Is that the deluxe that you're repairing now? Then?
Yeah.
Oh no. Have you got?
Oh, it's gone.
Have you got the original hydrosynth, the 4-octave one?
Yeah.
And how's that one behave in comparison?
Fine. Absolutely rock solid. No, what is interesting now, one engine has dropped 3 semis and the other engine has stayed where it is.
Ah.
I dropped 3 semis once. It was a real disappointment.
Oh, you are awful.
You set me up for that, though, Kent. You really did.
Hey, I
We
set
can
him up.
start
You knock him down.
We can start the 4 Yorkshiremen. How many we dropped?
Okay, so that's very interesting. Only half of it went out of tune.
And you haven't done anything weird about the mapping for the aftertouch or anything, have you?
Well
No.
controlled, Sassy.
This is all. I've just made this. This is all factory stock.
Behave, Jason.
Somebody get him a paper bag.
Back in the room.
Oh my God! This is just getting worse.
And the MIDI's still unplugged. You're
No,
not
that's
plugged into the
still-
computer.
Oh, dear. Sounds like it's laughing at you, Kent.
Just hang on a cotton picking.
Picking minute.
You goddamn banana head. 12 ribs, horse shit.
Hey, you
Right.
sound like a couple of my relatives. No joke.
Right, no MIDI. MIDI. Okay. Nice.
Hey, there's nothing like having relatives in the shallow end of the gene pool.
I love having moments of revelation, and Jim, you've just given me one. I wondered about the Jason and then of course the bloody T-shirt.
Yeah.
Somewhat slow on the uptake with that one. Though. That was really clever. I'm going to do that. I like that.
Thank you.
Doff me cap at that one. Even Homer would be pleased with that.
Well, now that you've realised, explain it to everybody else, will you?
Jason and the Argonauts, and his T-shirt says Argonates. Jason and the Argonate.
Oh, that's tenuous. Come on. How's I
Tenuous enough
supposed to
be funny.
get that? That needed a map.
Needed a... Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
What do you think I am, Stephen Fry?
Done a whole
It was a
bunch
test.
of books on
No.
that.
Yes, it was a test, yeah.
Thank you, Andy, for getting my tenuous joke.
All right. Well, I did. Yeah. Thank you all for laughing at my not tenuous joke. They're perfectly obviously very vulgar, but that's all right.
Told you, got to be more direct. Just do Richard Burton impressions. Interesting. MIDI plugged in, but not transmitting it. Not going out of tune.
On a serious
So
note, you got to
is it
love
the
this little
MIDI
Ray
feedback?
Harryhausen effect.
Are you doing something on the PC that's
Yeah,
feeding
it's not.
MIDI
It's
back?
not even. It's not even transmitting anything. And it's not going out of tune.
But before, when you did transmit, did you receive two? I mean, it can cause chaos.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of
You've
the
got a MIDI
weirdy.
loop back setting on the PC.
Yeah, feedback. Yeah.
Let's have a look and see what we got here. Okay.
Good old local off. Hey, Brooksy, what I've missed, and should I be glad? Yes.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, do you know what? There's something going on this bloody computer.
Yeah, it's normally called user error.
No. This is frozen. And all I did was try to select Hydrosynth. Excuse me, in the list. Yeah, there's something not right.
And,
And I don't
how's
think-
your how's your Hydra set up? Is it
At the moment, it's set up stock factory.
okay?
So I think what it is, there's something going on in Cubase 12 that's actually detuning the Hydra. So I'm trying to repair a Hydra that doesn't have anything fucking wrong with it.
Sorry.
Oh, excuse me.
That biryani you had last night.
No, I had fajitas for lunch. Oh, yoy. That was, oh, God, it smells like a mini moog.
So, have you got Keybase fired up, or
Not now. I've shut it down.
right?
And
Just wondering if any new Keybase settings.
there's nothing changed in Cubase, but that doesn't mean that Cubase hasn't somehow decided it'd be a really good idea to fuck about with the Hydra. So,
Yeah.
so I'm probably chasing ghosts, aren't I?
Yeah, it sounds like it's you're sending MIDI out from the Hydra into the PC, and the PC's either feeding it back altered, or
Yeah.
there is another setting on the PC. It sounds like the Hydra is perfectly fine.
It's weird that it does it so randomly, but very precisely in equal measure.
But it's like a buffer being overflown or something. It happens each 10th time or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
So I've just seen Steve Elbow's comment. Larry Grayson had the answer. Shut that door.
Shut that door. Look at the muck in here.
Drum kit, come on, where is it?
Oh, it's in the other room.
Come on, Jess, you're
Bubba
letting us down.
dish. I don't think No, yeah, they're too
What
far
have you
away.
done to Hans, by the way? He's looking a little bit skew-whiff.
I found him face down on the rug. I'd opened the window earlier.
Next change from Fiona, I guess.
Sassy, you
Yeah.
live a dangerous life, man. You really do.
So she'll
Hang on a
be
minute,
back
she's-
anyway.
She'll rip your
You
balls
can
off and
chat.
fry them in front of your face.
She'll come for you. She will. She'll come for you. If she,
So it's the guy who was drinking Elvis stuff last week.
Oh, shut up. It was only beer. It wasn't my fault they called it Elvis
You-
juice. I
Drinking
can't do anything
Elvis's
about that,
juice.
can I?
Yeah.
you were drinking something called Elvis juice.
Yeah, Brewdog
Elvis
Elvis,
juice,
juice.
yeah.
It's really nice.
Oh.
It's really good.
Made by
Oh, is it?
Brewdog.
It's really
Oh,
good.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
As long as it isn't
Grapefruit.
the juice of Elvis.
infused.
I mean, I've seen the
IPA.
bottles on the shelves for ages, and I just thought, no, I don't want that. And I thought, oh, sod it,
mate.
I'll buy one of these.
Yeah, but the effect it had on you was unreal. I've never seen you so just like wayward before. It was brilliant.
Wayward.
Yeah.
The thing
It,
is,
it, it
Oh,
was
like,
so
like,
funny.
switched
That was.
fingers, and you were gone.
no, it's just an opportunity.
It was the ring modulation that.
Yeah, first. Yeah. Modulating his ring first.
But why it reminded me of the Kit Kat joke, I don't know.
That was nothing to do with me, Matt. I tell you, that was him. Him.
What?
I
Me?
can't point in the right direction. Him.
No. Down there.
In there, the top left. That's it.
Hello?
Well, Jim didn't help by actually then go and making himself some
I know.
bloody fish finger sandwich as well, just to join
Oh.
in the fun.
That was delish.
Maybe that's why I thought of the Kit Kat joke. Yeah.
Yeah.
That might be the connection, the
It was
fish
the-
fingers.
The number of fingers.
That was a good
Number
one.
of fingers, yeah.
Let's not go there again. We've done that once. That's very vulgar.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
And we completely missed the finger of fudge jokes.
Yeah. Are there any?
Not anymore.
Revenge that funny, really. I think it's a very serious chocolate bar. Should be taken seriously.
Okay, this is going to be a bit left
My
on at
mouth
the line.
owns it.
Yeah, yeah. Finger of fudge for Prime Minister. Go on, finger his fudge.
No.
Be like the school days.
Brooks is gone.
No, he's not gone.
I was just made of a character I had never saw before on another podcast, the Walnut Whip Man.
Oh, go on.
Oh. Is that still made? Is that
Believe
still
me.
made?
An emoji
Believe
now,
me,
isn't it?
everybody is now's mind is really wondering.
Is that still made, or is that an old candy?
Yeah, oh yeah.
No,
no,
that's
Walnut
very
Whips.
current, very current.
Someone was comparing the Lawnmower Man graphics to the Walnut Whip Man. So,
What the?
Oh, I've got to find
the
that.
face.
I think we've got. No, I missed that, Andy. I didn't. What's the?
If you saw the movie
Lawnmower
Lawnmower Man, it had really crappy CGI for the character in the
Yeah.
computer.
Man? Right.
And they
Okay.
say it looks like the Walnut Whip Man.
Oh, we
Clue
probably didn't have the Walnut Whipman promotion.
I don't know. I just looked it up on the internet and go,
Oh.
it looks kind of like it. It's just,
Oh,
terrible
okay.
CGI, terrible animated face. Look kind of like the crappy Candy face. So
Yeah. Yeah. 'Cause
sorry, it wasn't dirty enough. I brought the tone back up again. I shouldn't do that.
Why not?
Yeah.
Talking of tone, so I missed the how the poly aftertouch works on the Hydra.
Oh. Yeah. I had a butcher's.
You press it like that.
Yeah. Oi.
And it
That's
comes
right.
on.
You know.
That's how
That's
it
right.
works,
You know. And I was expecting some sort of laser-driven system, and what they've basically done is they've done a modern version of the old CSA's after-touch system, which is just rubber contacts.
Then you have to explain how the old one works.
So there's no,
the
there's
old-
no fancy Hall effect sensors or inductive
No,
pickups.
no,
Or...
nothing like that at all. Basically, on the 80, what they do is they have a copper print, like sort of like a potentiometer, but it's done in steps.
Yeah.
And then what you do is you have this little molded rubber thing that they have that sits over the top of it.
Yeah, like a
And
cone.
yeah,
So it
and when
increases the surface area touching.
No. What it does is when it comes down, it's designed in such a way it sits like on the bed with this little hump on it, and when the key comes down, it sort of pushes that way and then that way. If you see what I mean. So it produces almost that effect, right?
Yeah.
So it works like a pop, and there's a voltage ready, as it were, and then just how much of that voltage goes through depending on how hard you push the key down. And then that goes through the circuitry and blah, blah, blah. It's exactly the same thing on this. So what it must do is then go through a demux, and then that voltage is converted to digital information, and voila, polyphonic aftertouch. So at some point, those rubbers will probably have to come up and get cleaned.
Yeah.
Or recarbonised or whatever. So maybe. We don't know. So, yeah.
So it's surface area touching like a Buchla touch plate.
Kind of thing, yeah. Yeah. And that's pretty much how that aftertouch thing works.
Or the microfiche keypad.
So, basically, yeah, they've taken a 40-odd-year-old idea
And just
and just
updated it.
used modern components to recreate it and to be able to do it as cheaply as possible.
Well, it's worked for long enough on the CS80s, so
Yeah.
why not?
Yeah, every now and again you do have to take those rubbers out and clean them up in warm soapy water.
Yeah.
Rinse them off and whack them back in again, and they're all hunky-dory after that. They are susceptible, though, if you spill liquids, especially sugary liquids,
Yeah.
down them. They will eat the tracks off the sensor boards
Yeah.
because it's copper, little copper.
I had a
It's
D50 I got
all
from some guy. He claimed it was in good shape, and I had it serviced at a local place, and the guy said it looked like melted ice cream got into it. I was like, gee, thanks, guy. So it totally corroded the one board. D50 has 6 boards in it or something. It has a lot of boards,
Yeah.
and one of them got messed up. Luckily, it was only about $150 to repair it. So
Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, I noticed because on the keys on this, they got the little bit of metal because they're semi-weighted, and they're glued in. Unfortunately, the glue isn't red. So,
They're still going to fall out at some point, though.
no, this is the weird thing. They sit in there in such a way that if the glue did give up, they'd start rattling, but they wouldn't fall out.
Oh, okay.
So it's a lovely key, but it's very squared off keys. You know, like most keys have that little curves on the front edge. These are like almost like dominoes, you know, very angular. But I love this keyboard. I think it's really, really nice. I'd like to see him do a weighted one, actually, see what that came out like. You won't have poly aftertouch, because you really can't have poly aftertouch on a weighted keyboard. It's just not the done thing.
No,
Yeah, because
what's
the
that?
TS12
What's that
didn't
thing
have
over
poly,
there?
right? Just regular aftertouch.
Yeah. I know they had it on the T8, but on the T8, you literally had to, you know, when you wanted to do aftertouch, you had to stand on the bloody thing. You know, so...
Wait, is that real, Ken? I mean, because I think the CS80's probably got a weighted keyboard because it's got wooden keys, hasn't it?
It hasn't got wooden keys. They're plastic. Yeah, they're just
And
plastic
it's
keys.
the Rhodes that's got wooden keys.
The DX1.
Yeah,
Always thought the CS80 had wooden keys.
no.
They're about 12-inch long plastic.
They nearly weigh as
great.
much as if they were wooden
Yeah, I know,
keys,
but
but the
the-
weights are at the far end of the key, because the key
Yeah, they're
is
like
about
grand
that
piano
long.
keys. I just assumed.
No, it's because the keys are huge. They're long. They go right to the back of the synth, practically.
Right.
I mean, they're really, really long, and then they have these two big weights riveted on the end.
Right.
And the pivot points give it that kind of weighted feel without actually being weighted.
But they're not actually wooden. Right,
they're
well,
not
I just
wooden,
learned something
no.
there, I didn't know that. I
Yeah,
love
there
that
was a
kind
lot of
trivia.
people saying the keys were wooden all over the internet at one point. So,
Did the Kurzweil 250 have wooden keys?
God, now you're asking. I think it did.
Felt like it did, but
Yeah, it probably did.
talk about
It
heavy
wasn't-
beast. That thing is so heavy. And then the damn power supply on the floor that's also your foot pedals, that was terribly heavy.
Yeah, it's wow. I mean, some of the things that people come up with sometimes it's like, really? There was no other way of doing this? You know?
Yeah, it was back in the early days, though.
Yeah, but it wasn't that far back. Well, I tell you what is clever is that Wurlitzer's side, man. I mean, it's a death trap electronically, but it's really clever. I just love it.
What's the side, man?
Oh, it's a mechanical drum machine.
Yeah.
That sort of
Rotating
was it
disc
like
It's a huge.
with brass
It looks like a
that
gramophone.
thing?
Yeah, I've got one out in the garden.
You would have. Of
course you
You're
have,
about the only
yeah.
person on the planet that can.
Well, I
say
say
something
garden.
Like that, Kent.
It's in kind of like an enclosure, a bit like where you would put a tiger, but there's no front on it, and it's just like a shelter, and it's in there along with a CS80 and a few other bits, and it's a nightmare. It keeps trying to electrocute me. It's a little bastard. It is. So
Yeah,
So
look,
GeForce
Mum, No
Software's
Computer
one.
did a video on one, Andy.
Yeah.
GeForce did. Right.
No, look, Mum.
no,
Computer.
look,
Sam
no computer
Battle.
did one.
Sorry, Look Mum did. Right.
So
Yeah.
it moves kind of like a tone wheel.
I know
Yeah.
I've seen something about it recently. Yeah, so
Well,
I was
it
probably
has
watching
this
that. I watched
huge
that once
wheel.
and it all becomes a blur.
Well, I call it a wheel. Let's call it a disc. It has this huge disc with the little copper contacts in an array. And then you have this arm that slowly sweeps round. And every time it makes a contact, it triggers a different valve. to
It's like a
create
pinball accumulator wheel.
Yeah. Yeah, like I say, it's
So
essentially
just
it's
one of
this.
those discs that have got all the little bits in that prick the tines as it goes round. Tick, 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 on the
It's like that because it's got like this giant, like inside a pot, like you've got a brush contact. It's like a massive brush contact that goes round, touching the various different contacts. So as it goes round, it triggering these different sounds, and then it's done obviously in such a way that it makes a rhythm. And then when you speed it up, what it actually is an arm on a little rubber wheel, and as you push it in, it makes the thing in the centre go round faster. So that's your speed control. It's really brilliant.
It was brilliant how you were doing that and getting the sound effects at the same time. I don't know how you were providing that.
I have my own internal score. So when I put sunglasses on, it starts playing Shack and
Was
stuff
that you,
like that.
Jason, messing about?
Might have been.
Okay.
He's got his big reverbs out.
No, that was actually soft tube modular. Just
Oh
doing
yeah.
a weird thing. Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Hilton was singing the praise of soft tube modular.
Yeah.
I'm still meaning to actually go and do something about that.
Yeah. I mean, have you got the Volume 5 package anyway?
No, I don't think I have.
Right. So
I
it's
don't think
just
I
kind of part
have.
of that, I think. So yeah.
All right.
But yeah,
Another purchase.
I'm looking at picking up mutable instrument clouds for it. I
Mm.
think possibly rings as well,
Oh, nice.
and the Core Gasmatron as well. The IntelliGel thing that looks pretty good. Sort of dual filter thing.
Nice.
So you're not going modular at all there, Jason?
I'm going virtual modular because
Actually,
it's
do you know what
easier
it's
to fill
got?
the holes, isn't it?
yeah, and you can recall the motherfucker.
Yeah.
yeah,
Less
she
chance
can.
of the patch cables getting in the way.
Yeah,
It was interesting because I mean Grace has got a VCV rack on one of her Macs doing the business, and it's really fast because I had VCV rack, but on my old computer, by the time I put 3 modules in it, my computer was just screaming and going, "No, can't do this," and it just didn't. And I've never installed it on the new one, and maybe I should, because I was actually really impressed. I was thinking, she knew what to do with this thing over here better than me from just using that VCV rack stuff in it. I was like, I
Yeah.
was really quite impressed with that.
It's a lot of fun. I
it's-
just hate
it's
controlling
cool.
everything with a mouse. You miss the dynamic tactile.
Well, it's going to be
Stuff.
different. It's going to be a different way of dealing with it. You set it up and it does its thing, surely. But I mean, I
It's
know
cheaper.
you could map controllers. Yeah,
It's
it's free,
cheaper,
isn't it?
yeah.
It's bloody
Cheaper,
well, VCV
portable.
rack is
Yeah.
soft tube modular, isn't? And
Yeah.
They have an
Even so-
iPad type version as well. That's pretty good.
So I was going to ask Jim, are you tempted then by this nifty keys as a potential way of? I mean, you think about it, it's 500 quid for a lump of something that doesn't make any sound. I mean, okay, you know, there's 1,001 controller keyboards like that.
yeah,
Well, God, isn't it a brilliant idea? I looked at it and
yeah.
thought, apps. I can see one sitting just here.
it's definitely the gateway drug, isn't it?
I'm
Yeah.
very tempted.
Yeah,
I'm actually thinking about taking this down and getting a first one, and maybe a few more of those nifty keys, and make dedicated sense out of it.
Yeah,
Instead
well,
of having
that's the way I was
that
sort of
setup.
thinking as well, Henrik. Yeah, because I mean, a lot of the stuff I was doing. I mean, I'm just playing the keyboard and triggering the stuff. Well, it's just a bloody synthesizer. Well, why not have something that's much more dedicated? And it's. I mean, I love my little, what's this thing called, key step. But it is still small keys, and I just thought, oh bloody hell, oh there goes another 500 quid, bloody hell's teeth. But yeah, it just makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's only money.
It is on my wish list for this month, but let's see. Maybe they're sold out when I want to get it.
Yeah, they've sent them all around the planet to everybody that reviews them on YouTube. They've all got one.
Yeah.
And done really well with it. I've watched a lot. I'm like, oh, that was good. Oh, that was good. Yeah, that was good, Robin. Yeah, thanks, Nick.
Has
Yeah, thanks,
Ranty
Bo.
got one?
Oh, do you know, just wait until Saturday. I don't know. I've no idea how connected he is with that. Occasionally he does get bits, but I mean, I don't see a reason why he shouldn't reach out. I mean, they've got to ship it to Australia, though, haven't they? That's always the problem.
Yeah.
But I can imagine we'll be chatting fulsomely about that, to use Nick Batt's word.
I mean, it's the starting point for build your own synth, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Without having to know how to solder.
Oh, quite. Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I mean, I thought the KB37 was a great idea. I really did. But it was so expensive. Really?
Yeah.
But it's
Most
Yeah, and this one,
modular are expensive.
Yeah, it is. But I mean, Nick Batt made a really good point of breaking down what was on the actual machine itself and sort of what you would get for you've got a 4-octave velocity and aftertouch sensitive keyboard, which will work via MIDI. You've got USB built in. You've got a MIDI to CV converter. You've got in and out modules. You've got a powered bus. You've got it all adds up to the point where you go, actually,
That's not bad value, is it at all? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that expensive. You're going, wow, how have you done that? That's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's modular corner finished for today. So let's
I must admit, I'm constantly tempted by Eurorack. Constantly. And I'm going, no, don't.
I think
Don't go down that rabbit hole. Just
I
don't.
reckon VCV rack or soft tube modular is probably the way to go.
Mm.
Just sort of see how you get on.
But go balls
Yeah.
out for a Colossus.
See, what you
Yeah,
remember
yeah.
is all of my modular experience is System 55s and up 2500s and stuff like that. And when
run of the mill stuff.
yeah, you know, the
Yeah.
shit you pick up out of the skip,
Yeah.
right? And
Well, they do out of your skip.
but the thing is, you get this huge. I mean, if you take something like a 55 or a 3C even.
Behave,
You've got,
Jason.
you've got this enormous cabinet of stuff, and even once you've spent 3 months licking all the dust out of it and restoring it and cleaning every orifice on it and putting new jack sockets in it, which, believe me, you just you do all that, you get your ream of TRS cables and flip it over your shoulder, and it's about as thick as a cow's dick on both shoulders, and you go, right, we're going to set up a patch.
Because of what?
Cow's dick.
He meant balls.
And you start patching. Yeah.
Okay, a horse. Is that better?
Yeah, true enough, yeah.
I knew there was something wrong with that.
Little bit of a gender issue with that
That's
joke. I'll
similarly
rewrite
sus.
it. So you start
Modern
patching
times,
up.
it's fine.
Yeah. So you start patching things from the the octave controller to the VCOs, and from the VCOs to the VCF, and blah blah blah. Oh yeah, we want to have that keyboard coming in on that one, and yeah, we'll do this, that, and the other. Oh, we'll have a sequencer going. Right, we'll connect up the 960. We'll do this to the clock, blah 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 blah. Do the sequencer switch, yeah, blah blah blah, 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 and you get a vaguely mini moogie kind of sound out of it. Yeah. Okay. Only took 4 hours. This is fucking brilliant. I'm so glad I paid £100,000 for this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because essentially what you're doing is somebody has given you a fat mini Moog in a kit form and go, yeah, you fucking connect it all up. We can't be bothered. That's literally what it is. And you're there and you go, yeah, it looks impressive. And people go, ooh, my pants are all damp because you've got a modular. And it's a real Moog. Ooh, like this, you know. I'm sporting Woody. And all this. And you go, yeah, and it was £100,000. Yeah. But
goes,
essentially what you got is a mini Moog kit. And it's not much more than that.
I've been through that, Ken. Honestly, when I was in my early stages of wanting to get into modular, my question was, what do I want to achieve with this? And I couldn't get away from, I want that Tangerine Dream sequencer sound. That's what I want.
Yeah.
So I went through all of these different permutations. Behringer then released that 960 sequencer, and I was like, oh
Yeah.
my word, here we go, rubbing hands with glee. And I'm looking at the System 55 modules and looking at how much. And then I thought, what would happen if you just connect the 960 to a Model D
Yeah.
from Behringer? And you know what? It bloody works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, see, technically, to do Tangerine Dream type sequences, especially the more complicated ones that you've got, like in Rubicon and stuff like that,
Yeah.
you technically need two 960s,
Yes.
where one is sequencing the other one as well. So you get that, those the ratcheting basically, and of course in the realms of digital. Ratcheting is like, we have a ratcheting knob, and you just turn it. How much do you want it to ratchet, and how often? And it's the same. It's the same gig because a
With what
960
probability?
is just a CV processor. When you see somebody go you spend $8,500 on a 960, an original 960, and they go, look at me, I've got a clock
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't do anything vintage. You know,
And Andy, when you said I've been through this, I still had some words in my head from Kent. So I have a picture I can't unsee. It was something with the pants down.
yeah, yes,
Yeah.
But, you know,
Quite.
but when I've had like I had a System 700 in. It ended up Hans ended up buying it, but it was a full 700 system. But then there were 2 additional VCO cabs, 2 additional VCF cabs, a lab, and an additional block 8, which I think
Lab.
the lab is where they had all the bits, a few modules from all the different blocks in one cab. So it was a standalone synth on its own.
Right,
So you had this lab. It was what they called it anyway. So this went round the workshop and I had it sort of like in a big C-shaped curve. And a chappie came over to pick up his Poly 6. I went, oh, it's down in the workshop. Come on, we get it. And he goes down into the workshop. I open the doors and there's this thing running because I'm burning it in. And literally, you're talking about the pants down image. If he could have, he would have just whacked it out and just frapped away like you wouldn't believe. He could. He was like eyes on stalks. He was like, oh, like this, I go, you all right, mate? It's like, oh my God, what is it? And he
I
goes,
just made a mess in an unnecessary place.
yes, yeah.
Like your puppet movie with the string flying out, right? So,
Yeah, I wish I'd worn my plastic +4s now.
And then you explained that if he bought 2 Neutrons, a 2600 and a Model D, he'd
this
have
is-
something 10 times more powerful.
Yeah, I mean, when you really, really, really get down to the brass tacks of it all, the stuff that Behringer have been pulling out, the technology has moved because of the companies that have been involved in Eurorack. And you get some of these modules come out and you go, all right, it's a little module. And then they explain what it does and show you it doing what it does. And you're going, holy shit, Go back 40 years, that's a wall and more besides, all in this one module. Yeah. And then they go, oh yeah, it's $499. And people are going, oh, that's a bit pricey. You know what I mean?
For a module, yeah, I know. It's a funny
so
world.
where
Funny
it's
world,
literally, it's like almost an entire recording studio from 1980. And you go, no, all right, no, it's not made from, beech and mahogany and what have you. And it's not all, aluminium and, just expensive components and, and the size of Wisconsin. But is that really enough? It's not enough. It's all very good for all the sort of like, look what I've got. Look at this. Isn't this pretty? In a studio, really? Are they really, really relevant today? Now, I mean, when you really get down to it.
Yeah, I was just going to say, talking of modular. Hi, Keith.
Well, good
Hello,
evening. Yes, yes. Hello.
Plenty of that behind it.
What's that? Modular. No, I took 2 rows down because I had a brilliant idea at the weekend. I was going to finally screw and glue it all together, and then I found that using so many different offcuts of wood, and then I've got for the shelving this stuff, which is sort of like horrible surface down, like a plastic
floor paneling.
back, and then it's sort of whatever wood in the middle, and then using trusty wood glue didn't. So that one, which you can or can't see, is stuck and screwed.
Yeah.
The rest of it all just. I mean, it was warm over the weekend, and the glue just didn't set. So back to square one.
Wood glue doesn't work on that flooring.
I'm just saying. It's what I had to hand. So I've ordered some other glue now, waiting for that to come, and maybe it will get going next weekend when everything arrives. So live and learn.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Nice
best
t-shirt,
way
by
to
the
put
way,
that
Keith.
flooring together into a cabinet is fiberglass tape and epoxy resin.
Oh, sounds dangerous to me. But yes, yes. T-shirts, very nice, isn't it? It arrived in the post today.
How did he manage to work out how to order it? Because I couldn't work it
Well,
out.
you have to go on Facebook to Viper and message him.
Just
Just
message
say-
Viper Graphics.
Yeah,
You just have to send him a to
message
say,
him.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
just
want
say-
one of these, mate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
size, whatever, and
Bank
he
transfer.
he comes straight back with his bank details, and it's a personal account, not a business account, and you pay the agreed amount. And he says, right, it'll be out on the next.
All right.
He does a 24-hour delivery, so it's a little bit more expensive than I sort of wanted, but hey ho,
I think for 2 t-shirts and a hoodie, I paid in total £63.50. It was 30 quid for the hoodie. It was 15 quid each for the t-shirts. It was £3.50 P&P.
well, my
That's
t-shirt,
all right.
one t-shirt was £7.50, so you know
Well, I've
it's
got to wear
24.
them. Well, I've got to wear them. I'm sitting in my dressing gown now, and I'm usually wearing a black hoodie, right? And it's the same black bloody hoodies all the time. And I just wanted something different, but
Pro Synth one's really nice. They're really nice hoodies.
well,
Yeah, I just don't get on with black because dog hair. No, dog hair. End of. You know, the amount of t-shirts you that will only come in black isn't a lot of help to me. You know, and therefore a hoodie's really out of the question and things like that. It's
Yeah.
I don't know if it'd work black on red.
on that
I'm just
cheery
saying.
sort of fashion though, I'm going to bugger off because it's 10 o'clock and it's now my bedtime. So I'm going to disappear. I was only going to jump in for a few minutes and say hi, everyone. Right,
As always.
We'll put stupid o'clock, finishing off in March.
Good night, Andrew.
Yeah.
I'll see you all
Cheers,
soon.
Andy.
Take care.
We still have the
See you later,
big
buddy.
See you later,
See
buddy.
you tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Tra-
Yeah. See you later.
That's right, yeah, tomorrow night. Yeah, all right, okay, cheers. Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah, well, there's definitely something going wrong with this in terms of MIDI. You can definitely assume that because it's still in tune. Not a problem. So, it's got something to do with the computer. Oh, God. Here we go
I
again.
think it's the computer.
Well, at
Windows
least we think
11.
we can.
Well, yeah, I took it apart for nothing.
Well, now you know what's inside.
Yeah.
We
Well,
all
I
enjoyed
kind of
it.
did before anyway, but
And we have seen it. We
yeah,
don't
you
dare
got to see it this time.
Take
yeah.
hours.
You got to see the green board, maybe.
Tense teardowns.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a good thing. Because I don't think there's many, if any, music technology shows do that. Where they got, yes, this is the new, keyboard from Roland. Let's see what's inside it, shall we? And start opening it up and go, oh God, they could have had more in it, or this is a bit shite, or something like that,
Well, I think
Not-
my first comment tonight was it's actually quite interesting to see you doing what you're known for.
Yeah, in the position I'm normally in as well.
And there is a problem if you get the nifty keys. What's inside? It's already open.
Yeah, I mean, the inside of some of these machines some of them are just art, and then some of them are just, holy shit, was the guy awake when he was putting this together? Some of the really old stuff,
Back in the 80s, I got I think it was a CZ 1000 or something like that, a Casio. And it wasn't working. It was something with the power. So I opened it up. I've never seen so many circuit boards inside a little box.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
But I got it to work. Don't know how. but it worked.
Yeah. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Kent, do you have a silicon-tipped nut spinner? for
Sorry,
doing
I'm gone again.
for doing jacks.
Going down that road again.
Oh,
So you
I
don't
know.
scratch
No,
the case, or do you use a felt mat or something? Or
no, I got this. I got.
Oh,
He's,
not Jim
he's
again.
gob. He's
Not
gob.
Jim. Oh.
A
No.
silicon tip nut spinner.
A silicon tip
Yeah.
nut spinner. No,
I've heard it all now.
See, as soon as Andrew Brooks goes, it all comes out.
yeah. It all starts going downhill from there. Yeah. No, I've got lots of different things for messing around with nuts.
it's just a pain when if you're doing lots of jack plug replacement, that you can very easily scratch the paint on the surface when you're putting.
It's
new
not a
ones on.
problem on. No, most of them will have the chrome washers. They have just have chrome washers, and it's not an issue at all. But the thing about the old Moog modulars is you couldn't scratch that front panel if you tried.
Were they enamel coated rather?
No,
Than
they're chemically burnt.
chemically.
Yeah. And I imagine that the process killed every single person that was involved in the process. No, honestly, it's the most toxic process you could have possibly imagined.
My
Come on,
grandma
well-
used to handle laser parts at a company competing with the one I'm working at now. Her hands are messed up for like 20 years from whatever chemical nasty stuff.
Yeah.
So
Can't be worse than the LSD buchla, though, can it?
I mean, you can't see it doesn't show up on camera, but I've got about 700 odd scars on each arm here. Just little round dot. When I get sunburnt, or when I go brown, you see them. They're just hundreds and hundreds of these little white dots everywhere, and they're all scars from MIG welding.
Yeah.
Where it'll jump up and sometimes they just burn and roll off. Other times they sort of like sit and go, oh, do you know what? Let's go and have a look and see what the bone looks like. And I've just got, and after a while, you stop feeling it because all you're doing is putting. It doesn't show up on camera, but I've got about.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, I've been recorded. For
No.
I'm going to appear on an album next year.
He's obviously after the silicon tip
Yeah.
nut spinner
Yeah.
bit.
And it'll be sampling copyright all over again.
Yeah.
Hey
Yeah.
guys, I'll see you later. I got to jump off to work meeting. It's been fun.
All right, buddy.
Cheers, Andy.
Look up
Later.
yourself.
Okay.
Yeah,
Take care,
see
man.
you, Andy.
Ta-da, buddy.
Bye.
Yeah. So and you just don't. I don't feel it anymore. It's ridiculous.
Well, Cresshead saying that he used to get salt burns when he worked in the Stilton cheese factory in 1979.
Really? Wow.
Is that from the salt that they add into the cheese, or do they brine the cheese, or what? I don't know. I've never made Stilton.
Because it is kind of liquidy, and then they crush it and drain it, press it and drain it. And get all the was it the curd or the whey? I can't remember
yeah.
which one it is.
Yeah, it's the curds for the cheese.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's nice. Skin peels off.
Oh,
Bet that was a fun job.
how pleasant.
Well, you'd have clean hands. I mean, think of it that way.
Very clean
The
hands.
question is, where does that skin go? Is that like in the cheese?
It all
Is that what
adds
the,
to the
the blue
flavour.
veiny stuff is?
It'll be,
Talking of blue veins,
God, yeah.
Where's Brooksy when you need him?
Oh dear.
no, welding is great, especially if you've got a mask on, but you haven't done your shirt up, and you wonder why you got sunburn.
Oh mate, I've had so many burns. TIG welding is another one. It's there's an art form, I tell you. But I remember when they were teaching us how to do aluminium welding, but welding aluminium plate.
Yeah. Don't breathe the white smoke.
Oh yeah, but the thing is, you're trying to keep that pool of molten aluminium moving, but not too hot, not too cold. Keep going, and it just go, and then you just got this fucking massive hole, and it's like. Oh.
I can do welds that look good after I've whacked them with a grinder for about 20 minutes. But I take my hat off to anyone who can weld properly, because it's an art form. Absolute art
Well,
form.
it's a lot easier now because you go out and buy a MIG welder now, it's all computer control. You can just set, right, I'm doing, 2mm steel, blah, blah, blah. So it works out all the feed rates and all the rest of it. And you just go, done. And it's fine. And you've got this lovely professional weld.
Yeah.
Although I must admit that when they're demonstrating it in the videos, they're working on fresh, clean metal.
Yes.
When you're putting a painted wing, trying to weld a new bit of metal to this
You haven't
painted
quite
wing.
taken all the rust off it.
Yeah, exactly. And it spits and farts and screams at you like a, cat with a pencil stuck up its arse. It's awful. So, you're right down there, little one. Yeah, we had a conversation today about Noah. Although he can run around and jump about all over the place normally, he hops everywhere. He'll stand there and he'll have the leg up in the air. And we're going, should we get the operation done for him? He'll be able to run around, but it's just because when we spoke to the vet about it, he said, "Well, look, what can we do?" And I said, "Well, it was broken. It's set wrong. It's all over the shop. We have to break it again, and then straighten it, pin it, and do all this sort of weird and
Sounds like
wonderful
a lot
stuff
of
with it."
pain for what is essentially a cosmetic issue.
But when the key was, we said, "Well, when it's done, will you be able to walk without limping and hopping?" Because I know he gets, I think he gets arthritis in it. Because sometimes he's very sort of like protective of it. He goes, "Oh, he said 60-40. I go, I don't know. I go, mind you, when they said it was going to be £2,300, I go, yeah, okay, all right, £2,300 is bigger than what he is. Stack it on a table and put him next to it. I go, that's a lot of money, and that's a very small dog. But that's not the point. The point was there's no guarantee on the end of it. We go, yeah. But when you watch him hobbling,
Is he in pain and obvious discomfort? If the answer's no, then I'd say
not
leave
all.
it
No,
alone.
that's the thing. Not all the time. He'll have a one bad day in 30, where we got to get him a little hot water bottle and get a blanket and keep it nice and warm for him, and bring his dinner to him because he's really struggling with it, and he's very protective of it. He gets all agitated when the others are running around and playing, and but it only works out about one day a month, sort of thing. But yeah, but is it worth him putting him through all that?
How old is he?
Yes, I mean, that is a tough call, because we
Yeah.
go through it with ours in various reasons and
Yeah.
things like that, and weigh up. I mean, as much as
Yeah.
anything, age comes into it as well. If they've had a long, good life, then
Yeah,
at
if
what
they
point?
got this far, yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and for us, it's things like we've had bills like that, vet bills and things, and there's you could just say, well, I could buy 3 new dogs for that money, or 4 new dogs or something, but you don't want 3 or 4 new dogs. You really
No.
want the one you've got.
you want the ones you got to be as happy
Fixed.
as possible. Yeah,
Absolutely, yeah. So I mean, it's
Right.
it'd be a tough call for us. I know that. How old's
Yeah.
Noah?
we don't know. We don't know how long he was wandering around in the mountains in Spain for. We haven't got a clue. So we don't really know whether he's 3 or 5. We know he's not 8. Even the vet said, because no, he's not that old, but it's really
Yeah.
hard to work out. Because he's an adult dog, but anywhere between 3 and 7ish sort of thing. So we just don't know.
I mean, if
Perhaps it's better to cut it above the. I don't know. It's just a suggestion. It's
Yeah.
probably cheaper. Of course, it would be better if his leg was working perfectly, but that's very expensive, as I can hear. Think
no,
of
this
what's
is nothing.
best for him.
No, honestly, this is not. Yeah, I think it's more us than him.
Yeah.
When you see him coming into the kitchen, he's like this, and you go, "Oh, bless his little cottons. But as far as he's concerned, he's probably like, yeah, whatever. I do this all the time, mate. Chill out. Because he
And it's
seems
obvious
happy
when
enough.
the dog is in distress as well.
Oh yeah. Especially him. He's a brilliant actor. In fact, we've noticed. He's very good at pretending he hasn't had his dinner. And he does. He does it. I give him his dinner, and then I come upstairs and I'm doing stuff like that. He will go into the front room to Fiona and go, "I haven't been fed yet. Can we have dinner now, please? I haven't been fed yet." And she's fallen for it before now. And the little bastard's had 2 dinners. He's sitting in the corner like this. Whoa, I must do that again tomorrow. Goes, you little bugger. But you see, about 5 years ago, I had 9 dogs. In the worst possible combination of them all being the same age. 5 of them were actually all related. And the others were about the same age. And literally, the year that the worst year of Mum's dementia, where she finally died, so were all the dogs. And it was always 1 or 2 of them were happening to go to the vet, and they go, "Oh, he's got bone cancer. Oh, he's got a liver condition. Oh, this one's stomach is going, or blah blah blah. This, and he's got this, and they got that." And it was all kind of terminal in one form or another. And there was like this pharmacy in the kitchen of all these various pills and potions and stuff for each individual dog, at 80 quid, 100 quid a time. And it was like, it was too much. It really was.
But you end up prolonging them because of your feelings rather than theirs.
Yeah.
And,
now, Max, who was, it was a lovely, lovely dog. He was he was technically a Jack Russell, but he looked like a Labrador. He was big, but he was technically a Jack Russell. But he was intelligent, gorgeous dog, and I loved him to death. And he was my shadow. I couldn't go, if I went to the toilet, there he was, between my legs, curled up. It didn't matter where I went, that dog was there, day and night. And, you build a bond with them. And when he was diagnosed with the bone cancer, I went to stupid lengths of all manner of substances and everything that was suggested, and you could try this might cure him. Then I went down the homeopathic route, you name it. I tried it. I couldn't let go of that fucking dog. I really couldn't. Could I?
I took that dog.
Did you try it?
Yeah. I took that dog to the vets 5 times, and they all said, put the dog down.
Yeah.
There's nothing we can do. And I couldn't, because he was your dog, and I couldn't make that decision.
Yeah. And then she come back on the...
It killed me.
Yeah.
It killed me.
Was it the 6th time? She come
No,
back
the
from the
5th.
vet, and it was the same prognosis all the time. And he's laying there on the front seat of this car and going...
I refused to let him out of the car.
And I looked at him, and I just closed the door, and you drove off.
Yeah, because I couldn't do it again.
Yeah.
You weren't the one going to the vet every time.
Yeah, I know, but that was the point. I was noticing that in the end because you brought it to my attention. Because at that particular time, I was only thinking of me. I couldn't let go of the dog. It's an
You
awful
loved
thing.
him so much.
And then we went and got more dogs. Let's do it again, yay! Do you know what I mean?
Come here.
They're still cheaper than children.
Mr. Waggle
That was my one.
tail.
That was my
There's
one.
nothing wrong with Noah.
Yeah.
He wags his tail like
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I got photographs in our bedroom, right? And it's just this array of dogs. It looks like we used to own a kennel. Or
Well, I
something.
remember that year happening to you. It was
Yeah.
fucking. I remember seeing it just like bang, 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 and I remember a lot of sort of text conversations we had. And it was
Yeah,
just like,
yeah.
How you doing, buddy? And it was just, oh fuck. It was
Oh,
horrible.
guess
to
who's died
watch.
this week? Yeah, I know. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. And then Mum finally died. And then, when she died, was it
Oh, don't ask.
Boxing Day? She died. Then,
Yeah, it was my mum who died on New Year's Eve.
yeah. She got COVID. It took about 4 hours to kill her.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
So,
That was with the nasty one, not the
Yeah.
secondary sort of like slap on the wrist type, even though it's quite
The
bad.
Delta one.
Yeah. And she just went cough, 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 cough. Went into hospital. She goes, oh dear, you're looking a bit peaky. And then you came back at about 2 hours later.
yeah.
I go, we're back already, like that. And she goes, she's gone. I went, what? What do you mean she's gone? She's gone. I'm like, couldn't believe it.
Well, Mum had heart and chest.
Yeah.
condition
And then we
already.
thought, like regroup. Didn't we? We went, regroup.
That was before
We're gonna
COVID was COVID.
Yeah.
I think she did die of COVID, to be
Yeah,
honest, because
she
we
did.
just had a
Yeah, she
big
did.
bout of flu type stuff.
Well, I had it. I was
Yeah.
downstairs on the settee for 2 fucking weeks. I
It
thought I was going to
November
die.
Before it all happened.
And this is before all lockdowns and stuff like that, or before it was really hitting, so, oh, there's something going on in China. And I was fucking dying. I've never felt so ill in my life. But we go, right, we'll regroup. And we tried to regroup, and we were going to have my auntie come over. And we hadn't seen her since Mum died. And we got everything ready, we decorated and all the rest of it. And she died a couple of months before she was coming over.
Aggressive cancer, wasn't it?
Yeah. And then your mum died. Oh, no, your dad went first, didn't he? Your dad died. Then your mum died. And then we used to do this joke of, how you getting on and everything like that. It's all right, we've got no family left to worry about. They're all bloody gone now. So it's all right, sorted. And then my best mate goes and commits suicide. And it's like, okay.
He's cursed. Basically.
Yeah, it's me.
Everyone, watch
I'm
out.
clean.
He is
I'm
cursed.
clean.
The ring.
Yeah. So, and I ended up inheriting his husky. So, it's an up, if you like. It's sort of like one down, one up. And, and it's just like, I don't want to go through that again. Then I realised I don't have to go through that again because everybody's dead. I don't have to worry about it now, do I? Oh, your lot's gone as well, no?
Rob's going to be joining, I think, Kent.
All
All I
right.
have to do now is kill you.
Hey, I was doing a perfectly good job myself, and then you started making me eat fucking vegetables. I was doing all right, mate.
Right, there you go. There's
No, you talk about the speed it took Fiona's mum. My
Yeah.
friend was an American footballer. Went to school with him. I've known him 40 odd years. Massive great guy. Fit as fuck.
Yeah.
Proper brute of a man, but point blank refused to have his jabs. And last, we had a lot of conversations about for and against, and it was,
Yeah.
And last October, I got a message saying TC's gone. And I, what the fuck happened? He said, he went into hospital. He was having breathing difficulties, and within 4 days, COVID had killed him.
Yeah.
Same age as me, and it was like, shit.
Yeah.
And it's like, bang.
Yeah.
Frightening.
Yeah. It was weird. I mean, I tell you what was very strange about Mum's death. It wasn't like I thought it was going to be. Because when the hospital phone says your mum's, she's passed, she's gone, I literally went, oh, thank fuck for that. Oh, thank God for that. Because it must have been it's such a horrible, horrible disease for the person who's got it. Yeah, it's shit for everybody else involved, but you can deal with that, All I'm like with Mum, what I did, I treated her as if she was literally she was a 1-year-old,
Yeah.
and tried to forget that she was my mum, and she was my little child, shall we say. So when I'm having to wipe her ass and I'm cleaning up stuff, I mean, when she was active still, but the mind had technically was on a different plane, she was doing some crazy, crazy shit. I come down in the morning and there's coffee all over the front room, coffee granules and sugar and stuff like that, because she thinks she's making a coffee, but you have to do it by tipping everything all over the rug in the front room. And I think I had to lock all the cupboards. They had those little magnetic. You had to have that magnet, and you go up and hear it go click, and then you could open it. Because she was in there, and she was like, she'd eat anything, and she didn't give a shit what it was.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
So,
yeah, I've got the worst to come because my dad's my dad's got Alzheimer's. We actually came very close to losing him on Boxing Day ourselves because, well, my dad always does the washing up in the house, and he was washing up, and I think I was making a cup of tea for people, and and I turned around, and my dad had got the base for the cordless kettle, and was washing it up, basically put it in the sink. Okay, it was that far from where the electrical contacts were.
Yeah.
And the electricity supply in my mum and dad's house is like straight out the sort of 70s or something. It's like hot wired fuses, no trips, nothing. He would have been gone.
Shit, man. Yeah.
It's just like fuck.
Yeah.
We had similar with my ex-wife's mum. She was an alcoholic for years, but the alcoholism was masking her dementia.
Yeah.
And she lived in a second floor flat, a bit like I do.
Yeah.
And she was seeing people outside the windows. Nearly burnt the place down 3 or 4 times, and we got her into a secure unit for people with that condition, and she'd escape.
Yeah.
And this place was locked down tighter than fucking Fort Knox.
Yeah.
She'd get out. And it turned, she managed to get to a town about 10 miles away in an hour and a half by walking.
Mm-hmm.
She route marched it.
Yeah.
I'm looking for a bungalow. And eventually we found out how she was escaping, but when we found out, it was too late because she'd gone over the wrong part of the wall and dropped 20 feet onto her head.
Oh, God.
Ended up in hospital. Everything's fucking smashed to pieces, and she lasted a fortnight after that. But it was pneumonia that took her. But
yeah,
fuck.
Yeah.
Nasty.
My mum. This was before. Well, she was being diagnosed with something. They were still waiting for results to come in and stuff like this. And she goes, "Oh, I've got to go and do this, that, and the other." And she goes, because what she would do, she didn't like online banking. If she was going to pay a bill, gas, whatever it was, she would go into Epsom and pay it in the bank. And she would do this religiously. And I kept saying to her, "Oh no, do it online." And then realised it was a way of her getting out. She could go out and run around, go around the town and have a look in the shops and that. So anyway, so off she went. And then a couple of hours later, where is she? A few more hours later, where is she? Then it was like, somebody said, "I think you better call the police." And I go, "Sure about that?" I go, "Yeah, I think you better." I went, "Okay then." Phone the cops, say, "Look, she's not come back. And, vulnerable, blah, 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 all the rest of it." And next thing we know, there's a police helicopter out here. And a couple of cops come to the door. Got a recent photograph of her. Yeah, funny enough. And all this business. And so the search begins. Not a sign of her. Not a jot. So 7 o'clock rolls round. Still no sign of her. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Now it's dark. Now I'm shitting bricks. I go, where is she? What's going on? I just couldn't work it out. And 2 o'clock in the morning, get a phone call from a cabbie up in cabbie's place up in I think he said it was Acton. She forgot to get off the bus. It went all the way to Kingston Garage, and then from Kingston Garage she goes, "I better walk home." Rather than get another bus, she goes, "I better walk home," and then walked in completely opposite direction of home and went into town, right up into London. And she's walked. So we've got the wrong police force out looking for her. We've got Surrey police looking for her. We needed the Metropolitan. So 2 o'clock in the morning, this geezer phones up. He goes, "Oh," he says, "Look," he said, "Do you know a Carmel Spa?" I said, "Yeah, it's my mum." I said, "Where is she?" She goes, "Oh, she's here. She just booked a cab for 9 o'clock in the morning to go to 3 St Road." And I go, what's she doing there? He goes, well, he said, there must be something wrong because he said, when we said, oh, there's no cabs until tomorrow, 9 o'clock, she goes, oh, okay. And she went over and sat down and she goes, oh, wait. So he goes, do you mind if I look in your bag? And she had no problem with that. And he checked the name, got some contact details and phoned me up and said, look, she's here. So they got a cabbie to drive her back all the way home. Bless him. And so paid the fare and gave him a tip and everything like that and brought her in. Yeah, and she just forgot to get off the bus. Then it never occurred to her to get back on a bus and come back. That's when we've gone, right, there's something not right. And it was about another 10, 14 days later, we get this doctor saying, right, we've done all the tests and everything. She has frontal lobe dementia one side and she has vascular dementia the other. I go, which one's worse? He goes, oh, they're both shit, basically. I went, oh, for fuck's sake. I go, all right, so what we got to do? What's going to be involved? He said, well, she's going to lose the ability to speak. Cognitive thought's going to go out the window first. She's going to start doing some very, very weird shit. Her personality will disappear and she'll become a completely different person for a while before she becomes a vegetable. And I was going, Jesus Christ. And we had to deal with all this, and it was an adventure. It was an adventure. I still got the scar on the back of my head. Where I come downstairs one morning, she didn't know who I was. And she whacked me with a glass ashtray right across the back of the head as I'm going into the kitchen. I fucking sprawled on the floor like this. So thank Christ Fiona was here as well. It's unbelievable. So we had to lock up night. He couldn't leave knives out. He couldn't do anything. She became extremely violent. She loved picking up the dog shit in the back garden with her hands, putting it into a bag, and then she would come in with the bag of shit on the side and then make herself bread and butter sandwiches with shit all over her hands.
Oh.
I'd grab her, I'd take her, put her hands under the tap to wash her, and she had this total aversion to water and would just keep repeatedly punching me in the chest and the face. I'm just getting whacked really bloody hard and washing her hands as fast as I can and getting stuff on it and sort of like disinfect her hands and stuff like that. And we had this guy come over from the council and he goes, yeah, he said, she's entitled to support and everything like that. And going, cool. And what we got was 15 minutes a morning. He says, oh no, that's all you can have. And we used to have this woman come round and she goes, has she taken her pills yet? I go, yeah, she has to take her pills at 7 o'clock in the morning. And it's now, 9:30. She goes, oh, good. Sign the book and fuck off. And that's the help we got.
Yeah.
Oi.
But it does bring into question that sometimes we treat animals better than we treat humans.
Oh, Christ, yeah.
In that we're prepared to put animals down, but we're not prepared to consider the same for humans.
Well, I mean there was...
It got said that someone I know has... he suffered a bad stroke. Well, a bad series of strokes. And he's left in such a state now that he formally applied for a DNR order.
Yeah.
And had to be interviewed by multiple doctors and his social worker and all this sort of stuff. Just because he said if he has another stroke, he doesn't want to survive. Because they should have let him die first time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's different. It's different if there's possibilities of recovery and stuff like that. But you don't, especially with things like dementia. There's no such thing as recovery. There's no such thing as
or
remission.
Alzheimer's, or
Yeah, and I mean Alzheimer's is one of those. I think Alzheimer's is slightly. I got the impression that Alzheimer's was faster than dementia.
It depends. It took my
but because she
late
decided it'd be a good
father-in-law a couple
idea
of
to
years.
have two different types, it was quite accelerated. But what it done is it destroyed the mind very quickly, but didn't have the decency to kill the body.
Yes.
And I must admit, the last 3 months, I was nursing literally a
Oh, it's hell.
a husk. It was meat in a nightie that I used to move every 2 hours from the bed to the chair,
Yeah.
and get her to sit up, and then move her back to the bed, and then back to the chair.
But you
and
have
feed
to, you
her.
have to nurse them like a baby.
Yeah, and carry her to the little potty thing that we had in the front room, and then wipe her bum and everything, and keep her clean, give her bed baths and everything, put her back in the chair, back in the bed, back in the chair. And in between that, while Fiona would watch her, I'd go and work on keyboards. And I must admit, I mean, after she went, and the dogs had gone as well, and it's sort of like you've got this weirdly quiet house. It was quite bizarre. People kept saying to me, "Are you all right?" I'm going, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm all right. It's cool. It's all right." I've had plenty of time to say goodbye and all this business. It's cool.
Yeah, you'd already done your sort of mourning, effectively, hadn't you?
However, when I look back at it now, I was a fucking mess.
Yeah.
An absolute fucking mess. I'm looking back and going, I can remember spending 3 weeks on the settee. I never got off the fecker. You know, when it was time to get sleepy, I just grabbed this blanket from the side, put it
They
over
say
me and go,
the last person who knows that you're depressed is you.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And it was, you know, work rate was tenuous at best. I was making lots of mistakes doing stuff. I wondered if it was better if I just didn't actually work on anything altogether. And yeah, it was quite bizarre. But because it was relentlessly, something else kept happening. It was like, oh, all right, I'm starting to come out of this. Bang, something else would happen, and you go, oh, for fuck's sake, blah, like that. And then you start coming back, and then bang, somebody else would die, and it's like, oh, for Christ's sake, you know. And it's only because of I don't know. It's like I've got in my nature of I'll worry and you do everything that everybody does, but there then becomes a point when I went, oh fuck it, bollocks to it. It's not worth worrying about anymore, and get up and just walk away from it. And it's that, I think, that ended up getting me through most of it, to be honest, because it was like, you know, come on, it's other people have shit to deal with every day. And that's why, you know, when you talk to people, like on here, and you talk to people and you go, so you've gone through this, and you've had that, and you go, hang on a minute, everybody goes through all this all the time, you know, and that's why I mean, we had that Robbie would tell you, didn't we, mate? We had that conversation, second or third show that we did, and it went. At the time, I was thinking it was going very, very dark.
It was you. It was us three, wasn't it?
Something like that, yeah. And we were really talking about all the dirt and everything. We were really going through it all. And, you know, I'd get messages or people would put comments and they say, oh, wow, you know, that was really cathartic, being able to hear that other people had also had to put up, you know, gone through that shit as well, you know, and they felt better in themselves because of it. And I think that's what ended up getting me through it more than anything else, is going, yeah, I'm not alone. Although at the time you feel like, why is it all happening to me? And it's not. It's fucking shit happening to everybody all the time.
It's life, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, I decided to have all the life happen in 1 year.
Yeah.
It's far too much life, thank you.
You really did have your
Back off on the life.
Yeah.
But I will say that it's admirable that you were happy to look after your mother, because there are so many people who don't, and they're prepared to dump them on the state.
Yeah. Do you know what, though? I can understand why they do. I can understand it. There were points when I wish I could have.
Oh, yeah.
I have to admit, there were times when I must admit, I've come down in the morning and she's in the hospital bed in the front room, and I've gone over to her like that and go, all right, darling, like that, and checked her and everything like that, and literally gone, oh, fuck, she's still breathing. Literally. But you can't help it.
Yeah.
You just can't help it. But when you start beating yourself up over it, then you do fall apart.
Ken,
Hello, dear.
it's time to cheer up now.
Oh, is it? There's people in the chat throwing
Do you-
ropes over the beams.
That is exactly
You've
what
lost
needed.
about 5 viewers.
Eh?
You've lost about 5 viewers in the last
They've probably
10
gone to
minutes.
hang themselves or something.
Yeah,
Yeah, all right.
probably.
Well, it's not exactly
Cheer
the
up.
Hello,
thing,
you.
see, I don't think we're worried about it.
You've got new life, new puppies.
You did actually lose a subscriber
Life is
before
good
this
now.
conversation.
You've got a lovely no, it's okay.
Yeah, I know.
We're
We're
out
doing.
the other side.
Yeah, we are. We are. That's what I'd already said. You know, we've run out of family to lose.
It's okay now.
Or have we?
It's all right.
Do we have any cousins or anything we don't know about?
We have cousins, but we don't care about them.
Oh, well, then it doesn't matter. There you go.
Ancestry. I'm fucking
You've got a
related to
sister,
you, aren't
remember
I?
your sister?
What?
I'm related to you.
Oh. Sorry.
What?
What are you doing?
Somebody's adding him, and I keep removing him because I'm trying to add him. He's in, out. Was it like being bounced about like a bitch? Was it like being bounced about?
Oh, we got
Serious echo going on.
Is that echo from you,
Yeah.
David?
that's David.
Serious echo going on.
He's done a gym.
That
Yeah.
moment when the penny drops.
Oh, Robbie, did you see earlier?
About echoes? Do you really
Wow.
want to go there?
That was an epic echo because it kept coming back and then going back again, and then coming back and going back again.
Back.
Jim, tell
You all right,
Robbie
mate?
about your echo.
Yeah. So Robbie, you know earlier we sorted out my
About happy things.
loop
Here we are.
loop back
We
thing.
did, yes.
Well, I came on here and then all of a sudden I've got this echo, and I'm
Oh,
like,
no.
oh, bloody hell, this was working earlier. Went through loads of
I
stuff.
brought you that.
No.
Yeah, that. Yeah,
Eventually called myself a fucking moron. I basically had the monitor controller just up a little bit. It's coming out the speaker.
Yeah, but he was saying that to me.
I said earlier to Jim when I was I didn't sort him out. I just sat here and said, "Yes, can hear you.
Yeah.
No, can't
Yeah.
hear you. Yes, I can hear your voice. No, it's in my left ear. No, it's
Yeah,
in my
left,
right ear."
yeah.
Yeah.
Just like Rich
That's
Hilton.
all I'm
wasn't it?
doing. I'm not really helping. I said we should charge for this service, you know, because it's just increasingly people are just saying, "Rob, can you help us with this?" Yeah, go on then. At a price. Oh dear.
And
Oh,
we've
cool.
sort of fixed Kent's hydrosynth problem.
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there was nothing wrong with it.
Not fixed his MIDI problem though.
It's a MIDI cable.
There's nothing in that. There's nothing in
No,
that.
bugger all, no, it's just one board. But it makes sense because they do
Well,
a
you-
desktop, so if it's the
I thought
same
you were
thing.
widdying it.
Do you know what? That's what I was going to do. I was going to sort that out today, but I thought, well, now we've got this problem. I better get that sorted first. You know what it's like. So
Aye.
yes, so there you go.
Jolly good.
So what's been going on today then? What have you been up to?
Who, me?
QX21, isn't it?
Been helping me out.
Oh,
It's in really good nick as well.
oh, it is cool.
Not that I'll use it. I just, it's literally just one for the collection because it was so cheap. But I'll have a go, mess around with it. But yeah, that turned up. Everything else didn't turn up.
Oh.
So my GoTech drive, which was sent on special delivery by 1 p.m. on Saturday. So therefore, with the bank holiday weekend, should have arrived today. Got sent to Romford instead of Chelmsford. Chelmsford being our regional distribution centre. So they apologised profusely, and it's coming tomorrow. All the DX7 bits didn't show up today. So the QX did, and if UPS play the game, which given my recent experience with UPS, Actually, no, I have checked this time that they've got the address. They've got the full address and the full name and everything.
Have you tried doing the what 3 words thing? Because a lot of
UPS don't
carriers
use
do
it.
that, don't they? Oh.
No. Yeah, because the last 2 packages they sent here, for some reason, the sender has put all my address details in. And I think this has got something to do with having a house name instead of a number, because a lot of systems aren't necessarily set up for that. So they put in the house name and it kind of bumps something. Anyway, the house name's not been on the label. So the driver, despite me having an account with UPS and despite me knowing pretty much most of the people that work at the local UPS depot, who also know where I live, they failed to deliver. So, but this time they've got it all. So Arturia have sent me something, and that's arriving tomorrow, which will be fun.
Ooh.
It's small and
You don't have to
Tell
tell
it,
everybody.
I'm trying to think of the word. What's another word for freaky?
I haven't.
But yes, there's Michael Freak coming tomorrow, so that'll be fun.
I thought you bought some.
And ferrying. Oh, and my wife's car
Yesterday.
failed at the MOT this
I
morning.
bought you 5 packets the
On
other
anything
day.
interesting,
Said that was
or-
fine.
Leaky
You
brake
can
pipe
use that.
and 2 suspension bellows.
Damn, so they discovered the leak, the cut in the brake pipe, did they?
Damn. No.
Yeah, where the dog food is.
So she inherited her mother-in-law when she gave up driving. Sorry, my mother-in-law when she gave up driving gave
Why
Jackie
have you
her old
given up smoking?
Peugeot. She had a little Y-registered Peugeot with genuine 45,000 miles on the clock. Just a little thing, little petrol thing, backwards and forwards. That's all she was doing. And she said, "I just fancy something a little newer." There was nothing wrong with the Peugeot, nothing. But she said, "Oh, yeah, I fancy something a little bit newer." So we were looking, and I was looking for a small VW diesel or something like that, something that's solid, well made, and economical. And before I could find one, she found this little Corsa diesel, and it was like £30 a year tax. So it looked in good nick, but it was being sold by a guy that owned a local taxi firm and mini sort of bus hire thing. So I thought, well, he's got his own garage and everything. It seems fairly reputable. A couple of grand, bought this car. Within a few weeks, we discovered that the air distribution system was fucked. And other little things, but mostly it was okay. And now it's gone in for its MOT and it's failed on leaky brake pipe, suspension bellows, a few bulbs need changing or something. It's going to be about 400 quid. And they've given her, guess what, a small VW diesel as a spare car. And she's like, "Oh, this is lovely, this." And I'm like, "I know, that's what I wanted to get you." So we're going to try and foist this Corsa off on someone and get as much as we can for it, and then just try and find a little Golf diesel like the one she's got for the moment. But yeah, so tomorrow I should be £400 light. I'm with ferrying kids back and forwards to bloody school. Oh, bloody hell, Fiona. Jesus.
Sorry,
Thought
so
we were gonna get a
Pep's upstairs
prize
typing and Fiona's
Pretending to be
upstairs
Fiona.
smoking in front of the... Yeah, shit.
But she hasn't got the headphones on. She can't hear what we're saying about her. Or has she?
Smoking. a
She's
pipe.
vaping. No, she's vaping, actually.
Having a
Oh, she's
vape.
vaping, yes.
Oh, here we go.
Put the cans on,
Here we
Fibo.
go. Oh, that's it. We've had it.
So I saw right up Fiona. Oh, hello, Fiona.
Ignore him.
Rory,
Ignore him.
how dare you?
Have you finished the wine yet, darling?
I've still got a bottle. I finished that bottle.
Good.
It was very nice. It's more like port.
Sorry?
It's more like port than wine, isn't it?
It has body.
1962.
1962.
It's very, very lovely, darling.
It's a very good year.
A bit like Bolly, sweetie. Sweetie, darling.
Sweetie,
Bit
darling.
like Bolly. Safi!
nailing
Oh,
I've
God.
just been down in the chat, talking,
Yeah.
watching myself in the studio.
Your Bubba?
Yeah, I've just had a psychotic episode. Oh, yeah.
You are psychotic, sweetheart, darling.
The 7-second delay, yes.
Yes. See, he's finally found out what the 7-second delay is all about. I mean, you guys laugh at me, making my comment 7 seconds after you've said it.
Yeah.
But, you know, It happens. You've got him onto this now. We're both giving up the old smoky
Tobacco,
wokey.
yes.
I ordered myself some one of these things.
Yep.
Does make you cough though. Is it
Yeah,
supposed to make
Kent
you
was
cough?
saying. I think it's only because you got a load of crap in your lungs at the minute.
Well, I think it's
You've been coughing for a while.
more that he doesn't know how to use it properly, because I can do it without coughing.
It might be that.
Oh, I've heard that, Fiona.
Coughing. She's coughing.
Right, that's it. I'm off.
That made a
Get
cough.
back the media whores. You off? I'm off.
I wondered what the smell was.
Oh, you
Boom, boom.
bugger.
Do the drums. Yeah,
Don't-
thank you.
The arsenic's
Oh, yeah.
working. He's looking a lot more gaunt.
Oh, a bit late.
The arsenic's definitely working.
Yeah.
Nice and pale.
Yeah, sparkly eyes. Lovely. Right, I'm going to head off anyway as well, guys. So
All right, buddy,
Cool.
buds.
Oh, cheers, Joe.
thanks for hanging out. I'll see you all soon. And cheers for helping us out earlier, Robbie.
No worries.
Cheers,
mate,
Kent.
anytime.
Cheers, everyone.
See you later.
Bye.
Take care, buddy.
Bye.
You too. Bye.
Yeah, it's weird. I was just downstairs in the chat
We saw-
talking. Yeah, talking and watching myself on the screen with Fiona for like, I don't know, a minute. It's like, God, the delay on this iPad is ridiculous.
Oh, we've seen what Alex Ball's just had delivered.
Oh, two voice. What, a modern one, is it?
No, that's an original.
Oh, on a ridge. Ooh, I say, very svelte.
Yes.
Hmm.
Interesting to see what he does with that.
I wonder if it's in tune.
Yeah, I don't know. Don't know where he says it's borrowed, but it's borrowed from the Oberheim Ferry. So,
Yeah, know them well.
yeah. Ah, dear.
Never makes
Yes.
a bad video, does it? So.
No.
Mate, that mode video he did, the intro. Have you seen that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a jolly good day for the mugging.
My missus walks around singing that all the time. Just
I know.
pisses me off.
I fucking hate him. He's so fucking talented.
He is, isn't he? He's ridiculously talented.
It's-
A bastard.
Yeah.
There he is. We're a talented bastard.
yes, hate him. Yeah.
Bless his little cottons.
Yes.
I've still got his bass too here, I think.
You
Let's
have?
get that done. Yeah, it's somewhere. Honestly, I needed my wire strippers this morning. And I got, right, wire strippers. Right, wire strippers, wire strippers. Now, if I was wire strippers, where would I be? 2 hours later, I go, nah, fuck it, I can't find them. And they're bright yellow. I can't find them. Mind you, I couldn't find anything else, so...
You need to air tag everything, don't you?
I'll get it. Well, see, the next stage is to bring all the stacker boxes out of the workshop onto a huge tarpaulin on the lawn. Just tip everything
out
out
what's in
and start going, right, you're for the toolbox, you're for that shelf, you're for that shelf, you're for here, you're for there. Where's the power supply for you? And that's not the power supply for you. And all this, and just go through it all.
And then he'll work out he needs a still bigger workshop.
And get the
More
Dyno's
toolboxes.
label maker out. And
I would die where I stood if I even thought that. So, no, the canopy's done now. It looks absolutely lovely.
Nice.
Very, very, very svelte as well. That's a watchword now. Svelte.
Svelte.
Svelte. And
What
yeah,
language is that?
beautiful done. But we did this thing because Nellie thinks it's hilarious that if I throw the tennis ball up on it and it rolls very slowly, but she can see it rolling and she's waiting for it, and then as it comes off, she headbutts it and bounces it down the garden and chases after it. Unfortunately, I'm going, where's Siri?
No.
So look everywhere and find her in the front room on the settee in the corner going, shaking like this. What's the matter with you? Come on out. And she comes out and she's all like really, really nervous, playing with Nellie again with the ball. I go, oh, for Christ's sake. When the ball goes up on the canopy to Siri, it sounds like thunder. So, oh shit, sorry, Nelly, we can't play that game anymore. So, she's happy enough running down the garden like a lunatic after it. So, and that one doesn't give a crap.
Traumatized my pussy earlier. It's their 3 monthly worming and flea stuff, and we've got two cats, got a big one and a little one. Big pussy, little pussy. Have you seen my pussy?
What was there was a Steve Martin joke, wasn't there? Where he goes something about he got picked up by a woman. He went back to her apartment. He goes and she goes. She had this fantastic pussy like that, and everybody laughs. And he goes, "Oh, you people! Oh God, trust you to think like that." And then everybody settles down and goes, "That cat was the best fuck I ever had." Yeah. So you did what? You terrorize? What did you do to your pussy?
We did they have
terrorized it. Was it woo?
They have a worming thing and a flea thing. And they have
you gave it a worm.
No, we gave it a worm anti-worming thing.
And anti-worm.
The little one, you just hold her and you open her mouth and you can drop a tablet in and just go like this, and she swallows it. She's absolutely fine. And off she goes. Job done. He will not take the pill. No way.
Well, where are Durex? There must be other kinds of cat contraception available. Oh, come on! It didn't deserve sad trombone, did it? That's more like it. Yeah, that's more apt.
I hope Jim Blue is still listening and he can clip all these bits.
Oh dear.
Oh, you should hear Fiona laughing in about another 45 seconds.
So Jackie has to hold my pussy while I dab.
Well, I stick it in its mouth. Yeah.
Yeah. And the
Probably get a full rinse in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, you have to put it on actual skin, and he's got such thick fur. Tried to part the hair on my.
Do you know what? Vets must have stomach contractions most of the time. It's just there's no way around this. I'm sorry. Thank God you haven't got a fucking horse.
I'm so glad my daughter didn't get into that.
Yeah, because a friend of mine, she had, she used to ride racehorses, but not as a jockey as such, as a, I suppose you call them a trainer.
Stable hand, yeah. That's right.
Yeah, and she'd take them out and she'd take the racehorses out and give them exercise and stuff like that. And she was saying about how the girl, you used to have to clean their dicks. Otherwise, when they walk, they squeak. Yeah, Google it. Apparently, dirty dick
I'm not
squeaks.
good to Google that.
Yeah, just think of the adverts and emails you'll be getting. Are you looking for horse dick?
I think the horse.
No.
The fast one there, aren't they? They're just looking for a free wank.
Yeah,
I'm going to try that one of the missus. I don't have to wash my dick. It squeaks.
Listen.
Don't offer
it to explode.
Squeak down there.
Don't offer it a Dairy Lee. Oh dear.
Yeah, how did we get here?
Yeah, I don't know. Don't you hear it in the kitchen? Mousetrap! Ah!
Yeah.
Oh dear. Yeah, sorry. So you were devastating a pussy. Oh,
Yes.
yeah,
he's calm now.
Yeah, they don't like it, do they? They don't like it up and catting. No, they don't. I mean, what dog? I must admit, Mouse used to love. Funny enough, her name was Mouse. Used to love taking her tablets.
Yeah.
You go, do you like your tablet? Want your tablet? You throw it and you go, oh,
I've yet to meet an animal that likes taking a tablet.
Yeah, she likes
I
it,
don't like taking tablets.
My Staffy used to only take her arthritis medicine every day and a piece of ham.
yeah.
Only, it was it. It was the only way
Yeah.
to get down her.
What you don't know is when you weren't looking, she'd be spitting the tablet out and she'd go, thanks for the ham.
What did we try? We tried that with one of our other cats. She wouldn't take the pill, so we would try and put it in something. We would wrap it up, and then she'd eat it, and she'd put it in her mouth, and she'd like this. And then after about 2 minutes, spit
Out came the tablet. Yeah.
because she,
Uh-huh. She had a dexterous tongue.
indeed. I told her every word with the wife, but
Yeah. Observe. Learn.
what film is it where that woman ties a knot in a cherry stalk? Can't remember what film is that.
Oh, I know that.
She gets a cherry, spits it out, tied in a knot.
Tied in a knot, yeah.
Yes. Can't remember what that is.
No, I can't. Somebody in the chat.
It's not one of those films either. But,
Asking for a friend, yeah.
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 No, I've seen the film quite frequently. But
No, I'm not sure. Well, seeing as I'm
Steve,
here.
Steve Elbow says Twin Peaks, Audrey Horn, Animal House.
no,
No, I don't know which one.
can't remember.
I remember seeing it,
Mm.
but as to in connection to what? Qua?
Right,
You-
gentlemen, I've got to go. We've got
Yeah,
a big day tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, expecting the results of my missus' 6-month scan.
All right.
Ooh,
Hoping it's all going to be okay.
good luck.
Fingers crossed.
So too.
Yeah.
Yeah, fingers crossed, mate.
See how she gets on. All right, gents. Well, if you're on tomorrow, I'll probably be about. So
Oh,
Yeah, I think I have to do one by contract tomorrow.
have a
These are
good one. I'll
just
see you
tests.
later. No,
Bye-bye.
See you later, mate. Ta-da.
You're going to do one of these on Friday after Pro Synth.
After. That's a good idea.
Then,
Post.
post-coital.
Yeah. Yeah, why not? So,
I'll make sure I've got a full charge, and I can join you from well, I don't know what the weather's going to be like on Friday night.
I think you might want to check.
Oh, trust me, I've sat out in all sorts just to buy some bloody expensive records.
So the record store is open on the Saturday, is it?
It opens at 8 o'clock in the morning on Saturday.
So
Can
you're
you sit
camping
out
out
for it?
overnight to buy records.
Yes. To make
There
sure
is-
that I'm... Because they're very limited supply. So I make sure I get right up the front of the queue.
And you know which records they're going to have.
So there is a determined list of records that are being released, and the record shop owner canvasses his customers, mostly me, because I generally spend a few £100. And he says, what are you after? And then he does his best to get them, because no record store is guaranteed
Right.
getting the stock. It's just like it's all handed out. A lot of it is based on how many new titles a record store sells. So if they're actually genuinely active in selling and promoting records all year round, particularly new records rather than used and secondhand stuff, then they will be rewarded with a higher priority. So fingers crossed. I mean, most of the time there's like one or two things that he doesn't get, either because there are very few of them, or it's just the luck of the draw. Most of the time he gets what everyone wants, and I just make sure that I get in the queue, because sometimes he'll only get one of something, and if that's one of the ones that I want, then I need to be number one in the queue to make sure I get it, especially if it's a popular one.
Yeah, makes sense.
So it's no pushing and shoving or anything.
No, it's just
Not
the
like
most
Walmart.
incredibly, it's incredibly civilized. Everyone joins the queue. I mean, I get there, generally I get there about sort of 5 in the afternoon, because then I hang out in the shop and we'll just chat, and he'll give me a sneaky peek of everything that he's got, and I can have a look at certain things because he has all the stock laid out by sort of like the middle of the afternoon on the Friday, and so we'll just go through it, and but it's all done very fairly. I can't get him to stick anything aside, and then he'll shut up the shop at 6 p.m. Generally, there's 2 or 3 of us around that time.
Hey, Robert.
And
Hello.
Hi, Robert.
yeah, it's gradually, more and more people will turn up. Generally, it's quite quiet between the hours of sort of 8, 9, and then sort of 1 or 2 in the morning. But there's a Mexican about 100 yards up the road.
Just yell at him.
Burritos. No, yeah, yell at him. Hey, gringo.
Yeah. What are you doing here? Eh?
Yeah. We'll get we either get pizza delivered or we get burritos delivered or something. And then about 1 o'clock in the morning, the street pastors, who are a bunch of very well-to-do Christian folk who go around the town at that time to make sure that everyone is safe, and if anyone needs assistance because they're out of their heads or whatever, that they get to a taxi or they get any assistance.
Yeah.
And they carry around
a dumpster.
Yes, as opposed to the dumpster. They failed that night. But they carry pocket loads of Freddos. And for those of you who are not in the UK, a Freddo is just a chocolate bar shaped like a frog.
Yeah, but what a chocolate bar!
Be like this big, but now they're like this big. But they carry
same price
bucket loads. Yeah, quite. Yeah. So they carry bucket loads in their pockets, and so every time they walk past us, they'll stop, they'll have a chat, and they'll chuck us a few chocolate bars, and we might have a few tins of something in the boot of the car, and it's all very civilized and it's all very good natured. And then about 5 o'clock in the morning, the record store staff turn up, and then they'll start the barbecue and start doing bacon butties and sausage sandwiches, and then by 8 o'clock we're saying, just give us the bloody records, I want to go home. And by 8:30 it's all over, and I put everything in the boot and piss off and go to sleep. And then wake up sometime in the afternoon and start cataloguing. So
yeah,
cool. But yeah, it's all good fun, and we do it once a year, although we didn't do it 2020 because they obviously, with the restrictions, they did it. They did it quite well, actually. Instead of having like one day, they did 3 days, and they just called it drop 1, 2, and 3. And they relaxed some of the rules so you could actually order things over the phone rather than going in. So that was quite cool.
Have you got a tripod for your phone so we don't get seasickness?
I can certainly put one in because I can park the car right out the front of the store.
These things.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I've got a little one, but I've got a full size thing, so I can sit in because I have one of those collapsible moon
camping chair.
Yeah, you could get a bigger one. I have one of those.
Yeah, so I have a nice big chair, and I'll just stick the thing on the tripod there, and we'll.
It's all records, right? I know that's a kind of a dumb question, but it's not.
Yeah, there occasionally there's 1 or 2 cassettes.
Yeah.
But there is actually a cassette store day, which was started up a few years ago, and it's mostly very, very niche indie stuff. But it's some of it, some of the cassettes are really well produced in terms of a lot of them are handmade and stuff. So there's a big thing about that.
You can do some amazing things with cassettes now, like the color of the cassette.
Yeah.
And it's really cheap. It's just. I mean, I buy them and I don't listen to them, but
I'll buy it if like an artist releases something, particularly if it's somebody I really like.
Yeah,
they'll usually sell the vinyl, which will be 25, 30 quid. The CD will be 10 or something, and then the cassette they'll do a cassette for like 8 quid.
Yeah,
and I'll forego the CD. I don't really want the CD. I'll have the vinyl, but then I'll also pick up the cassette just as a collector's thing. I'll leave it sealed because I don't need to open it up. And that'll be worth a few quid.
I think it's CD duplication. I think they're out of Canada. They were. I don't know where the hell they are now. I feel like they moved, but they would have all sorts of. You could do these limited runs about 25. I still can't sell 25. But you sell about 5 or 6, and then of course it's somebody like in Germany or something. So I end up losing money because it's like $30 to ship it.
That's the worst.
It's still a lot of fun making them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It doesn't.
Well, it's
you know.
like we had Tara Bush on the show on Friday.
Yeah,
So
I saw
it
some of it.
literally is just her and Math. There's no label. She's done stuff on labels before, but they've decided this time to eschew the whole label thing and just do it on Bandcamp.
Yeah,
And they're having the CDs and the vinyl all done professionally, but because they're based in the US and they don't have a distributor in Europe or the UK, we have to buy it, but then pay the extortionate shipping fees that you get from US to the UK. Plus, you have to then run the gauntlet of whether you're going to get charged import duty by UK's Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs. But it can sometimes turn out to be quite an expensive thing. But a lot of people are now finding there's some labels that they're using distributors. So I don't know whether it's just people setting themselves up as purely distributors and offering their services in the EU, and so anyone in America can say, look, you send us 50 CDs or 50 pieces of vinyl, and we'll distribute them from the EU and get around those extra charges. But yeah, it's a thriving thing, that Bandcamp, I tell you.
Yeah.
I got to roll. It looks like we've got a fire somewhere near us. Yeah, we've been having a lot of fires, and
Whereabouts are you?
we might have to evacuate. So I hope not.
Whereabouts are you, David?
Where are you? Hell?
In Colorado.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
haven't been getting any rain this spring, and I've been worried about it. So now this is getting worse.
Yeah, one of my
We're
colleagues.
getting the bushfires popping up everywhere, isn't it?
Yeah, better grab the kids at least.
Yeah. Well, stay safe.
Take care.
Yeah, blow still.
Just David.
Right, has this gone out again?
Sounds all right to me.
No, it's gone.
Is it?
Yep, as soon as I fire up Cubase,
So
Out
it's
of tune,
setting in Cubase then.
must be.
So
I'm gonna-
check your MIDI in and outs.
It might be better just to rip the bitch off and then reinstall
In Cubase, try not to select all inputs, but
Oh yeah, no, I always go for the particular thing. But what I did was I turned off any form of Hydrasynth MIDI data back.
Do you still
what
have
happens
the
when
other
you-
Hydra connected? So are you taking the MIDI in from one Hydra and it's sending it out and thinks it's sending it to the other Hydra?
No, it can distinguish because it lists the Hydra 49 or the Hydra Deluxe separately as separate instruments. But even when I've turned them off in Cubase to do not send any data to Hydrasynth Deluxe at all under any circumstances, it still knocks her out. And when I turn Cubase off, it comes back even by itself.
But still,
So
on the
Cubase
input, you could receive from both USB and MIDI. So select either the DINs, or you can disconnect it hardware from the hardware.
Yeah.
If you want.
I must admit, the pedals are all disconnected still.
Well, maybe this is where if you use the WIDI, Cubase will see the WIDI device rather than the Hydra.
Are you connecting USB? Or
Yeah, it was USB.
But if you do just a standard MIDI reset in Cubase, then does it go away temporarily, or?
Yeah, but it will come back.
Yeah.
And it seems to be random how long it takes to come back.
But it will go away.
If I flip the pitch wheel, it straightens itself up again. So it's almost like it's receiving pitch wheel information from somewhere spurious.
Is it set up as an MPE device when in Cubase?
No, at the moment it's not.
Try to record a track and see what's installed in that track.
Yeah. Oh, when it plays, never goes out of tune. As far as if I'm playing an instrument in Cubase, that always stays perfectly in tune. But like we had earlier, one synth engine went out of tune and the other one stayed where it was. So it must be some sort of particular
You know what you need to do?
spurious data somewhere.
What you need to do is you need to box up your Hydrosynth Deluxe.
Yeah.
Send it to Robbie for testing.
Put a label on it addressed to me, and then you'll be free of the problem forever.
Do you have
I
something
did
like
that with the DX1.
And did it work? Did it work? Yes. So it's proven.
So far,
Yeah, it's proven.
so far. The thing is, you might not like it and bloody come back again.
No, there's
do you have something like MIDI aux on there?
Yeah, I suggested that.
Yeah, I've got MIDI aux here. I'm going to just have a quick look now, actually.
Yeah,
Rob, there's a bit of
but it
echo on
happens
your
in Cubase,
voice.
so
Yeah,
record a track there and go into look at the listing of the MIDI data, see what you have.
Yeah, let's have a look, see what we got here. Come on, Cubase 12.
You said there's a bit of echo on my voice.
No.
Oh, there was.
No, it's in your head.
When Mr. Spong gets close to the microphone,
Like this.
Open
and
headphones.
just turns his head slightly,
Yeah.
and then you go like this.
Yes.
It's because Kent has got open-backed headphones,
Okay.
and I
They
keep
are very
telling you,
nice headphones.
They're
They
marble.
sound very good.
Marble effect. They're beautiful headphones. I love them.
You need some
Fucks up the
proper
audio. Yeah.
close back.
Is that an excuse to get another nice set of headphones?
Get
It is.
some DT 770s
Okay.
Or 1770s if you want to.
or
be posh.
1770s if you want, but yeah, if you're feeling a bit flush.
Oh, we're not at the moment. The money has flowed out of here like a. I'm not going to say that.
Yeah, but you got something to show for it.
It's flowed out of here quite heavily. Let's say that.
Now, I think you can pick up a pair of 770s at 80 ohms for about 120 something these days.
I think I can stretch to
Best
that.
pair of headphones I've ever bought.
And that's what again? What do you say?
Bayer Dynamic DT 770s, 770 Pro, 80 ohm.
You better put it in Messenger. I won't remember.
And how
know
much
me.
are they?
They're about 120 quid, depending on where
Oh,
you
that's
get them
not
from.
bad.
That's
No, they're
all
very,
right.
very good. It might be a little bit more, might be a little bit less, depending on where you get them from. But
My apparently shit open back ones were very expensive.
yes, what
They're
are
not
they?
shit. They're the same as the ones, right?
I was being facetious.
No, they're probably very good headphones, just not when you're podcasting.
Yeah, they're good for
Correct.
mixing.
They're the little over for everything. I tell you one thing I have noticed. I really don't like my JBL monitors.
Well, that's bloody loud.
No, it's something about them. It's like meh. Stereo field, the way the bass responds and stuff. It's like meh.
Well, as I said, JBL, that stands for that's bloody loud. That's about the only thing they can do.
Yeah, that's why I need something that sounds a little more smooth. It seemed a bit jarring. Where the hell's that gone? Oh, there you are. Silly sod. Oh, there we go. Right, what we got here? Holy shit on a stick. Have you got enough bloody MIDI data going on? Christ almighty.
Oh, guess what, Ken?
What, darling?
Another Arteon came up today. Not only is it an R-line, it's also a diesel. It's also DSG gearbox. And
Go on.
4Motion, four-wheel drive, 190
Ooh.
brake horsepower. And it's in my price bracket.
It is in your price bracket.
It is.
So when are you seeing it?
Hopefully Friday morning before record store day, because it's in the same place as the shop.
Oh,
And
I
it's
can't say no more.
it's not in that shitty Uranu grey.
Uranu.
Ufafu.
I turned this
It's in
into
what they call manganese metallic grey. It's kind of a dark thing. It looks lush
Oh, okay.
with the diamond cut alloys.
I tell you what, I did notice. Even the when I was taking it apart, even the base of this Hydrosynth is the same black metal flake that the front panel is. It didn't technically need to go to all that trouble,
But they did,
but they did.
because they love you.
Well,
They don't love me.
they just spent 40 years not listening to me. I've been saying, polyphonic aftertouch is the way forward. What is the fucking matter with you
I'm
people?
getting a Poly Aftertouch keyboard tomorrow. I can't believe it.
You're not, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you already have one.
No, I don't.
Well, no, you have a DX1. I mean, it doesn't output it, but
Well,
you have
that,
one.
yeah. It's not working at the moment though. But
Right, let's see. Ooh,
While you're getting like a CMEX key,
microfreak
yeah, keyboard in
in the looser sense of the
loose.
terms, yes.
Yeah,
right. Let's put
But
a
it'd be fun.
channel on that.
in the way that my mate Dave is a pharmacist.
Yeah,
Right, try
I
that.
know, Dave.
It's a small world. No, anything but that. Right, let's.
On a song that'll get on your nerves.
Oh, hang about. No, nothing. Oh, that's interesting. Feckle.
And if you put in Cubase on the track, you select the what is it on the MIDI effects, the MIDI monitor. Does that cover anything? Or when you record it, the logical editor, when you look at all the MIDI events individually, where it goes berserk.
I'm not even getting MIDI at the moment.
Yeah.
There's absolutely nothing going through at the moment. Man.
Should I keep all my positive COVID lateral flow tests for posterity?
Frame them for posterity.
Yeah.
Well, put it this way: they ain't rare.
This is true. This is very
There'll be a
true.
few for sale on eBay. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Right, you go over there.
Could you hear my instruments before?
Sorry?
Could you hear me playing before?
No,
Don't think so.
No. Oh, okay.
I don't think so.
That's right.
Try again. Do it again. Do it again.
Yeah, I have to change the audio interface each time. I'll
Oh,
try. Yeah.
that's it. I heard something.
Oh, that's me being.
Oh, let me
naughty.
see. No. Right, you then. Try you. No. Try. One of these witty buds is supposed to fucking work.
By the way, if anybody's interested,
Go on.
Dudley, who makes these mini bays,
Yeah.
is now doing a second run production. So if you're interested, there will be.
What do
something
they?
available.
What do they do?
It's a patch bay.
Oh, is it?
On inappropriate connectors.
With 3.5 mils and full size at the back, and 2 little summing mixers in there, all metal casing.
Oh, interesting.
Normalized, and you can the dip switches to change the directions and stuff. It's a very clever little bit of kit. It's very it's simple and effective. If
That
you have a
sounds great.
desktop setup,
Yeah, that sounds quite interesting actually.
but I don't have a desktop setup, but I thought I'd get one anyway because it was.
There's
I like
something
the game.
going. Yeah, there's something going on here. There's spurious data coming in from somewhere
Connection.
or going out. Yes, it's being weird. Yeah, being
Have
very,
you got
very.
everything else turned off?
Pretty much, yeah.
So it's just your Hydrosynth and Cubase.
Yeah. And
So is it coming out of Cube? It's coming out of Cubase then.
it's got to be. Yeah, it's got to be coming out of Cubase. It's been generated from something somewhere, because there is data being read, and there's nothing.
Does
on.
it get confused with MIDI real-time events that Cubase generates? And MIDI status updates that it sends out constantly?
Yeah, that's possible.
There's a way you can, in theory, disable those for certain MIDI outputs.
It seems to be. It's receiving
Excuse me.
data from somewhere. Hang on.
What's operating as your master clock?
Cubase itself. Interesting. What the hell is doing it? Oh, hang on. What does that sort? Okay. Over here. Do, 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 do. Night, John boy. Night, Grandad. Night. It's picking up data from something. But I can't work out where the hell it's coming from. So, let's turn off a few things. With that. Oh, does it even have an on-off button? Or are we supposed to just hit it with a hammer or something? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, I can see why. Oh, God's sake. Really? Timberwolf doesn't have an on-off button?
No, you just throw it out the window.
Yeah, you just start belt it with a hammer. Go, stop working.
Or maybe that could be your first mod on it.
Yeah, that would be quite a good mod. Right, what about that? No. Okay. What about you? What about you? Hello, you.
Steve Elbow says one of your dogs is eating your Widdy button is transmitting.
He's transmitting it out his arse. Like that,
Yeah.
Right. So you off.
Did Sass? Did you see that they announced that they've updated the firmware today to 1.76 or something on the Widdies?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
I haven't actually really looked at Facebook today, so
They
I'll.
they posted something today saying, "Oh, we've updated the firmware to 1.76. I think the latest one was 1.70, and it's just fixed a couple of little bugs with a couple of particular instruments." But I go to the Widdy app, and it's only offering me what I've already got, which is weird.
I
just wondered if
to be honest, I tend not to update if something works.
Oh yeah,
I tend to
yeah.
leave it alone.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can.
That can't be that.
Widdy. Let's see.
Oh, it's you. Hello, sweet pickle. All right. Hello. Okay. All right. You calm down now, have you? Yes, you're a good girl. Okay. Oh, pardon me. Oh. No. There's something wrong with this Cubase. There's definitely something wrong with this Cubase.
And you're definitely not sending your standard MIDI clock, MIDI machine control, and any of that shit out
No,
to
no,
all of it.
all that's off on here. This Cubase keeps locking up.
I'm quite experienced with Cubase. Try to close it and start it up again and open a new project, not the same. And see if it does it.
Also, are you running it as an administrator or just normal?
It's ran as administrator on this particular machine.
It shouldn't matter.
It shouldn't matter, but
no, depending whether the MIDI driver runs as administrator or normal, it might get confused.
As a rule, they will run as both anyway, without too much trouble.
Yes, unless they don't, and then you spend half a day trying to figure that out.
Yeah. Right, create new project. Voila. Okay. Let's put on, I don't know, Bohemian Violin for a giggle. Hydrosense Deluxe as the input. Yeah, stay in tune. Okay. Let's throw something else at this. Let's go chording. Push it a little bit. Right, let's look for something. Push chords in an interesting way. Oh, go on, I haven't fired this up for years. Come on, fire it up.
Somewhere at the door.
Come in. What is that? Oh, it's new music, isn't it? Well, so far it's behaving itself. Yeah,
Sounds
Yeah,
nice.
if it happens again, if you open the old project, then you have to make a new project and import the tracks from that project,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
the settings which makes the problem is in the project.
Also,
Yeah.
if not, depending how adventurous you feel, you can then open both projects in a text editor and actually look at all the XML data that is part of those binaries.
Yeah.
And try to find out which settings might cause it. The problem is if it is binary data rather than the standard OpenXML in the file, then
Yeah.
it's well, it's possible to find out.
'Cause as far as I know, I hadn't done anything particularly surprising or different in any of the other projects that I hadn't done, that I hadn't done before or since. But obviously, something has.
Glitches happens.
Yeah.
Never have this trouble with Logic.
Did you not?
No.
Oh, okay.
Everyone's allowed.
But that's probably because you don't have a hydrosynth.
You've never used Sculpture, have you?
Good point.
Yeah, see, if you had a hydrosynth, you might find that you do have the same problem.
Well, like I said, send it to me. I'll test it.
I like the theremin mode that they do on this as well on some of the patches.
Theremin mode.
No.
There you go.
I gotta go. My wife wants to use the bedroom.
See you, Henrik.
Yeah.
See you later, mate. Take care.
Take care, mate.
You too.
Ta-da, buddy.
Bye-bye. Excuse me.
I must admit, that's not a bad little. What is it? Epic strings. Who makes it? Oh, it's Spitfire Audio. Duh.
There you go.
Yeah, it would be nice, wouldn't it? Twat.
Epic Strings? Which library is that part of?
It's the originals library.
Oh, so that's basically old Albion.
Essentially, not. Yeah, it probably is actually. Yeah.
That's the reason why I must have it, because I never bought any originals.
but I could have sworn it was a newer product than Albion. That's the,
yes, because when they got rid of the old Albion.
Take some of the legacies and make a new selection.
It's vintage Albion rather than modern Albion.
Gonna need a bigger boat.
Okay, Rob, I've just tried upgrading the new host and Woody Master. And now I can't talk to either of them.
Was there an update for 176?
There was, yes.
So I'm not getting that.
Oh, what were you getting on your? Were you using a bud?
I've tried it on.
Yeah, no, I've got a U host and.
I've tried it on Buds, U-Host,
what's the little light doing?
Master and Jack.
What's the little light doing?
Mine are both just flashing.
Fast
flashing
or slow?
What, blue?
Fast.
Okay.
Well, they're connected to each other then.
Is it light blue,
if it's
sky blue, or dark blue? No, honestly, yeah.
It's blue and it's flashing a message, I think, but it's not.
Are you sure it's not connected to something else? Because if you've turned two on, they'll have connected to each other, unless you specify them not to, of course. But
well, they weren't previously connected, so. Oh fuck it! I'll play around with it tomorrow.
He didn't ask for a firm. What did you do? Update the firmware?
Yeah.
It shouldn't make any bloody difference.
You know, I've had Winnie's freeze on me because something crapped out in terms of the transmission. The thing, I've never lost one yet. They're all recoverable.
I have found with this one, one of them, that after I did the firmware update, because they all had the old firmware updates, you know. I pulled it out and plugged it back in again and let it have another crack. Although occasionally I've pushed a little button on the side as well.
Yeah, if you hold the button down for I think it's 10 seconds or something, it puts it into like an update mode with light flash green, and then it will just come up as Widi Uploader or something in the app, and then you can just go from there.
Are you using this with the Mac or a PC?
Oh, it's okay. I've got it to talk over Bluetooth now.
Oh.
It's not 176. It's 170.
Oh no,
0.17.
Yeah, well, I've already got all of that.
7.0.
All of mine are at 170, but they're telling. I'm not the only one apparently that can't see 176 in the app.
Yeah,
so
I can't either. Then
I don't know what's going on there. I'll buzz them tomorrow.
That's a bit weird, isn't it? Right,
well, you know, as Sass says, you know, I mean, I think apparently the update is something to do with compatibility with Boss ES8 pedal and some timing issues if you're connecting directly to Bluetooth on the Mac, and that's it. So I'm not, you know, none of those apply to me. So it's not really a massive thing. But also for our American friends, Sweetwater are now stocking Widdies across the range.
Hey.
So if you're in America, you can just get them from Sweetwater. Oh dear!
And if you have a PC, take the weekend off.
Yeah.
Well,
no. Was it group search or something in the settings? If you do click that little auto connect thing, it goes looking for them, and it found the 4 that I'd assigned to it. I went there you go. Ta-da!
Boom, done. Yeah.
I mean, most things are solvable pretty quickly on these devices. So
Yeah.
I'm never worried about bricking it.
No, I've tried, trust me, and I've never bricked one yet.
Yet.
Yeah, no.
Such an.
Even when they've had the dodgy firmware, when I was testing prototypes, they had the dodgy firmware, and it bricked one, and they just released a new firmware, and you just put it into update mode, and it just comes back. So I'm pretty confident they won't mess around.
I've only got another 14 of these things to update then.
Yeah. That's the next thing they need to do is group update. Let's see all. Boom.
That's a good suggestion to put forward, actually. But
It is,
I don't think they can do it under the way Bluetooth works.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well,
this
does
seems.
it not generate its own mesh network for to do all the automatic stuff? Or
Well, it could do it probably under the grouping, because if you group 4 devices to one master, then
Yeah.
so they could possibly do that. But I don't have them all set up in groups, so it's sort of frustrating.
Yeah.
Because some devices I just want inter-device communication rather than.
Yeah. Well, this seems to be behaving itself now.
Famous last words.
Seems to be okay.
It's done.
find a bug report.
Yeah, it seems to be all right. Bastard thing had me thing all over the floor.
So you voided your warranty for nothing.
I avoided that the day I got it. Didn't work, didn't it? I had to open it up.
Of course, yes, the power supply.
So I've opened her. Don't worry. She has been spoilt.
I tell you that those Bohemian strings do sound damn good. It's just I'm struggling over 150 quid on a bit of software. As nice as they sound.
Well, see, the thing is, 150 quid isn't bad. I mean, when you consider, although it's worth every penny, but the BBC orchestra software, I think it was 800 or something.
Well, think about orchestral tools, or when Cinesamples came out first, for big ones.
Yeah.
That's you.
I mean, but the thing is, I like the sound, but it's how much am I actually going to use it? That's the problem.
Well, that doesn't matter. If
That's
you're
up
having
to
fun,
you.
right?
That's up to you, Sass, isn't it?
Well, yes.
But the thing is, it's just don't let it become an obsession. Because I've got this obsession of like a new string library comes out, I go, oh, must have it.
Well, I've got some really good string sample libraries on a couple of bits of kit.
Yeah.
But it's just having that, having the flexibility, and the AI seems to work pretty well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, because a lot of the big string libraries I've got, you've got to do all the articulation
manually,
yourself, which is, all well and good, but. Well, I'm not copying as much, but there again, I'm not really. I can't make up my mind what flavour that is.
Is that meant to be the Virginia tobacco one?
Yeah, it seems to be a cross between. I don't know. Hang on.
Virginia Wade and some tobacco.
Yeah, Virginia Wade and a vet's wet flannel.
You, if you've given up the fags, which I'm very glad.
Well, I'm trying to do, to do.
Then you will be coughing, regardless of whether you vape or not. You will be coughing
the
for
first,
a while yet.
Yeah, I took a crack at it. It was the very first go, and what I did was got a mouthful of smoke, took it down like a smoker would, and then coughed until I pissed myself. Basically,
mouthful of lung butter.
A fog-filled nightclub in the 70s.
Yeah, and it was cough. And Fiona, who only smokes roll-ups, she took a little tug on it, and then she was coughing. There was tears running down her face and everything. She cough. And I go, this can't be right. This can't be right. And Google it. Yeah, apparently it is.
I've seen people with vapes, and they stick it in, and they go, and they take like as much as their lungs can take.
Yeah.
And then they breathe out a little bit, and then they do it again, sort of like 2 or 3 times in succession. They're just like pumping themselves with it. I think I don't care whether this is not a cigarette.
That's
cannot
when
be
it
healthy.
Yeah, but that's not
stops
normal.
being. Yeah,
No.
that's when it stops being beneficial, isn't it? Because it's that you know, what's it, the circle of cool? You know, where you have one cigarette in your mouth, you're cool, but you put 2 cigarettes in your mouth and you're a bit weird. Put 4 cigarettes in your mouth and now you're an idiot. And it's that kind of thing of you go,
That's
oh,
where
look,
I was going wrong.
well, you get this thing where it's sold to you, go, well, you can have this instead of smoking, and you'll be fine. So people are going, well, I used to smoke like a complete bastard, so let's go for it. Because they think, oh, well, this doesn't hurt me. And then go, "Ugh," really like tug on it like nobody's business.
I mean, I know that there's still a lot of research. There's a lot of research been done. There's a lot of research ongoing, and there's a lot of people that say that they're still not 100% sure how good or bad vaping is for you.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
mean, at the
as
end of
bad
the
as
day-
smoking.
yeah.
It's
the
not as
bottom
bad
line
as
is better than
smoking, but that's
yeah.
that's like saying getting hit by a car is not as bad as getting hit by a train. You could still possibly die,
Exactly.
you know. And I'm not saying, you know, I mean, look, you know, if anything that gets you off tobacco is good, because having been a very heavy smoker,
Yeah.
I know that, you know, I've reaped the benefits of giving up 18, 19 years ago.
Yeah.
And I stopped cold turkey. I just went from 40 a day to nothing. And it was very fucking difficult because vapes
Yeah.
didn't exist.
Yeah,
In
I'd
2000.
Yeah, that was the way you had
I'd
to
have
give
killed
up, wasn't it?
people.
And this is where that's where that came from.
Yeah.
Because as soon as I gave up smoking, my substitute. I had to have something in my mouth, and so I went to see my friend Ralph. But no, I sucked on bags of Werther's Originals or whatever
Yeah.
it was, just to,
Yeah.
you know. So I got, and it got me through. What actually got me through the most was it was the motivation that got me to give up in the first place was the fact that my wife was pregnant. And all of a sudden, there's somebody else in the room that has no choice. And my actions over the next 9 months could have a severely detrimental effect on that little life.
You see, I got round that by not smoking in the house.
Well, yeah. I just thought, no, I can't do it. Because if I can't give up now, then even when she's born, I'll be smoking, and she'll get like, you know, because, you know, I saw my dad smoking, and I thought, oh yeah, look at my dad, he's smoking, he's cool. Yeah, so I had my first cigarette at like 10 years old or something, because I thought, you know, oh, my dad does it, I should, you know, I can do it, sort of thing. And then I was smoking ever since until I was 33, I think it was 33. I've been giving up almost 20 years now. It's crazy,
man.
Crazy.
Yeah.
But
Good.
it's amazing because after I think it's after 15 years, you're actually now considered a non-smoker officially by the medical profession.
Yeah.
Your body is now exactly how it would have been, or not exactly how it would have been, but as unaffected.
But vaping is just an alternate nicotine delivery service.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, nicotine gum, God knows what that's got in it. You know, so it's sort of it seems to be the least worst option.
Yeah. And then the idea is to wean yourself off the nicotine part of it.
Yeah.
And replace it with, I don't know, strawberry and fairy.
Well, that's if you use it as a progressive plan to come down to nothing, because a lot of smoking is habit, is not necessarily. There is an addiction to the nicotine.
It's the
There's
motion
also,
and the flavour.
yeah, and I mean, I used to go into pubs early on after I'd given up, and just crave the habit of having a cigarette and a pint.
Yeah.
And
But
eventually you get to a point where you just don't want that anymore, and in actual fact you get the opposite effect. And now when I'm in like a crowded room, I mean, when I'm with you, Kent, it doesn't bother me at all. And the very fact that I'm in your house, it doesn't bother me. You can do whatever you bloody want. But it doesn't bother me if I'm just around friends and stuff. But if I'm in like a pub, or
A beer garden.
yeah, that sort of thing. It's just, oh god, it's just like I can't bloody breathe because my lungs are like, oh, can't stand it.
But also, it's smokers adapt, or their brains use the sort of cigarette flavour as flavour modification. So foods, you know, and
Yeah.
drinks taste different because you're a smoker, and you get used to that.
Yes.
And you know, coffee. Well, coffee doesn't taste like coffee unless you got a fag. You know.
Yeah.
But now coffee really tastes like coffee.
Well,
it's
interestingly
amazing.
enough-
Everything comes back and it's like, whoa.
Well, I had a hankering for a fag about then, and so I've had a couple of little tiny little, and not really take it down, just get it in the mouth really more than anything else, and fine. Don't feel like a fag at all.
Yeah. And that's good.
Which
'Cause
is
then if you
very
keep-
promising.
Yeah, exactly. If you can keep doing that and then just make those gaps less and less, or bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
And
Well,
yeah.
I'm hoping it will be relatively simple or relatively easy to do, because the cigarettes that I'm on now have, as far as nicotine's concerned, very, very little in them. You know, they're literally, you know, air in comparison. So I'm right at the bottom of the scale of how weak the cigarettes are. So I've gone from, you know, John Player Specials and gone down to, you know, lady fags, if you want.
So
You know, they're just, yeah,
Late silver.
yeah.
We used to put bits of sellotape around
Because we-
the perforations
around
on
the holes.
Yeah. Because my mum's used to smoke those silk cut blues, I think they were called. And
The
she
weakest of the weak.
And I'd borrow one of her, you know, if I'd pinched one of her packs, and I'd just snap the filter off and flick it away and light out. And you go, whereas what I smoke conventionally now it's even less than them. It's right down there. And then I'm thinking to myself, so what is the point?
Yeah,
It's just a
carpet
habit of it.
fibres.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like for instance, so when I must admit, one of the reasons I want to give up now is I think I'm suffering the effects now of the gratuitous amount of smoking I used to do through those stressful years, and I come out the other side of it really, really unhealthy, really fucked up, you know. And now I've got the problem of if I have too many cigarettes, maybe the next day, maybe a couple of hours afterwards, I'll get dizzy spells and pass
Because
out
of your
and
blood
crash on the
pressure.
floor. Yeah, because I've got this low oxygen blood level or whatever it is, and because I'm just not getting it in enough. And I think, right, time has come, and yeah, so it has to happen. It's not a question of can I do it; it just has to happen. And if this eases the transition,
Yeah, good.
so be it.
Go for it.
Yeah,
Well, we'll
absolutely.
all support you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, this is it. I mean, do I feel safe enough yet to like not have a packet of cigarettes in the house somewhere? No, not yet. But
Yeah, give
Try
it
it.
time. Give it
they
time.
can be in the house. Doesn't mean I have to smoke them, does it? But that's
So I
that-
still, like, nearly 20 years on after giving up, I still find, like, a pen.
yeah.
I still feel like I fiddle with something, or I sit there at work. It's that's still there to a degree, not as much as it used to be. But even 20 years on, that's that little habit thing.
Yeah, it's a muscle memory thing, really, isn't it? More than
Yeah.
anything else. Yeah.
And do you know what? I used to do this thing whenever I left the house before I went to work. I would go, I'd do the whole spectacles, testicles, wallet, and watch thing just to check that I'd go everything before I went out of the house. So I have this little thing in my head where I go, I've got keys, phone, wallet, fags. That was the order I used to go.
Yeah.
Right, keys, phone, wallet, fags. And even still to this day, but just as I'm about to go out, I go, right, got my keys, got my phone, got my wallet. No, I don't need my fags.
Don't need.
But
them.
still, 20 years on, I'm still up here.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
still thinking
Well,
about
it-
checking
it-
for them.
Habits
Smoking
are
is
powerful.
habit, you know.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
what I'd suggest, Kent, is get a couple of extra atomizers or whatever they call them, and have different flavours in each of them.
Yeah.
So you give yourself a bit of variety, but you could, have your Virginia tobacco flavoured one as your main one, but then go for one of the I mean, I've got a cinnamon one that I quite like, and I've also got a menthol one. And,
that's useful.
Yeah, and then you could just unscrew them and put another one in, and it gives you variety, it gives you a change in flavour, but also if you put different levels of nicotine in each one, it's a good way to help you wean yourself down.
Yeah, because I was thinking of doing this. Like I got this 2% one, and that could be like a little morning hit. Yeah, and then I can go to some nice fruit, bubble gum or whatever, popcorn and old socks, whatever the flavour is, just go for it, and just try them all out, and have a giggle with it, basically, and then. I mean, because I think Rich Hilton said to me he said, you do see people that like really, really tug on the bastards, really, really tug on them, and he goes, they're not getting the benefit of vaping.
Yeah.
If anything, they're blocking themselves up again, but in a different way.
But I see people vaping 0% nicotine. They're just doing it for the flavour.
Yeah.
And they're as we talked about earlier, there's I think what they call mouth to lung, which is how I would smoke a cigarette.
Yeah.
But then there's direct to lung, which is where you see these people blowing out massive clouds.
Yeah.
Whereas I want a cigarette replacement rather than, chuffing like a train.
Yeah. Yeah, well, this is it. I mean, I'm really pleased actually that Fiona seems to be bitten by the bug as well, and she get involved.
Yeah, because you need support.
Yeah,
there's no point one of you doing it if you're not both doing it.
Yeah,
exactly.
Although weirdly, if I was doing it and she was puffing away on rollies, it wouldn't bother me. Weirdly,
because you don't smoke them.
But yeah, I mean, I do when I run out of bloody fags.
Well,
I'm always
funny,
nicking her backy, but it wouldn't, because it's not a cigarette. It wouldn't affect me in the same way. Well, at least with me, it wouldn't affect me in the same way. But I mean, I'd probably give it long enough, I'm desperate enough, then probably they would.
My missus would smoke roll-ups rather than Taylors, and I would always smoke. I was a Marlboro man, and I went down to Marlboro Lights.
Yeah.
But when I gave up, obviously, I said, you've got to give up as well because you're bloody pregnant. And she said, of course.
Yeah.
And she struggled the first week or so, and she came home once from work, and I said, have you been smoking? She goes, no, I just went out, went out the back with the girls. And I'm like, fucking hell, I used that excuse when I was like 12 or 13. Oh, yeah, they made me sit at the back of the bus and they put a cigarette in my mouth and they made me smoke it. I had a right go. I really had a right go at her.
But I think everybody gets their weak moment. Everybody gets their weak moment at some point in some
I still feel awful
capacity.
about it because I really upset her. But,
but the outcome probably was, kind of worth it in the end.
Well, yeah.
Because there's also the other side of that coin, which is, you have your weak moment, but if you get away with it, you will have another weak moment.
Exactly.
And then you have another weak moment, and then you have a habit on your head.
Like any form of addiction.
Yeah.
I was just like, if I'm cutting out 40 a day, misery loves company.
Yeah. Fortunately, I used to be bad. Well, I still am. I'd have 1, 2 in a row in the morning, 2 cups of coffee or something. That was kind of like, otherwise I can't see in colour until I've had at least 2, maybe 3 fags and 2 cups of coffee. And then go, right, now I can face the day, be it. What it basically means is I've now got my body up to the poison level that it's normally used to, and it feels like it can function again. And get on with the day. But then in the evenings, holy shit, sometimes I can just put them away. Sometimes just mad, just keep putting them away.
See, I never had that thing with either coffee or nicotine where I took it to, or drank it or smoked it to change the way I feel. Like even today with coffee, I mean, I have fairly strong kind of coffee, but it's not.
Yeah, not in a direct way. No, I get. I understand what you're saying.
But it's like,
But it also becomes part of a routine.
yeah,
You get
That's
up,
that's the thing.
you have a coffee and a fag.
You
then you have
think
another
you have to have
fag,
a
and then a
coffee and a
coffee.
fag to get to that level, when actually it's not that. What it is that you're fake high, as it were.
Yeah.
That makes you feel like normal, whereas all it is the effect of not having. So if you didn't have it, you would feel normal when you wake up, and you wouldn't need it. And it's the way supposedly what's picking you up is only taking you up to where you should be, and then you spend the rest of the time below par. So, and that's technically what's wrong with it, and that's why addiction works the way it does, I suppose. But
yeah.
so because I mean, I used to know a chappie who was he was mad for the coke and stuff like that. He used to fucking stuff he didn't put up his nose, and I was kind of like, mate, you want to stop doing that, and giving it all this, and it was the revelation of going, hang on a minute, I'm exactly the same. Just mines are legal.
Yeah.
And has a different connotation connected to it, but it's literally the same fucking thing.
Yeah. But coke tends to screw your heart a lot quicker than nicotine.
Yeah, but the speed isn't really what the issue is it? We do in our minds because we go, oh yeah, but that stuff kills you. You've got fags. You've got a good chance that it doesn't. There should be a good chance that it won't kill you. Unless
Fiona's saying she needs her Henry.
Her Henry?
Secret code.
God, I don't know with her.
Have you got two little eyeballs on your navel and you're like a Henry?
Do you want to see my elephant
Henry
impression?
Hoover, yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah, she needs her Henry. No, I'm lost. No, so it's, but yeah, so it's just one of those weirdy things, I suppose. But, all right. But yeah, it's very easy to be hypocritical about things that people are addicted to. When you are yourself addicted to something, but you don't consider it an addiction because you're not waking up in a skip with one shoe on or whatever. Because literally, I mean, it's just, booze.
Yeah.
You can get it. You can have a drink. You can have a drink and get pretty wrecked, and it's still not considered an addiction. But you can drink excessively every night because you need it, which is probably addiction in its truest sense. Oh yeah, you got control of me. Because this is what happened last time.
I'm not going to touch it.
All right, I'll do it. Okay.
What could you two share?
Otherwise, it'd be in and out, Dave. It'd be in and out, mate.
Control.
Nobody wanted to let me in again. Chaos.
Oh, we got the echo.
Echo.
Have you got your speakers on, David? Take a drink.
Somebody got YouTube running.
Yeah, well, it's inappropriate now. No fun anymore. Yeah, so they had a fire. There was a fire that started about 4 miles away, and then there was a bunch of chaos ensued. Whether we were supposed to evacuate, and then they put it out. So a lot of crying and deciding which scents, and I don't know.
Whereabouts in Colorado, eh?
Oh, near Boulder. So,
Okay, yeah.
Oh wow, okay.
Been there.
Little north of Boulder. It's too expensive there, but yeah, I think Andy Synthetic lived there a while. Yeah, it's actually a really cool place for Mike Metley's.
Yes.
Lives about 5 minutes from me. We got a really cool collection.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's a really cool group. I keep telling them to I mean, Mike's cool. Yeah, it's a pretty cool scene out here, actually.
Yeah.
Except for the fire. Jesus, that was like.
Yeah.
It's always something.
What's she saying? You are so sweet.
Henry VIII.
Henry VIII.
Henry's on 8th,
Mate.
mate. Oh, Henry, yeah. Drug speak.
Oh.
Everything in moderation. Yeah, that is about the key.
I went through Boulder, 1995, I want to say.
It's probably pretty awesome back then. Yeah.
We didn't really stop because I was did this, like, it was a vacation, and we flew into San Francisco and then just spent 15 days driving down California and then across Arizona, Nevada, Colorado.
It's awesome.
We did the whole, we went from Vegas. I think we went from Vegas, Hoover Dam, and then I think that's when we kind of went through Boulder, around there somewhere, I seem to recall. And then we ended up going up through Death Valley, stayed the night in Death Valley, which was fun. Deliberately wasn't an accident. Because there's a hotel right in the middle. Stovepipe Wells, I think it was called. And then back up to San Francisco, fly home.
But we have
offices.
To call it the middle of death. Yeah.
We have offices in Westminster, near Denver.
Oh, wow.
Or we had offices, should I say.
Yeah.
We no longer have them. They shut them down and moved everything to Austin.
It's definitely worked. I was from the East Coast, so I moved out here 8 years ago, but it's pretty great out here. For sure.
I liked it. I really liked it. It was.
You got used to the altitude.
Yeah, I haven't had a problem yet, so we'll see. Yeah.
Do you remember that thing that was it Al Murray, the pub landlord, was doing about? He goes, you go to America. He said you got Kingston, Winchester, Oxford, Surrey, London. Make an effort. He goes, but then you go further in, and you get places called Kachiki Wacky. What the hell's going on? It's like they gave up and started just picking letters out of a bag.
There's some wild native,
Yeah.
I stayed a week in
more out west, right?
I stayed a week in Kalamazoo, Michigan.
I've been there too. That's a cool little town.
It is lovely. Yeah.
We played a show there. We drove from DC to Kalamazoo.
Nice.
And,
Isn't it well known for its stationery?
That's a long one.
Yeah,
it's a fun time though. I mean, they're into music though. You go. It's so funny. You get conditioned in one area, and then you go to these little college towns, and like nobody goes to your show back home, and then you go to these little college towns, and they're all like packing and excited to see you. And it's that's a cool place. I've been.
Yeah, we got friends out there.
Yeah.
Because there was that guy who did a BBC program about going to all these different places in America that were in famous songs.
All right.
And he went to all those different. He went to Kalamazoo because of something to do with, was it
I was afraid you were going to
Snow White?
Wow.
It was mentioned in Snow White or something.
Really?
I thought you were going to bring up John Denver.
No. Yeah, Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. Fucking the three.
Well, that's not Snow White. That's Bed Knobs and Broomsticks.
No. Making the dress. It's Cinderella. It's in Cinderella, isn't it?
What, Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo?
Yeah, I think it's
that's
three.
That's Bed Knobs and Broomsticks, or whatever that's called. Yeah. I know they do all tend to merge into one.
He's right.
Contestion here. No. Put them together. What you got? Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. And they're making a dress for the princess.
Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo.
Yeah, please. Put me out of my misery.
What's going on?
All right, yeah, it is in Cinderella. I'd tell.
Oh, it is Cinderella. Okay.
Why did I think that was in Bed Knobs and?
You're thinking of a different one. You're thinking of. What are you thinking of?
So I'm now looking at the lyrics for Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo because I want to see where Kalamazoo's in there.
I think Kalamazoo is in it.
That's not Kalamazoo. There's no Michigan. No, there's no Kalamazoo in that verse. Nothing. No, there's no mention of Kalamazoo. Although there is in the lyrics, it says here, now you put them together in brackets, incomprehensible. What have you got? Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo. So, yeah.
Well, Glenn Miller did I've Got a Girl in Kalamazoo.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
You need to know about Kalamazoo. Let's see. Song. Yeah.
See, 9 times out of 10, if London's mentioned in a song, it's called City.
Mm.
They don't call it London. Like in,
Most people's idea of London isn't actually fucking London. It's Westminster.
Well, yeah.
City of London rather than London.
Yeah.
Exactly. City of London
Yeah.
is a square mile, and then everything else is Westminster. So.
And then everything. The other approach of what London might be is Victorian, about 1830.
All right, governor.
All right, governor, yeah.
Try your shoe for a shiny penny, sir.
What was the one in Oliver? That song in Oliver. Oh, fucking hell. The one.
Are you
What's
just going for shit musicals?
Yeah.
I know.
Oh, the one. What's her name? Sings that she gets murdered by
Oh, is it?
Bill Sykes.
Won't you buy one of my something roses or something? Is it that one?
No. I'm trying.
Oliver,
There's
yeah?
a little ditty they're singing in the city whenever they've been on the gin or the beer. That one.
I think Fiona might have just sang.
What's the other words with Mrs.
Papa, wasn't it?
Something like that.
Papa. Yeah.
Yes, she loves her music.
There's a little ditty they're singing in the city, especially when they've been on the gin
or the beer.
If you've got the patience.
Somebody said Nancy? What is that?
Yeah, Nancy and
Nancy. Okay.
Nancy, yeah, that was her
Nancy,
name. Yeah.
Okay.
Bill Sykes murders her or something, kills her.
One of my favourite London-based musicals songs is "Try Little Priest" from Sweeney Todd.
Sweeney Todd. Not worst part in London.
Sorry,
Not going for worst part in London.
no, I like that.
But is
I like the
there any
connotations in the lyrics.
is there reference to London in the Priest?
I didn't say it was a reference to it. I just said it was set in London.
I could just grab the libretto. I have it somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's very good.
But there again, another great musical is song in a musical is Steve Martin, "Son Be a Dentist" from Little Shop of Horrors, yeah, with the cupboard. Oh, mama, yeah, good stuff.
Do you know my son was in a school production just a few weeks ago of Matilda, but it's the new Tim Minchin musical. And there are some Tim Minchin's a bit of a ledge anyway, but there were some really good songs in that. Although they were massacred by a group of 13 to 15-year-olds, my son included. Actually, my son didn't actually sing his song. He played Matilda's father, whose name escapes me at the moment.
Yeah, originally played by Danny DeVito in the film.
Really?
Yeah.
So I've never seen any version of Matilda at all until I saw my son's school play.
Yeah.
But he does it in it's more spoken rather than sung, because I've heard my son sing. It's not pleasant.
That's not very gracious, is it?
I'm honest. I don't want them growing up thinking they can bloody sing. And end up being embarrassed by them auditioning on bloody Britain's Got Talent.
Yeah, give them the full Simon Cowell treatment before they actually have to go and face Simon Cowell.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like that.
He's a great musician. I'll give him that. He knows his way around logic and he can put a tune together. But a singer, he is not.
Yeah, there was a sketch on YouTube I was watching, and there was there's this sort of mum, and she's slapping her kid really hard like that, and this guy goes up, he goes, "Hey, don't slap you, don't hit your child like that. Doesn't deserve to be hit like that." And the little kid looks up and goes, "I want to go to stage school." He goes, much.
On Sacrifice Sondheim, I sadly couldn't find Sweeney quickly, but I found my lovely folder of Into the Woods.
Oh, into the woods. It sounds weird, that one, doesn't it?
It's a weird. This is. Was it libretto and then the rest is the full score.
Oh, God.
Because fun
I'm a
times.
sucker for a Stephen Sondheim
Oh, yeah.
or a Hammers and Hammers. Rogers and Hammersmith.
Hammersmith and Richmond.
Yeah, Hammersmith and City Line. All
A good old Hammersmith and Richmond. Come on, governor. Clean out your sluices.
I still say Sound of Music has got to be one of the best musicals ever.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And a great war film too.
Well, technically speaking.
It's cool when you get the kids to see that stuff, and they're like, "Wow, this is great," and you're singing it and everything.
Yeah, my kids really don't like it because
my boy didn't, but my little girl did.
Yeah, I mean, my gran on my
boy doesn't like anything.
Because the eldest child in the film actually joined the Nazi Party. Actually became a full-blown proper Nazi.
What, the actress?
No, the actor, the blonde-haired boy.
Oh, what, Nicholas? The one who became Spider-Man. He was the oldest boy in the film.
I must confess, I've never actually managed to sit through a whole showing of it.
Nicholas Hammond played.
I never managed it either. I think it's shit.
Check it on Google. One of them becomes a full-blown Nazi sympathiser.
Full-blown Spider-Man
is that like
in the TV series.
That's the sequel. Yeah, right.
Well, I don't know.
I had and still do in a way have a massive crush on Charmian Carr, who played Liesel. She was one of my first, sort of like, oh, what's that feeling in my
You have a lot of crushes. You have an awful lot of crushes.
It was between her, Olivia Newton-John.
What the black skin tight trousers?
No.
Grease, right?
When she was like post.
Grease, when she gets all like sassy.
No, I didn't like that. Didn't like that at the time. But it was Charmian Carr from Sound of Music, Olivia Newton-John, Kate Jackson from Charlie's Angels.
Oh,
and who was the other one?
Wonder Woman?
No. Well, yeah, she was nice, but
Wilma Deering.
No, you put me off.
What's funny, my wife just was like,
Carrie Fisher.
You have good taste. I just admitted to my wife about Kate Jackson. She was like, "Which one of them?" And I was like, "Kate Jackson."
Yeah,
because I was like a little.
They were all like Farrah Fawcett or Cheryl Ladd or who was the other one? What was it? Jacqueline something or other.
Jacqueline Smith.
That's it. Yeah.
My current one. My current one is Victoria Coren Mitchell.
It's always been Victoria Coren. It's not current. It's just always been.
Or the gal from Gilligan's Island. Which one?
I don't know. We didn't get that over here.
It wasn't big. It wasn't big here, was it?
No.
We had the other one, the plane.
Fantasy Island.
Fantasy Island. That's it. Yeah.
That was so bad, though.
Wasn't it?
Problem.
He goes, wait a minute, this guy is Khan, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just give worse stuff than Gilligan's Island. I mean,
you remember me, A.M.
Did you know about the Brady Bunch, right?
Oh yeah.
It was terrible.
We know of it, but we didn't get it.
we had a special bowl to throw up in when it was on.
Yeah, it was horrible.
It was a bit
but I watched
wasn't it?
As a kid. I watched them out.
We used to get the Osmonds as well, didn't we?
I never really got into
cheesy.
that.
It's funny. Even like when I was 10 years old, I knew it was cheesy. I was like, and my boys like that. He'd be like,
what was David Cassidy? Was that the Brady Bunch? Was that something else?
Yeah, it's David Cassidy. Yep.
Yeah.
Was that? Oh, it wasn't that.
Bunch. That's the fuck did you say? The other one. Partridge Family.
Partridge Family. Yes.
Yeah.
That was horrible too.
We had a different bowl for that one. Yeah.
That's actually worse because they feigned to be some kind of musical act. It was just.
Yeah.
God, it was bad.
What was the one we used to have here, Robbie? The one with the bus in a junkyard.
Oh, Samuel Sons?
Double deckers.
Double deckers.
Son. I was going to say Sanford Son.
Oh, Sanford and Son. Yeah, technically is.
There was a bus in a junkyard. There was a junkyard for sure.
Yeah, but it was based on. Sanford and Son was based on Steptoe and Son.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. It's
Yes.
the other thing.
Yeah, but it was the other one, Archie Bunker. That's based on Till Death Us Do Part.
Oh, Archie was so good. Carol O'Connor.
I've got a sense of deja vu. I'm sure we've had this.
I think we've had this conversation before,
okay if we haven't.
in a different way.
Meathead. He called his son-in-law Meathead. There's just so much about it that was so good. He looked like a meathead. You know, it was, what's his face? That he's like super famous now. Dude, the guy that did Spinal Tap. The Ritz wrote Spinal Tap. He was Meathead, but
Oh, okay.
you know what I'm talking about. I got it.
Yeah.
Reiner.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, he ended up being like a megastar. Brilliant. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Meathead, but that was so like believable. You're just like, God, that's brilliant satire.
Yeah.
That's the best we got.
The Sound of Music actor, I think you're referring to, is Daniel Truhitt, or Truhitt. Truhitt.
Who did
But
he play?
he's not actually a Nazi, but he wasn't invited to the Sound of Music 45-year reunion.
Oh, that'll tell him.
Because the reunion was of the Von Trapp family, in inverted commas.
Yeah.
And Truhitt's character was not part of that group.
Right.
What was his character then? Who did he play?
Rolf something or other. He was
Oh,
the
it
one
was
who joined
Rolf.
he was the one who joined the Nazis.
It was
Yeah, him.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, I'm partially informed, as usual. Yeah, because it was photographs of him in the full regalia and the whole shebang.
I hated him only simply because his character copped off with Liesel, and she was mine. And
not worried about it. Wasn't the genocide. It was because he's copying off with your missus. Yeah.
absolutely, yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. What was it? There was something old Joan Rivers said, which was she goes something about. She goes, if you're a comedian, everybody loves you. She goes, if Hitler come back today and did a good 10 minutes, she goes, oh, he's not all bad. Trouble is, we're going to lose out on all these kind of like hard-hitting comedians, though, I suppose, aren't we? There was a guy in the States. He was a political satirist, but it was really cutting, and they managed to ruin his career or something, and he died of a drugs overdose in the end. He was huge, apparently, in the States. But I cannot remember. He's round about the same time as is it Bill Maher? And
Yeah, Bill Maher got in trouble. I know that.
Oh yeah.
Was it Bill Maher or
Another one.
Yeah, it was a couple where it was like he was really very, very close to the edge a lot. Well, he clearly went over the edge at some point because somebody very powerful got fed up and finished him off. Because it was, and there was another one it was on the Ed Sullivan Show, and apparently Ed Sullivan to one side. I know it was Jackie Mason. He was saying about he was on the Ed Sullivan Show and he was doing his little stint. He'd been booked for a further 10 weeks because this was a big thing. And Ed Sullivan was over to one side and said to him, just to show him, he went like that, meaning 2 minutes. He thought it was being offensive. And he started going, fuck this, and all this business, and all this sort of thing, and finished, turned around and walked off. And that was the end of it. But of course, Jackie, being Jackie, was able to bounce back, wasn't he?
He was great, Jackie.
Because he don't give a shit. Why should I give a shit?
Very, very good.
Yeah. Who knew ants had gas central heating? Very bizarre. But it was like Mitch Hedberg as well. He was fucking brilliant. Remember Mitch Hedberg?
Nope.
Brilliant. couldn't look at the audience, always looking down, or had his eyes closed, and just ran off these jokes.
What about Rodney Dangerfield or something?
Oh
like
yeah.
that?
Oh, Christ.
Yeah, when he would
Okay.
do those skits,
Yeah.
I don't even know how he would do them. I would go back and watch like a Johnny Carson. Like that's just like
Yeah, he was great when he was on Carson.
I still watch him and think, yeah, I was like, God, he's so funny.
I didn't really know about him. I found out about him bizarrely from a Disney film of Robin Williams doing an impression of him. That's how and then I was able to put a name to a face. I went, oh, I must check this, I can't believe I'm losing to a rug thing, right? I went and checked him out and went, oh, right, yeah, I'm sorry, this is a whole lump of stuff I've missed out on and must investigate.
He would just get on a roll. Like you watch those skits and you're just like, it just, the momentum, how he would do it, just keep going and you think that's it. And then he would take it another level and another level and you're just like, oh my God, how does this guy?
Yeah.
Man.
It's odd that a lot of these American comedians I obviously missed out on. I mean, the only ones that ever sort of sprung to mind were, people like Richard Pryor, George Carlin. I think Emo Phillips was American.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still is.
We had people, well, yes, obviously, but I remember people like Jasper Carrott and Dave Allen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who were just absolutely. I mean, Dave Allen was just brilliant and brutal, absolutely brutal about the Catholic Church in the nicest possible way.
I tell you one American comedian that I never gelled with, and eventually I think even the American people didn't gel with, was Dice Man.
No, I just
It
that's
was.
That's
It
that
was-
really. That's that,
Yeah.
That's that Jersey. That's a specific area, and it's like that really trashy Jersey kind of vibe to it.
Yeah.
And it's just like, nah, I don't. They love it. That's their humor.
Yeah, they were going mental.
It's not a
Phil
universal
Arenas,
humor.
wasn't he?
Yeah.
But there was something almost sort of childish about it, and yet, but it was like adultly childish. It was very hard to describe it.
Now Dave Chappelle, he's another one that's brilliant. He just gets going, and he's harsh, but it's funny. It's really funny.
Whereas Steve Wright, wow. Yeah, you listen
Now,
to him
it's
all
funny.
night.
When I think of guys like Steve Martin, I don't really think his comedy is funny, but he was so funny in his shows, I think about his comedy, kind of his skits, and I'm like, yeah, it's kind of funny.
Yeah,
But then
He
you
was
got
a pretty
shows
good
where-
banjo player as well.
He's great.
Oh yeah, he's
yeah, with an arrow through his head.
he's awesome. It's another one that doesn't age. He's looked the same age for like 50 years. It's
Yeah.
really one of those bizarre things. He's had that white hair, and you're just like I don't know, he's looked like about 45, forever.
Because he was brilliant in Trains, Planes, and Automobiles. To be honest, with John Candy, he was very good in that.
John Candy, yeah, there's another one.
Yeah, John Candy. Yeah.
I'm still a huge Andy Kaufman fan. It's just magical.
Yeah, he tried to be. He was deliberately trying to not be funny.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? It was quite bizarre.
he
And
was-
he'd be
well-
wrestling members of the audience.
Yeah, he was wrestling.
Stuff
Well,
like
he
that.
started a full-on wrestling career, and he had this whole thing going on with. His name's gone now. Who's that? David, the wrestler.
Hulk Hogan?
No, the one that Andy Kaufman always used to have. Came from Memphis. It's gone now. But yeah, he used to rile him up, and it was all deliberate. They'd work everything out, and then they'd go into the ring, and because wrestling is a sport. Undoubtedly, these are very fit people, but they're also entertainers, and it's also very well planned. It's a show, and they would plan this all out, and he would wrestle this guy from Memphis, and then deliberately lose and get put in a neck brace, and then a week later they'd end up on Letterman.
Jerry Lawler.
Jerry Lawler, that's it.
Okay.
Jerry
Steve
King
Steve
Lawler.
Elbows
Yeah,
seemed to
Jerry
nail that
King
one.
Lawler. And Yeah, they would do this whole skit on live on Letterman where Lawler would slap Kaufman around the face and then they'd cut to commercial, and it was all between them it was planned, but nobody else, not even Dave, knew what was going on. And then he would wrestle women, and he would declare himself international women's wrestling champion because he would only wrestle women. And he got accused of doing it in a perverse way, but it wasn't. It was just he would pay these women wrestlers to come and wrestle him, and then he'd start doing members from the audience, and it was
when you describe it, it does sound a bit pervy.
It does, but it was him and his way of just he never called himself a comedian. He always said, I'm a song and dance man. And he would sing, he would do great. And some of his specials, his comedy specials that he did, were just full of just, him singing Rosemary or whatever it would be. It would just be great. And then of course, there was the Elvis impressions and the whole foreign man character that then developed into Lutka from, in Taxi.
Yeah.
Andy Kaufman. Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was getting confused. Yeah.
But
that guy was.
I mean, I've seen really kind of grainy video footage of him in a club when he's doing the whole foreign man thing, and he comes on and he's doing that accent, which I can't. I'm not going to try and do, but he's doing this kind of he's coming on, and everyone he thinks he is from. Well, he used to say he was from Caspia, which is in the Caspian Sea, and he'd talk about his people. And then he would say, "I'm going to do some impressions for you." So he would say, "Today I'm going to do an impression of President Jimmy Carter."
Yeah.
And then he would stop and you go, "Hello, my name is Jimmy Carter." And he would do that. And then he said, then I'll do an impression of Bob Hope or whatever it might be. And he'd do 4 or 5 of these. And of course, the audience now are getting pissed off because his impression is just him saying, "Hello, I am so-and-so."
Yeah.
Then at the very end, just as the audience, in some cases, were throwing things at him on the stage, he would say, "And now I do my impression of Elvis Presley." And of course, at that time, Elvis was untouchable. He was the king. You could not touch him. And he would then turn around, and this was around the time of Vegas Elvis. So he would have the whole fanfare thing that he would start his shows with. And Andy Kaufman would sort of like peel off bits of his suit to reveal a sequined jumpsuit. And then he'd turn around and everyone's like, "What the hell's he doing?" And then he'd break into an Elvis song and he would sound just like Elvis. And he would do the whole routine with the whole wiggle of the hips. And the audience would go mad.
Yeah.
And it's because they've been taken to the very brink and then just yanked back. And it's just like, it's that big, kind of release. And even Elvis said before he died that Andy Kaufman was his favorite Elvis impersonator. And it was genius, absolute genius. And of course,
there's a video on YouTube of the 100 top British comedians, and some of them are god awful. They are Bernard Manning. But they're interviewing in between all these people. They're interviewing these comedians and then asking them, "Oh, what do you think of this comedian? What do you think of that comedian?"
Oh, right.
And Bernard Manning had nothing good to say about any of them at all. And what's his name? Cinderella one. Oh Christ! Jim Davidson.
Oh right.
He was just like, "Nah, he's a cunt. He's a cunt," like that kind of thing, right? But they were going through all these different kind of comedians, and there was lots of like really fantastic people in. But they showed Harry Hill,
right,
and they showed him do, the one that he does about the calculator.
I can't remember.
He's going, so he's got this huge audience there, and he's going. He says, "When I was younger," he says, "and I had to do, I was doing my exams." He said, "I asked my mum for the PF 100 Casio calculator." He says, "An excellent calculator, I'm sure you agree," and all this sort of thing. He goes, "Unfortunately, my mum bought me the Casio PF 200, which is an electronic organ." And he said, "So at the exam, it was like, 'Please open your papers.' He goes, 'Question 1. He goes, diddly, diddly, diddly. Right. You go, question 2. Ding, 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 and all this sort of thing. Fucking,
Harry
they're
Hill's one of
rolling
those-
in the aisles.
Well, Harry Hill's one of these. He's abstract and he's a little bit out there, but he also has he can swing his act from being really quite left field, and then also bring it back and still be zany in the mainstream. So he could appear on things, like the Harry Hill TV shows that he's done, which
The
are a
Badgers
little
Parade.
odd. Yeah, and there's only one way going to sort this out. Fight.
Yeah.
And they were bizarre, but they were kind of Saturday night, early evening entertainment odd. Whereas his stand-up can, like you say, can go off in this really what the heck was he? Where's he going with this?
Some of it was like sort of like, what?
He is, yeah.
What?
He's very. It's funny that Lee Mack as well is another one that you think, oh, he's terribly mainstream, but his stand-up is quite the other way. He's more kind of what you would call an alternative comic. Because he can really kind of twist you in knots with his stories, and then there's a big payoff at the end. But I think Lee Mack is one of the greatest.
They showed a couple of Paul Merton's one when he used to do the kiosk at the train station.
Just brilliant.
So get this sort of like bloke walks up with a dolphin's head, walks up and like that. He goes, evening standard, please, and a Mars bar. And he goes, right, okay, like that. Here's your change, like that. And he walks off, he leans back on the papers and he goes, dolphins, they're supposed to be one of the most intelligent animals in the world. But he gave me a tenner, I've only given him the change for a £5. There's another one where he's sitting there reading, he's got this A to Z of London. And he goes, shh, I want to find out how this ends. Fucking mental.
Yeah. Paul Merton, he's a national treasure, he is.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. They were talking about Jack D. Saying originally he was doing the old, a guy goes into the pub and all this sort of thing, blah, blah. And then he realised that if he was just sort of like, and just moaned about everything, people thought it was hilarious. So he goes, all right, I'll do that.
That became his shtick, didn't it?
Yeah, and everything was like, me, like that. That made him.
I can't imagine what it's like to get up there on the stage. I've been to comedy shows, and it's pretty, it's pretty amazing that those people can get up there and do it. To me, it seems it's so much harder than music.
I did stand up at school.
Did you?
And
it seems.
And it was all part of that. Look at me, kind of thing. Because the rest of the time, just another kid. It was a moment to shine, sort of thing. He used to telling these really shit jokes, really crap. Well, as a kid, you have to tell crap. You can't tell the jokes that your dad said. Yeah, tell this joke. This is brilliant. I go, I can't tell that joke. They'll lock me up, and then play the piano and do a little tune on the piano and all that sort of thing. Anything. If there was a show on, I'd want to be in it.
I don't know how comedians or actors do it. I mean, I've got the memory of a goldfish.
Well, just remembering those lines,
Yeah, being able to stand on stage and recite things, and no, forget it. Couldn't do it.
I mean, how does Tim Vine do it? He did 480 gags in an hour.
Crazy.
I mean, how do you do it?
Yeah. I was just trying to find this comedian that I saw the other... I went to see Joe Lycett a couple of weeks ago, and his warm-up was this lady called Sarah something or other. I can't find it.
Not Milligan.
No.
Not as big as that.
No. She's had she's been in a few things, but sort of BBC Three kind of things.
Okay.
But she's also she's big on the comedy circuit, on the stand-up circuit, doing the live stuff. But it's her delivery. It was like she would start talking, she would pause as if she'd forgotten what she was about to say, and then she would just
Sarah Keyworth.
That's it, Sarah Keyworth, and she is very good. Not just the jokes are funny, very funny, but her delivery was what really kind of because you're like she's very, very good.
That's like good. Carson had that ability to kind of look at you, and he just kind of looked.
Yeah.
and it was I don't know why. Even as a kid, I was like, this is so freaking hilarious. Like this.
What was that female comedian that was really, really rude?
Who's
But she
that?
eventually I'm trying to remember her name. She's blonde woman.
Oh,
Oh shit, I can't remember. She used to
British.
do that. Yeah, British. Quite popular. She calmed down because she had to go on. She wanted to go on TV, so she had to like really bring it back. Because she used to do all sorts of the sort of jokes that a man couldn't do about women. She was doing.
Victoria Wood?
No, right, no, way. No, Victoria was is a national treasure. She couldn't put her foot wrong, but she wouldn't do this kind of stuff. This is not her material at all. She was talking about things like, she goes about trying to get her boyfriend to go down on her. And he goes, and he wouldn't do it. He's complaining about the smell. He says, but that's probably because when I have a crap, I wipe forward rather than. And then she goes, I've tried to change it. He goes, I mean, I've had to change it. You know, I've tried to I wipe backwards now, obviously, because the last time he went on me, he come up looked like a 6-year-old that had been chewing a chocolate donut. She was
I'm
hilarious.
expecting Zoe to come in and berate us again. So.
Well, this was a woman that said it, so I'm just quoting verbatim.
yeah, I feel like you gotta.
But she was hilarious. She was hilarious, but she did have to dial it back in the end, obviously to go on TV. Well, she dialed it back a little.
I feel it's tough because that creative inspiration, to put any kind of constraint on it, is very dangerous.
Yeah, you should be able
It's
to laugh at
unfair
anything.
to the creative person, even though I understand people get offended. It's kind of, it's just kind of.
People choose to be offended; they don't get offended.
Yeah.
We used to listen to Jimmy Jones albums when I was sort of in my teens.
Yeah.
And he was a comedian that, was massive in the club circuit around here. He was proper blue, proper, didn't really, very unfiltered. And we used to love listening to him. He was really, really rude. And he refused to tone his act down. He said, if they don't want me on TV the way I am on stage, then I just don't want to be on TV. And he never, I don't think he ever appeared on any form of television at all, because he just refused to dial it back. I mean, you listen back to some of the stuff now and you go, "Oh, that hasn't aged well," but it was what it was back then. So
yes, Jenny Eclair. Thank you. I said, yeah, Jenny Eclair. That's it. Yeah. But you did have to dial it back a bit to do more conventional.
But then
TV.
Jo Brand, when Jo Brand started out, she was
filthy.
Very, yeah.
I
mean, she still is, when she's out and about, when she's not doing mainstream telly, she's still, sort of Jo Brand. But
she's funny because there's a general consensus says that women can't be funny, and I think it's because they're not given the proper opportunities, right?
Oh, yeah.
They have to fight so much harder to get up there and get heard.
Sarah Pascoe, I like Sarah Pascoe.
Yeah,
and Rachel Parrish as well.
Yeah,
she's very good. And who's that one from Essex? She was on MASH Report. I can never remember her name. She's very, very funny. No, name's gone. But there's some very, very funny women.
Yeah, but I mean, because Rachel Parrish is married to what's his face, isn't he?
Marcus Brigstock.
Marcus Brigstock.
Yeah,
that supercilious twat.
Yeah, but he is funny.
Yeah.
Sometimes,
yeah. I'm with Sass on this one. Sometimes he's not that funny, and it's just a little bit. But
he used to be, but then he went very smug, and I think comedians that look down on people tend not to get great laughs.
I'm trying to remember the name of those two women comedians. I think they did a lot of stuff together on Saturday Night Live or something like that.
There's a bunch of them.
They're both big now. I mean, one of them. Why can't I remember the bloody name?
You mean like Amy Poehler and
Thank you. Yeah, Amy Poehler and
Tina Fey.
Yeah,
Oh,
Tina
man,
Fey's
they're both-
brilliant.
yeah,
God, everything they do is just like,
Sarah Silverman as well.
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
No,
The added bonus for Sarah Silverman, she's cute as hell. And I, yeah. I like Sarah Silverman.
Amy Poehler's really good. Poehler. When she had that show, I can't even remember the name of it. It was just so funny.
Yeah.
I saw a skit with Tina Fey.
Yeah.
I think it was Amy Poehler. Julia Louis-Dreyfus. And someone else. And Amy Schumer.
Ah.
And basically, Amy Schumer's out jogging, and she happens on this picnic table where you've got Tina Fey and these other ladies, and they're celebrating they're hitting 40 and becoming. It's like, yeah, oh no, I can't. I've started explaining it now. I can't properly explain it.
It happens. It happens, my friend. It happens.
It's a parody on how basically when women hit a certain age in the entertainment industry, they're now regarded as too old for things. But in this sketch, they're kind of celebrating that, and how the fact that they can now just not shave anything and and have grey hairs and put on a few pounds, and they're kind of celebrating and it's kind of approaching the topic from the other perspective, and they're celebrating the fact that men can be 70 years old and still play a 25-year-old in a film, whereas a woman, once she hits a certain age, can't do anything. And it's kind of a whole parody thing about that. It's very, very funny. Tina Fey is brilliant in that one.
Oh, yeah, she's so.
I kind of like Amy Schumer. Is like I'm never quite sure whether I really like her or not.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Because when she's really funny, she is hilariously funny, but then sometimes she just goes a little off, and I'm thinking, no, you're just almost like you're trying too hard, or you're trying to just get a shock value sort of thing. But yeah, in general, very funny. Somebody just mentioned Smack the Pony.
Yeah,
now there's an incredibly talented bunch of female comedians.
Do you remember Oxford Roadshow?
Yes.
There was a few people got started in that as well, didn't they?
Yeah.
See, Hugh Dennis. I mean, he's
milky.
Oh, milky. I remember that. Do you know how many people don't remember that character?
Far too many, but it's not good.
Milky. It's all lumpy.
But that whole Mary Whitehouse experience was a great thing.
Yeah.
Because it was him and Steve Punt, Norman.
Oh, what about
David Baddiel and Robert? What was his name?
Oh, the one who quit.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Skinner.
No,
not Baddiel.
Robert Newman.
Newman, that was it. Yes.
Newman and Baddiel, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause it was the two kind of duos that then came together as a foursome. And
There you go. Here you go then. You know those plates that you get in mental institutions with the green paint around the edge? Yes, I am aware of the crockery. Up against a wall, it's slightly cracked and a little dirty. Yes, I am aware. That's your satellite dish, that is. That's your bestest receiver.
You see that puddle on the floor? Yes, I'm aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's your swimming pool.
Yeah. You know that thing, where you get bits of detritus stuck to a cow's posterior? Yes. That's your girlfriend, that is. That's your bestest friend. And you go to parties together. But if we could get back to the topic of the Civil War. And then they go on to all that stuff, and then you just turn around and go on to something else. And even though it was the same joke over and over, and yet...
But it was just that repetition of, what's going to happen, But
And you're
how
just
are
gonna-
they getting there? What's
Yeah.
the journey?
Yeah. But like, because somebody mentioned, what was it, that we're chewing the fat or something, wasn't it, yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, that was another one, you know, but a lot of the good people in that wouldn't know them down here. And it's
No.
not that far away, you know?
It's a different world.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Very.
But you know, there's a group of cool people who know who Stony Bridge is.
Stony Bridge.
Stony Bridge. Come to our beautiful bus stop.
Oh, it's right near Hampton Bridge.
Oh yeah, Hebden Bridge. That's even better. Yeah. I wonder if there's a plaque saying Ed Sheeran was born here in Hebden Bridge.
They're about to have put up a blue plaque somewhere. There.
Must be, yeah. Yeah, there you go. No, it's not. That's my house. He's stolen that as well now. I only lent it to him.
It must be quite weird
I'm trying to remember the
to
comedian.
come from somewhere like Hebden Bridge and end up being a worldwide megastar. It's got to play with your head a little. I would have
Well,
thought.
this is going to surprise you. I have never heard an Ed Sheeran song.
Me neither. I was just thinking the same thing. I was like,
I've
what
heard
did they
bits
play on?
of, but
Yeah.
not a whole one.
Well,
I may have heard him on the radio and not realized.
I heard him do that loopy loop thing that he did on the charity gig for Ukraine. But that's only because I was waiting for Richard Hilton to come on.
I saw him in that Beatles movie where they pretended had the Beatles song to bring back the Beatles, and the kid does all the Beatles
Yesterday.
hits. Yeah, he was on that, I think, because they were.
Yeah.
But that was my main experience with him. I was like,
Yeah.
that's weird, isn't it? Like, that I could totally just. I know he is though. When I see him, I'm like, that's that guy.
Yeah.
That's that redhead guy.
Looks like a
Unfortunately,
fatter Prince Harry. Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're sort of like, because he moved to Suffolk in like when he was about 4 years old and grew up here and is he's now team sponsor for Ipswich Town.
He's really young. Yeah.
And he always does his homecoming gig in Ipswich, and he used to busk on the streets of Diss and Ipswich as well. And it's fuck off. Half of his songs are about places around here, and so god.
But I got the impression that he was like super famous because people were going around saying he was. And that's how he got famous, by people going around saying he's super famous. Oh, is he? Oh, then I better know who he is.
Well,
He has red hair.
Yeah.
Didn't he have a career trajectory a bit like Lily Allen, who supposedly came out of nowhere, and she was I don't know, she used to perform on MySpace or Facebook or whatever, and became a massive international hit overnight. The fact that her father was connected to the whole of the UK media.
Yeah.
Well, it does seem to be the thing these days that you look at these people and you look at their parents and their background. They might not have been like super wealthy, but they were pretty damn privileged. Their parents had very well paid jobs and they went to very nice schools, and they're probably allowed to stay at home rent free whilst they went and plied their trade on the streets of wherever, and it's an incredibly kind of privileged upbringing that lots and lots of people just don't get. And then, just so happens that they then all of a sudden get a recording contract. It's all very, sort of fortuitous. And
we had a band, Good Charlotte, that.
Oh, I remember them.
So I was in the DC area at the time, Washington DC, and we played that whole kind of circuit. They were more from deep southern Maryland, but they were kind of on the peripheral of that market. Nobody had ever heard of them And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they were playing one of the clubs in DC, a very famous, like Black Cat, one of the really, someone like Grace would know. And we were all like, "What the hell is this?" They were on the radio, and then it turned out we knew some people that knew them, and it turned out they went to New York and they had some parents who knew some executives, and it was like overnight they just jumped over all of us, and they were not particularly good either, and they didn't have really good staying power. But it was kind of that stark reminder that that there is a culture of success with rich people, and I see it.
Yeah.
I have some slight family members who, they raise their kids like, well, they have to go to this school, they have to do this, and I'm like, look, go to community college, whatever, just do what you want to do. That's kind of what my dad did, go to school, but I don't really,
Yeah.
But
So,
yeah,
a lot of these.
Inky brought up a good point. She mentioned League of Gentlemen. Forgot about that.
Yes. Some of which are back tonight. I missed it. Inside Number 9 was on the new series. He makes me laugh. Reece Shearsmith. He's very funny. When he was in Carpool, he played the fishmonger that they gave a lift to in the back, and Any Kamosi comes on. Here come the hot step, and he's doing this because he doesn't know the words, and he's just like he's improvising the whole thing. And it's the outtakes. When you see the outtakes of that scene, he's just brilliant. He's keeping character, and Peter Kay is absolutely wetting himself. But there's another one. Peter Kay
is really good. Yeah.
I remember when I first saw Peter Kay, he was co-hosting. He'd been drafted in to co-host on the Big Breakfast for a week because like Johnny Vaughan was off sick or something, and I think he was probably trying a little bit too hard. And I just thought, oh no, this you look like you're a young version of a typical Northern working man's club comic, and you're trying to be edgy, but it just doesn't suit the persona sort of thing. And I thought, I don't like it. And then the next thing I see a few years later, he's doing things like Phoenix Nights, which was just utter genius, and ironically was all about a Northern working men's club, and all of that stuff. He's just so very, very clever.
The one thing I remembered about that when he was talking about was it naan bread? He goes, naan bread. I've tasted it. It's the future.
That was garlic bread. That was garlic.
That was garlic bread. Do beg your pardon.
Bread, garlic bread.
What a combination.
Yeah. His stand up is just superb. Something's going on. I don't know what it is with Peter Kay. The last few years, he's clearly got. He said he's got private matters. So
never a good sign.
No, whether it's him or his family, but I mean,
still a big fan of Eddie Izzard.
Oh, Eddie Izzard's brilliant.
Used to love all of his stuff.
Yeah, he's very, very good. But again, he was very Python-esque, wasn't he?
Yeah, but even he admits that he was massively influenced by Python.
Of course, yeah.
So,
didn't he do one of the later Secret Policeman's balls? I think he stood in on the Yorkshireman sketch.
But he's one of those guys that can quote sketches offhand, which is always a sign.
And how many marathons did he do?
51
consecutively.
Was it? No, it was 52 in 50 days.
That's it. Just mental.
Yeah, well, if you're going to do it, do it.
Do it, yeah.
Which meant that David Williams had to swim the Thames.
Yeah.
Stop whining, you little bitch. He done 50 marathons.
There was a bit at the end of Killing Eve. I'm not going to spoil it for anyone, but there's a bit at the end where they two characters go into the Thames, and then the next shot is in the water looking at these people in the Thames. I'm thinking, no, That's not real. 'Cause you go in the Thames, you can't see that far in front of your fucking nose.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's bits of shit just floating past.
That's only in Oxford.
So yeah, it was. I think they filmed it in that big tank at Pinewood. Was
I
it
mean,
Pinewood?
that's how I knew that I would be spending the rest of my life with Fiona. So I was in the kitchen one morning, and I went, "One day, son, all this will be yours." And she goes, "What, the curtains?"
I don't want to dance and sing.
No, there's no singing.
No more bloody singing.
Right. You stay here and make sure he doesn't leave. Where you going? We're coming with you. No, you stay here and make sure he doesn't leave.
Sometimes I just want to burst out into song.
Yeah. No, just stop that bloody singing. Never gets old, does it? It's bizarre.
Never gets
Oh,
Give me all your lupins.
oh, God, yeah.
Dennis Moore, riding
Yeah,
through
do
the
that
game.
again. Oh, God. You gotta love it.
I still think argument sketch is one of the greatest things ever.
Yes.
This isn't argument, this is abuse.
Yeah. You
what?
snivelling. Now try again. Whack. Wah. Much better. What about the army training? Remember? John Cleese go, right, this week we're going to be doing how to disarm somebody carrying
Self-defense against fruit.
a raspberry.
raspberry.
Yeah. We've done raspberries.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
What about grapes? We've done grapes. Yeah.
How about bananas?
Bunches and seedless. Yeah. Yeah. What about the banana then? No, you haven't done the banana, have you?
You defend yourself against somebody attacking with a banana by using the 16-ton weight.
Oh, was it the Hungarian translation book? If I said you had a beautiful body, would you hold it against me? Ooh, whoop, whoop, sailor boy. What are you implying?
And now, today, we're joined by Anne Elk. Anne has a theory about the Brontosaurus. Anne, what is your theory?
My theory,
Yeah.
which is mine,
And only mine. He completely owned by me.
is
My
this.
theory is this, as follows. Oh, man.
Brontosaurus is very thin at one end, much, much bigger in the middle, and very thin again at the other end. That is
That is my
what it
theory. What it is. Miss Elk? Where?
Woman, man.
I'm sorry, I have a cold.
It's too silly. Stop all this nonsense, this is too silly.
Yeah. But I am your king. King? I didn't know we had a king. I thought we were an autonomous collective. No, don't you believe it.
We're
I feel like I'm back at school again.
I say, old man.
Woman.
No, sorry, old woman. Man, sorry, I have a bit of a cold. I'm not old. I'm 39. Oh, there's a nice bit of mud over here.
Who are you then? I am your king. Well, I didn't vote for you.
Yeah. I don't see how some aquatic tart handing out swords is any basis for a government.
What was it? What were we bent tossing scimitars or something? Bring out your dead.
I'm not dead yet.
Soon will be.
He's quite ill.
Yeah.
Oh, stop it, stop it, stop it. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh. Bravely, bravely, Sir Robin. Mate.
Excuse me.
You're welcome. Oh. So, moving on.
I'm going to get a quick little nightcap.
And now for
Back
something
in-
completely different.
Yeah.
A band of 3 buttocks.
So how's business in Colorado then, David?
It's
Think
good.
it's getting back to normal and
Yeah, I think so. Other than the fires, yeah. I
Yeah,
guess
trying to burn the place down, yeah.
Burn it down from
Yeah,
the
that's gonna
forest, right?
screw it all up. That's not part of the plan. Mother Nature, thanks a lot.
Yeah. Yeah. You're supposed to be our friend.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well,
That's not cool, man.
yeah, that's not cool.
Yeah.
are these caused
Nature
by storms
sucks.
or are they people?
Yeah. Well, nature was like on our side, but I guess it's part of capitalism.
Yeah. I don't know, you drop a ton of toxins in the river and it gets all like gnarly.
Yeah, man.
Man.
Capitalism's really ruining everything, man. Oh, it's just, yeah, it's pretty good though. I can't complain.
Excellent. It's good to hear.
Oh,
Yeah, it's been really strange shit time, really, for everybody.
I know. I started fighting with my sister about COVID again, and then I always go, "What would you have done differently 2 years ago?" I don't know. I just,
Yeah.
And I'm like, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh,
thing is,
I don't
I
like to be an armchair.
It's got to be pretty weird for the kids because as adults we're able to rationalise everything that happened over the last 2 years.
It all depends on their it depends on their age.
Yes.
Yeah.
I got lucky. My kids are young enough, but the teenagers,
Yeah.
not good.
Being either isolated or having to do school over Zoom. They could have picked a better product to start with, but it's got to be weird.
Like what? Microsoft Teams?
But then there's that part of you that just kind of says, "Suck it up," you know.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there is.
But there again, think about it. What would they have done if the
Like a
technology wasn't
little
there?
Tiny part of you that just that kind of goes, "Yeah, life's hard."
Yeah.
But then it is hard for them, and you have to kind of,
Yeah.
Well, it was the funny part was. So my sister's position was kind of like, well, these people were weak; they're going to die anyways. And I go, well, and she's like, but these poor businesses. And I was like, well, those businesses were weak, so they were going to die anyway. So
Yeah, you can't have it both ways.
It was sort of fun, but it was it's all perspective,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, hopefully teenage pregnancy rates will have been down for the last 2 years, but
Hey, that's a winner,
yeah.
right? Yeah. Well,
But there'll have been, pent up demand. So for the next year or so, we're going to have problems.
I know. I keep feeling like it's going to be the 70s again. It's just, I just feel like, don't you kind of feel like we're going to hit this weird breakout?
Yeah.
Freedom.
I think we're coming up to the Summer of Love 2, The Return.
We used to do that to the younger people. We used
Don't really want more sequels.
We used to joke about them, like, man, you missed all that wild sex stuff, and they were anything went, and they're like, oh, They're like, yeah, you missed it all. It was crazy. It's like, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
I don't know though. You're right though. There's something probably pent up. People are being a little nicer. I think people are tired of being angry, unless they're just angry. And then
But then they were always going to be angry anyway.
Yeah,
So.
they just like being angry.
Yeah.
So there's nothing you can do about them. They're just they're actually probably more angry because they don't have a reason to be as angry. So
Yeah.
I don't fit into that too well.
Yeah. Yeah.
STDs are at a record high, apparently, according to the version.
Well, I was going to say, it's probably because people can't actually get to see a fucking doctor at the moment. So.
Yeah. That can be, yeah, we're all screwed up with the doctors.
It's
All the healthcare stuff is a mess. You know,
Well, it's not just healthcare. I mean, I'm still shocked that the way countries shut down key infrastructure like shipping. I mean, I can understand them closing, the airlines down for foot passengers, but you would have thought that it wasn't beyond the capabilities of ports to manage quarantine on ship. I mean, for God's sake, we've had the Q flag for a couple of hundred bloody years. And, whenever you pull into a foreign port, you raise the Q flag and wait until you're cleared in. So,
Before Picard comes along. Sorry.
So the fact that they shut down international shipping, I just found perverse, utterly perverse, because it's one of the safest ways of carrying goods around the world. I mean, especially the long distance stuff, because if they're at sea for a couple of weeks or months, then they're not likely to be either getting infected or infecting each other, or if they did, they'd all have been over it by the time they got to port.
one of the things I found funny during COVID, like I felt like a real provider. I'd go to the store on my mask, and I would just stock up on all this stuff. And then like 2 weeks later, we were out of everything. Like a week or two later, and I was like, "Oh my God, this is terrifying!" Like we just like burned through like all that stuff, and I'm like, "What could we live on if we had to?" I'm like, it's just it's funny how our whole system, we're so codependent, and yet we,
But isn't it? Again, I find it perverse that quite a lot of us already knew this, and you sort of think, well, if we knew this, why didn't the governments? I mean, being dependent on other countries for essential goods, maybe that we should build some resilience into the system. I mean, Original Synth says that, governments panicked. Yes, they did, but within 3 months, they should have got a grip of it. And they didn't. And not just
the most
all governments, not just being critical of one. Every government in the world just, I don't know, put earmuffs and blinkers on.
Politicians are truly incompetent. If you're incompetent in any profession, go into politics.
Yeah, that's true enough.
Well, was it, fear of the unknown? Was it that, the likes of the UN and the WHO were being very misleading and whipping up fear? I mean, they were the ones, who were meant to be at the head of this.
Well, I mean, at the start, people were dying left, right, and centre.
But they were. They were and they weren't. I mean, every year the flu virus kills lots of people all around the world. The excess death rates aren't massively high. So, but I mean, the WHO and the UN both helped in covering up where the virus came from and, spreading disinformation. That was shocking. And more shocking was that all the governments around the world did absolutely bugger all about it.
I don't think that the way the world was working, or had worked, compared to how, because I mean, if you look back at the, what was it, the Spanish flu in the 1850s, was it? There's 100,000 dead. They didn't really know. I mean, the way the world worked then, it was an easier task to deal with. But the way the world worked now, it's so integrated globally.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, and they've been making it more and more global for like the last 4 or 5 decades to a huge extent, and then bring into that the whole the technology we're using now and stuff like that. and you got this sort of like, world shop, as it were, and then you get this shit goes on, and you go, well, how do we separate all this? How can we shut this down? Even if we shut that down, it's going to affect this. It's going to affect that. It's just a domino effect. Is just going to go everywhere.
Oh, it was a perfect storm.
But where they're going, well, we haven't got the infection. Don't do that because it'll fuck us up. I go, yeah, but we've got to, so it became a matter of, well, who's the most powerful gets to decide actually what happens and when, and they're all just running around like chickens with no heads on because they didn't know how to deal with it because of the way the planet was set up. Yeah, look at the thing now where we got with the war in Ukraine, and normally if a war occurs, on the far side of Europe, doesn't mean that you're not going to have heating. That's normally not connected. That wouldn't be connected. But today it is, because we've got to be careful about how we approach Russia over what's happening in Ukraine, because we have to buy our gas from Russia. Because we get more money by selling our gas.
Yeah, but we only get between 3 and 5% of our fuel from Russia. It's mainly Europe that is affected.
Yeah,
but what's happened
even
is
then,
that it's caused the global rise in the cost of fuel because of the restrictions of supply, or the risk to the supply chain.
I must admit, I seem to remember reading somewhere we get a hell of a lot more gas from Europe than that.
We get electricity from France. We have a pipeline coming over from it's either the Netherlands or Norway.
Yeah.
But they don't get their gas from Russia.
But here's the thing. We get our electricity from France.
Because they still have nuclear reactors.
They still have nuclear, but we got nuclear reactors as well. But the way it works is it's not so much the governments, but the markets that really control everything. It runs around with the markets. So it's about the markets, and it's about the buying, and it's about the selling. And if we piss off Russia too much, markets get damaged, which leads to other markets getting damaged, and prices of start skyrocketing on certain things and crashing on others and stuff like that. So nobody wants to upset the status quo. So they're going, oh, what Russia's doing is terrible, but we won't really do anything about it. We'd kind of like do this and look the other way. Because everything is so fucking integrated now with everything else. That it's like Jenga. You pull something and the whole fucking lot comes down.
It's funny. In some ways, it's really great, right? And in other ways, it's, I think we've gotten used to things being having some kind of homeostasis, which is kind of weird. And now when we get fluctuations, oh my God, inflation. I don't know.
Well, it's exposed the intergovernmental structures and intra-governmental structures for the pile of cards or the house of cards that they are.
They made deals with the devil, I guess, on some level to give things cheap. I don't know. I mean, we've learned. It's like what happens here. We get these monopolies and we have to break them up. And then really, we've done that with the utilities and everything. You keep trying to break them up and then they just reform like that's their natural state of being. It's like you just can't. Oh, we see.
Because when there was, I remember watching, I don't know how much of this is true, but I remember watching this video, and there was this rather officious-looking guy going on about how no matter how you break it down, there was 3 corporations that owned everything in the United States. Just 3.
BlackRock is one of them.
Yeah, so like even Apple is owned by at least one of these, and Microsoft is owned by this one. So whichever way you followed the paper trail, it went to one of these 3 corporations.
But they also own bits of each other.
Yeah, and
they're all shareholders in each other's.
It's all hedged.
When you look here, it's kind of the same thing. But apparently the big overall control companies aren't based here.
No, they're all foreign.
It's
Like
all
EDF
elsewhere.
Energy. Yeah.
Yeah. So when obviously things like this shit, shit hits the fan, you go, right, we're going to have to be more self-reliant. We're going to have to be resourceful. And everybody looks around and goes, well, we're all really good at, we're really good as a country. We're good at selling insurance and cleaning telephones and offices. There's not much else left. So when you've got a Conservative government turn around and say, look, you need to start being a country that manufactures. And you go, weren't you the guys that did everything in your power to fucking destroy manufacturing in this country about 40 years ago?
But
that was you, wasn't it?
But not
and
just here, it's happened in the States as well. I mean, the decline of manufacturing. Look at Detroit.
Yeah, but it seems strange that you got America, which has got its own things and its own culture, and you got us with our own things and our own culture, and yet there seems to be this correlation between various countries doing exactly the same kind of things at exactly the same time.
Yeah.
But it's the West. And it's always benefiting.
Well, because the rise of hyper-capitalism at the same time, everywhere across the world.
Yeah.
It's so lovely to see capitalism dying, isn't it?
Because
it is. It's dying. No. It's in its death throes, and it will take long, and it'll be very fucking painful.
Yeah.
But capitalism is now in its end game. Thank fuck.
And we just have lovely dictators.
Depends on what it's replaced with.
Yeah.
Well, that's up to us. There are options.
No, it's not up to us. It's never going to be up to us.
That's very defeatist.
We're never going to be in that room, put it that way. No, I'm trying to be pragmatic about it.
But we can be. How many of how many of them, and how many are there of us? And they've convinced us to believe that we can never take back control.
Yeah, but how many of us have been bought by them
exactly
to protect them from us?
Exactly.
That's the real problem.
I mean, Steve Elbows has got it right there. Capitalism does reinvent itself. And you
can swings around. That's everything's cyclical.
And you can have a capitalist economy like we have in the UK, but still have social structures such as the NHS, and the same as in the likes of Norway and Denmark.
Yeah, but they're definitely going to have to take a really good, long, hard look at their growth models this time round, because you can't.
Yes, and
have
investment
you can't have this kind of goose stepping all over the planet that's been going on. I think since about the 80s of this, it just things got so big, because you never used to talk about things like because at one time a day a bank, for instance, would be those helpful chappies up in town. We needed a loan or whatever, or a mortgage and stuff like that. And it was never these, faceless corporations.
Societies.
Well, no, banks used to be like that. Back in the days, when the manager used to wear a bowler, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but they were still in it for themselves. They were not. They were not.
Building societies were owned. They were mutual societies that were owned by their members, whereas banks were purely profit.
Yeah.
Motivated
private institutions.
Yeah, but they weren't this kind of.
It was definitely
corrupt
different,
institutions that they.
But it was still.
Yeah. I mean, you never used to hear the expression "they're too big to fail."
Yeah.
Nobody was that fucking arrogant.
Yeah, but I mean, the failure of markets is due to a number of factors. One is greed. The other is poor or lack of regulation. And unfortunately, with the implementation of computers, it got to the stage where the regulators didn't actually understand what the banks were doing.
Yeah.
Because the sea change in opportunities brought about by digital trading was too fast. Well, I mean, it wasn't just the regulators who didn't understand it. The banks themselves evidently didn't understand what it was that they were doing themselves.
And so the governments then deregulated. And so they were allowed to regulate themselves.
Thank you. Yeah.
Because I remember
To
I
such
think,
great effect that we bailed them out for billions of pounds.
yeah, because it was round
yes.
about, I think it was about 2011, something like that. For a laugh, I took took interest in one of these emails and applied for a $500,000 loan on a house in I think it was Florida. Pushing these mortgages. They sent me the paperwork. Do you know what I mean? It was ridiculous.
Yeah, but it's failure of risk management.
They found a gap in the market, which was, who are we not selling mortgages to? I'll tell you who we're not selling
Poor
mortgages.
people. Poor people.
People who can't afford mortgages.
Yes.
What?
Well, that was whole subprime, wasn't it?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
that's a whole customer base you haven't tried to sell them before, too. So clearly, that's a great new customer base. But
But that's the way that a lot of things are going at the moment. You know, here's something that probably come across wrong, but I hope it doesn't. So, I generally watch if I ever watch TV, like as in broadcast TV,
Yeah.
it tends to be the BBC, maybe a bit of Channel 4, but that's kind of it, and the rest is kind of streaming stuff. But sometimes, like late at night, when you've just finished watching a film and you're just kind of flicking through the channels while you finish your wine or whatever.
Yeah.
You end up going through to ITV3, ITV4, and then beyond into those horrible channels that are just a mishmash of anything. And you occasionally find something that is appealing to watch. So you just put it on. It's just kind of making your way through the last hour before you go to bed. And you look at the adverts on some of these channels, and what they are trying to sell and who they are trying to target, and it's scary how many loan companies, payday loan companies, or whatever we'll lend you the money at 3,649% APR. And you think they're targeting the people that watch this stuff.
And the first thing I thought when I saw that advert was, what happened to the regulation body that used to prevent you from producing adverts like that?
Well,
what happened to them?
The ASA still exists.
But one of the things we've done,
as long as they're telling the truth, it's okay.
Well, we've defunded the regulators. That's what we've seen in the States. We have all these brilliant regulations that if we just followed, would make the system maybe not perfect, but quite a bit better. But we get a different group of politicians in, and they just defund a bunch of crap. And then everybody's mad at the regulators, and you think there's nobody working there. And then they get but I just wonder what we. But the young folks are being much more. They're much more collective, and they're much more of a force. But they don't have any money, so.
Well, it's like people. There are people that are in their early 30s who still cannot afford to buy their own house, get a mortgage, and acquire their own property. I got my first mortgage when I was like 21, and it was at 17.5%. Interest rates at the time. The national interest rate was crazy, but we could still afford to do it. Nowadays, they cannot afford to do it. They simply cannot afford to buy a house that will start them on that ladder.
Depends where you are, Rob.
No, it's getting less and less dependent on where you are. It's pretty much anywhere. I mean, certainly,
it's getting very national, isn't it?
If you look at, it used to be big cities, London, Manchester, Birmingham, the big metropolitan places.
No,
but
Manchester was very, very cheap up until, well, I mean, parts of Manchester still are very, very cheap.
Yeah, but if you're, like my sister lives. Well, she lived in central Manchester, and now she's in Stockport, just outside Stockport. And she's she's 42 this year, and and she's got a student loan that she's still paying off from 20 odd years ago. And she's been lucky. The fact that she hasn't got kids helps. So she hasn't got that extra outlay. But she still struggled to find and get on that ladder. And I came off that ladder when I got divorced in 2001. I sold my house that I had with my first wife, and we split the proceeds. And the plan was that I was going to I'll just get another smaller place. And then I got laid off, and so for like 6 months I had no job, and I was living off the redundancy payment and the profit I'd made from my previous house. And that was a little bit stupid as well, but financially I wasn't very clever. But now here I am, 52 years old. I still live in rented accommodations. I have done since 2001. And there is absolutely no way that I will, without a significant intervention from a third party, be able to afford to buy my own property. My kids have grown up in rented accommodation all their lives. Now, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I think about my kids now.
But you would if you weren't living where you're living.
I would what?
You'd be able to buy a house if you were
wouldn't.
prepared to move.
No, I wouldn't. Nobody. I'm 52 years old. Nobody is going to give me a mortgage any longer than 15 years, and I do not have a deposit because of my personal situation. I do not have any no significant savings to put down a deposit. I mean, a 3-bedroomed semi or maybe a 3-bedroom detached house in this part of the country is about £350,000. So I'm looking at a minimum 35 grand deposit, and then I've got to do that mortgage over 15 years. Now I got a quote for that very set of figures, and I would be paying between £2,100 and £2,500 a month on a mortgage, and my rent is £925. So,
Yeah.
and I can just about afford that.
Yeah, this is the problem with our system right now. It's got extreme winners and losers, and what's happening in the States is we're holding on to this old belief that just pick yourself up by your bootstraps, which has some relevance to some degree, but it doesn't tell the real story, which is there's a percentage at the top controlling, really controlling. It really wasn't this bad, but it's gotten so bad now that they're really throwing the scraps at us. Now we can do okay. We can, but yeah, we're in the same. It's very cyclical, but what we learned with housing in 2007 here was it was always a safe investment until it wasn't.
Yeah.
And then it changed everything. Then it was like, this is gambling, and where most people just want to buy something and they're okay with 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5%. What we got now is people moving in the neighborhood for a couple years. They have no interest in staying. They're hoping the houses shoot up in value, and then they bail, sell it for even more. And really what they're doing is just disrupting the whole chemistry of the neighborhood. When it was built, it was just a bunch of families. Now we got flippers and all these people coming in and out.
Yeah, and landlords buying in property. And,
I understand the economics of it, why they're doing it, but it's very disruptive. And we already have a society where where we don't stay in the same place anymore. We can't. So to Sasquatch's point, he's telling you to move. I'm not dragging on, but the whole thing that we're losing now is that we're not staying in the same place anymore.
But
in my opinion.
But it's like
maybe I'm wrong.
Rob, you're saying the price of a house where you are for a 3-bed semi is 350 grand or whatever. You can get somewhere like Crewe and get a 3-bed semi, 1930s, good condition, 160 grand.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Why would you want to be in Crewe?
Yeah, well there's that. But here's a point. So
it's about choice.
No, it's not about choice because I have 2 children. I have 2 children who are in full-time education, and you're telling me that I should move 250 miles up north just because I can live in a cheaper house and I disrupt their education. That's something I'm not prepared to do.
Yeah.
Because that's what happened to me. I moved 3 times between the ages of 12 and 15, and I went to 3 different high schools, and it just fucked me up.
Yeah, it was all starting all over again, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not doing that with my children. I want them to have a stable upbringing. I want them to have the same friends at the age of 5, at the age of 18.
Agree with you.
I'm not moving. I'm not moving to another place in the country simply to buy a cheaper house. I would rather spend whatever I do, on my rental.
No, that's fine. All I'm saying is that there is choice, and just because of your circumstances doesn't mean that people can't do what you're saying that you can't. So I mean, I've got 3, 2 nephews and a niece who all had bought houses in the West Midlands before the age of 24. And that's only, 3 years ago now.
Yes, but the bloody West Midlands.
And they're all bought 3-bedroom semis. Yeah, I know you might not like the West Midlands. Plenty of people do.
Forget the geography. Forget whether you like a place or not. But if you move to Crewe into a 3-bedroom semi that costs you 150,000, whatever it might be, the other thing is that if you move to Crewe, you're going to have to find a job in Crewe.
Yeah, but you work from home.
Yes, I personally work from home, but not everybody does. You have to understand that the reason houses are cheaper is because the wages are lower. And, I've got other financial commitments. I can't, yes, I have the luxury of working from home with this current job. Who knows, that might go up the Swanee at any time. Hopefully it doesn't, touch wood. It doesn't do that. But, you can't just say, move. It's not as simple as just moving house.
I've moved all over the country, and I took my family with me.
Yeah, but I think,
it was the choice that I made, and it's a choice that lots of people make. I understand that it's not suitable for you, but just because it's not suitable for you doesn't mean that it can't be done.
Well, I think it's a question whether it's been done. Is that what we want, right? Is that the society we want? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but at one time of day, there would be help to help you stay where you were.
Yeah, I mean
and there was a sensible market,
and that's one of the things with.
That's what's missing. You used to have
whether it's like in America, but certainly here, it's too expensive for children in this village.
Yeah.
Of 1,000 people. It's too expensive for young people to go and get a job and stay in this village and help keep this community that's been thriving, or used to thrive, and is now being overrun with. I say overrun. That makes it sound like a bad thing, but there's a larger majority of older people, retired people, and the young people are just having to move elsewhere because it's too expensive to live in the village. That means they're leaving their friends and their family behind. Again, if I move 250 miles up north, who's going to look after my mother-in-law? Yeah, I can't. We can't do those sorts of things because of that.
Complications.
Because at one time of day, your house was, it was your home. It was your focal point, right? Today, the house is the legacy for whether it's what you're going to leave behind, and because it's the sum total of all your fucking wealth. I mean, like you've been here, Robbie. The place is 19 feet, isn't it?
Yeah.
By about 19 feet. Right? It's a 3-bedroom terrace. It is valued, it's £500,000.
Yeah.
And if you want to rent these, the people next door are renting, they're paying £2,800 a month.
Jesus.
Yeah.
And and I know for a fact, I mean, when Richard Hilton was here, he was like, dude, my front room's bigger than this, and my house was like $38,000. Yeah. That kind of thing. And you go, yeah, but it's because it's in Surrey, and it's near London, and it's very green.
You can get cheaper places in London.
Well, I think that the problem is there are people that can. Sorry, Robert, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, because say, Ken was like 2800. It's just like for that size, you can get cheaper places in London.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to live in a box.
But I already am.
I mean, my sister, when she was at uni, she not at uni, was it before? I can't remember now. She lived in a place in London, in Wimbledon. and I think this was back in the 90s, and it was like 2,800, I think, for the entire place.
Yeah.
And they had to have, they split, there was like 6 students in there, and they had to split everything 6 ways. And 2,800 was like 3 times what I was paying a month on a mortgage back then.
Yeah.
It was just bonkers,
Well, to give you an idea, right? In 1967, when this house was built,
when my wife was born,
it was right. It was the price of a CS80, right? It was £6,400, something like that. Right, it's about 6,400 quid, right? When it was valued in 1985. Because Maggie doing the whole you can buy your council house thing, so it's gone from 6,400, and when it was valued in 85, which is 20 years later, it was valued at 18,000 over 20 years, right? Okay, so it's tripled from 1985 to 95. It became 350,000. From then to now, it's now 500,000.
Yeah.
But as with any market,
but that doesn't help the kids, does it?
No.
And nobody's stepping in to.
It doesn't. But how do you?
Especially when their wages are so low as well.
How do you regulate a housing market? I mean, markets work predominantly on supply and demand, and.
But that was the point. There used to be enough houses to go around.
Yeah, but
because the housing shortage is something that we have now.
Yeah.
But even when these houses were, at the prices they were, because admittedly, when this house was, like I say, £6,400, the average person was earning about £20 a week. Yeah. That's the thing, right? So yes, it's still a lot of money. But if you wanted to get a mortgage, the banks were willing to listen to you, right? And they could give you a mortgage, and they were talking about what, 1.2%? Not fucking 17, not 25 or 38 or whatever they're fucking asking now. And so there would. The opportunity was there. If you did a bit of saving, there was the opportunity for anybody to try and buy their own house. You got no fucking chance now.
Yeah, but as I said,
anywhere in the country.
But how do you solve this problem? You can't.
Well,
there is no solution.
No, but what I'm trying to say is it's like Rob was saying about yes, he could buy his own house. But it means having to go move somewhere he doesn't want to go, and a huge upheaval to his family. It's just that before there were things in place to help Robbie buy his own home there, in roughly where he needed to be, and nobody's adding it. Hello, buddy.
Fellows.
Evening, Rich.
So, as for what you were saying, well, there's a number of things. First of all, to Robbie's point, I understand your concerns about the kids being in school because I was in exactly that position when I moved up here. And I was commuting between 135 and 150 miles a day to and from a job that was working 12 to 14 hours a day, 6 days a week. And it was kicking my ass.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've done that.
And the day that my wife finally said, okay, we can move up there, I started working on moving up here. Mm. I had a son in 6th grade and a son in, I believe, first or second grade. But the tricky part of that was, in the district we had been in, the 6th grade was an elementary school 6th grade where a classroom of 20 to 30 kids sits in one place all day and listens to a teacher like they've done since grade 1. In the town to which we were considering moving, the 6th grade was part of a middle school environment, which is a get up and go between classes every 45 minutes kind of activity. Yeah. ended up taking place in December, which is, as you know, just about halfway, a little bit before halfway through that term year. And I had the same kinds of concerns that you have about that sort of thing. And I was assured by friends of mine who quite often were what are called army brats, which means that they grew up in military families that were moving around all the time, that as much as they understood my concerns, that was not going to be a problem. And in fact, in many ways, it turned out to be beneficial for them because they went from whatever it was to whatever it was, and you just never really know. Now, it could go either way.
Yeah.
And your concerns are well-founded and understandable. However, in our case, it was much better for my kids to go to school and graduate from school up here than it was where I lived before. So there's always that. However, I'm not trying to talk you into moving, and I understand your concerns about staying. So I just wanted to give you that side of it, which is that sometimes it actually works out much better for the kids. That's also possible.
Yeah, I mean, my wife and I made a conscious decision based on the fact of my own experience. As I said, I changed high school 3 times between the ages of 12 and 14. And
I see. Wow.
And
that's
and
a
each
really
time,
tricky age.
And each time happened in December, as you say, which was, you know, you're getting into that year, and then all of a sudden you change schools. You got to make new friends, and then a year later you got to change schools. You got to make new friends. So I vowed that I would never put my kids through that at all, and that we would find a place for them to start their education and finish their education.
Your kids would do fine.
Yeah, and because
but I get it. You don't. I'm not. I don't disrespect your wish not to do that.
I'm just kind of explaining my reason. And what I really, I mean, obviously now, you know, my son is coming up. He's 16. My daughter is coming up to 18. They're at the end of their education, and actually, you know, my wife and I have discussed that maybe in a few years' time, when they have eventually flown the nest or, you know, gone to university or whatever, that we might now then just choose to move somewhere else. And that actually won't be in this country; it'll be into another country. But
Scotland. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just
going back home to Italy,
even further north than South Wales was suggesting.
North Wales.
What I really like
Lake
is
Como. That's cheap.
My son is still hanging out with the same friends he had that he made in reception class, aged 4 or 5 years old. And I recently went and met up with some old school friends that I left 40 years ago and haven't ever seen since. And I'm so glad that he will never have, he will never have that length of time between seeing people he spent very early formative years with.
Yeah.
He's still their friend. And all of those kids, they're all still friends.
Yeah.
And I'm incredibly jealous, but I'm also incredibly happy that he's had that luxury that I never had. And that's why we made this decision that no matter what, Jackie would give up work. She would be the mother. She would stay at home. I would be the breadwinner. We would stay in this area and raise our kids. And that's what we've done. And wouldn't change it.
I had that deal, and my wife decided to change the deal.
Well, if Jackie turns around and says she wants to take a full-time job, I'll be very happy.
But it worked out. It worked out well because it was her sister with a degree in elementary education who ended up watching the kids, so that actually was fine.
Yeah, I mean, I was like when I was having children, I guess I was kind of later than some people, because my daughter was born when I was 30, just coming up to 34. Whereas a lot of my friends had started families maybe 5. Some 10 years earlier.
Yeah, we started late too.
Yeah, and I completely forgot where I was going with that. Too late. But
if I may address myself to Ken's point about our conversation when I was there, your memory of it is a little bit at odds with mine. So I'd like
that doesn't surprise me in the least.
It was his downstairs closet, not his living room.
I'd like. Well, no, it goes beyond that. So there are a number of things. First of all, the way domiciles are set up in the United States in general tend to be single-family dwellings much more often than I see across the UK, where multiple family dwellings is much more the norm. Certainly, what we would call duplexes, side by side duplexes, where you
Yeah.
there's a whole bunch of that, and in very, very Tony neighborhoods. I mean, not just in the rank and file where we all live. No, I'm just saying, where I live. But I mean, so, and then there's a lot more freestanding residences that were available, at least at one time, to people with normal incomes in this country, from what I've seen. So, and yes, as far as dollar per square foot, to live anywhere near a city in the UK is very, very expensive. But it's also very expensive pretty much near any major city in any country, including those in the United States. So that part is not so inconsistent, and not quite sure where you got your numbers from, but those were not the way I remember describing it. And as far as the other previous conversation about where we're at with this whole thing, like in my own personal case, I'm 2 years from paying off this house, and I'm desperately hoping that I can continue to work long enough to do so, because that would make the fact that my retirement is woefully underfunded seem a lot less pressing to me, because there is, the longer I can delay Social Security, there will be a Social Security monthly payment that I can get, and I hopefully will be able to find other means of earning a living along the way. But I don't know how long this live touring thing goes, and this music business job I've had for 34 years is going to continue, and it's all kind of coming to a point around the same time, and it's a little bit tenuous, and I'm just trying not to let myself get too worried about it, and figure I'll work it out as it comes. I think if we had to work it out now, we could, because we're within ball throwing distance of finishing off on this mortgage.
Yeah.
But I'm not like well funded into perpetuity either. I'm a little bit better funded than you, because I'm doing what they claim you should never do, which is I'll end up living off my real estate in a way, which is something everybody tells you not to do. But it's not just you and it's not just me. There's just a ton of hardworking, intelligent, well-employed across their lifetime people who are in similar kinds of circumstances as us. The dream hasn't really panned out for the long term yet, at least in the case of a lot of people. But it could be worse. Could be a lot worse.
There's also this thing, and I don't know whether it's a British thing. I don't know. Richard, David, you'd be able to speak to this from your perspective in America, but in the UK there is, or there was certainly when I was growing up, it was drummed into you that you when you leave home you get a job, and you buy a house. That was the goal. You bought your property, and then you could then move up from there, because property values tend to always increase rather than decrease, and then you can maybe sell and get something a little bigger, something a little nicer, maybe in a nicer area, and you can just keep going up the proverbial ladder. But the emphasis was always on owning your own property. And in the 1980s, the Conservative government under Thatcher did this whole state-owned property buyout. So if you were renting a council property, they gave you the option to buy that property at a very heavily discounted price, but based on how long you had been paying your rent to the local authority for your property. So social housing, basically. My mother and stepfather did that, and they bought their four-bedroom semi-detached council house for like £10,000, which back in the day, was still a significant amount of money, but clearly a very small amount compared to what it was actually worth. But there is this trend, not trend. Can't think of the word
Culture.
at this time of night. Culture. Thank you, Sas. There is this culture of you must own your own house. That's the goal. That's what you should. That's what you should always strive
It's
for.
the
You must own your own
aspiration.
house. Yeah, exactly. And yet you just go 20, 30 miles across the channel into the European continent, and it's not that. It's a heavily rented thing. Not everybody, but lots more people rent their property. They don't own their property. They don't aspire to own their property. They just rent it from a landlord or maybe from the state. But there's a bigger culture of rental over there, and there's less of a a culture of owning your square of land, your castle, so to speak. And it's always struck me as odd as to why. I mean, being of a European background, in Italy, there's lots of rental properties in Italy, and lots of people rent, and they sometimes rent from their own families. Sometimes their parents have got a place and they've built, because a lot of Italian homes are kind of apartments, 2 or 3 apartments, 2 or 3 stories high, and their parents own the building, and they'll rent the top apartment to their kids, and maybe they'll rent the bottom apartment to somebody else who's. So there's this big culture of rental over there, and it's not so aspirational over here in the UK. I don't know what it's like in the US, whether that's a thing, because now then what happens is that the rental market over here gets very exploited, whereas in Europe it's maybe not so much. But I don't know.
Take it away, David.
I think from my experience, there is the belief here to own your own property, right? There's definitely a very rugged individualism type concept that we started with, but it's always been a farce, in my opinion, because we've set up at certain areas to succeed over others. We had massive poverty in a lot of these same cities that were wealthy. And at one point, people decided to come in and invest in it. And it wasn't the people that owned it. They came in and just flipped the properties and made it a wealthy. And we called it a success story. And in some ways it was.
Gentrification, wasn't it?
Yeah, which I believe that because the way we've set up society, I believe there's a culture of wealth. And if you want to be wealthy, there's a path to do it. But there's a lot that you sacrifice if you choose that path. But I don't think things are fair, and I think these what we're seeing now is these really massive swings. I mean, I think Kent kind of displayed it. It was kind of like this, and we jumped. And when we have these massive swings like this, which it sounds like they're occurring everywhere, we are creating winners and losers, and it is very scary. Because we're gambling now with what should just be our house, right? And it's exciting to see it go up in value, but you stop and go, who the hell's going to buy this thing?
Yeah, but it's like I said earlier.
I don't know.
But there would be provisions in place to help people, as to buy their houses, because you've got to remember that when we decided to buy this house, my mum applied for a mortgage as being the rent-paying tenant, and she didn't have a job. Now, normally you've got to have a job if you're going to take out a mortgage, right? But she had done some saving. She presented a certain amount of money. I think we managed to get about 7,000, I think, together as a deposit, as it were, and they worked out something where she could buy the place and get this mortgage. But if you try to do something even vaguely like, so if this place is now valued at like 500,000, I mean it's the equivalent of her walking in with like nearly £300,000 and saying, look, here's 300k, and I just want to take out 200k on this property, and if I default, this property becomes yours, blah blah blah, and it's worth 5, but I don't have a job, and I'm going to have to rely on my widow's pension to do the repayments. They go, there's a door, don't let it hit you in the arse on the way out. Bye. It just wouldn't happen.
Yeah, but that is because of the market, i.e. the supply and the demand. Unless you can increase the supply, the price of these assets are going to go up because the demand is increasing.
Well, to be honest with you, mate, I wish that was the case. They're building 171 homes on the playing field out the back, right? And by law, they have to supply what they call
affordable housing.
Affordable housing, right?
Yeah.
So
But it's all affordability is relative. It's not an absolute.
They built some houses out there where literally you could put one of them in our back garden. And our back garden isn't that big.
And they're the affordable ones.
Right, they're the affordable ones. And we're talking somewhere in the region of about 275. Well, what's fucking affordable about that?
Yeah.
Well, I think that one of the problems is that we're assuming that one person is buying one house. Did you ever think of the concept that maybe one person is buying 50 of those houses?
Well,
right?
sometimes, yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're seeing that here. Seeing businesses, Redfin, and we're seeing businesses buying the houses. And that is disrupting the whole concept of what I think we really wanted. What we want is homeowners, right? We didn't really want these things to turn into
investment
stock, right?
Yeah.
Well, they are investments, and they were investments throughout the post-World War II era in our country anyway, like as Kent was just describing, although my parents had work at the time. They purchased a house for somewhere between $13,000 and $17,000 at a 4% interest rate in 1953, and that house sold 3 years ago for $685,000, and it's now worth over $800,000. And so people did view it as a fairly secure investment that was likely, as Robbie pointed out, to increase in value throughout its history. Of course, then we came across, then I bought this house at the peak of its value in 2001 and watched 2008 hit. And all of a sudden it was worth considerably less than I had paid for it.
Me too.
And though I was not underwater on it in terms of my loan and the value of the house at any point, and now it has gone back up and surpassed its original dollar value in terms of what I paid for it in 2001. And even though I respect the principles of supply and demand as much as anybody, right now they're building up here like crazy, and houses are still going for exorbitant amounts of money. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure that this half-acre property I'm on, to the right buyer, they would just knock this thing down and build what we call here a McMansion, which is... catalog mansions where you go, that one looks nice. And
pick it out of a book.
I don't know if they can build them cheaper right now. To be frank, with the material costs and the land costs, even if
that's
they want
to. That's true too.
That's the unfortunate
in this market, yes.
But you're right. They've always been investments. The question is, my house went. Denver apparently last year that this market went up 20%. The Denver market. That's not. That's terrifying,
Well, Denver is a great place to live.
Well, I know. It is. But I mean,
my son Corey is thinking about moving there. He loves it.
Look, it's. I think at the end of the day, though, most of us are not aspiring to be uber wealthy, but to have a good quality life for our families and ourselves.
Absolutely.
And while I celebrate the success. I've had my share of failure and success. I stop and go, I don't know if I should be selling. I don't know what this really means. I guess, I just would like to see a little bit more.
I must admit, this location thing, though, it's just not cutting it anymore. I mean,
there is a supply.
Richard, you've been here, Richard. Robbie, you've been here.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't call it countryside, would you?
No, it's not countryside.
No, but it's proximal to huge things like a major airport in a major city.
Exactly, and that's exactly my mother-in-law lived not far from where Ken lived.
Yeah, and it's always going to be
right?
Yeah, it's always going to be
20 minutes to Waterloo.
Yeah, but when I say, "Oh, you live in Surrey" and all this sort of thing, go, yeah, sorry. But hardly anybody really commutes to London like they used to from here.
Right.
And a lot of people that live around here don't work in London at all. But when you go, about 10 mile that way, that's where you get all the, the £11 million mansions and gated communities and trees and cows and shit all over the place. And it's because of, and they go, yeah, but you live in Surrey, therefore your house is very expensive. Yeah, but it's not there. I mean, we here is like it is in Mitcham, is like it is in Croydon. I mean, Croydon's a shit tip, right? I mean, it's the East End has been like wrapped up into a ball of shit and brought down and get, there you go, you can have your own East End. You know, it's not great, right?
And they do that with the East End quite a bit over the years, haven't they?
Yeah,
Well,
it's
Because
it's eked
have you
out a
seen
bit.
how
Yeah,
have you
in
seen how
the
posh the East End
60s,
is?
in the 60s, they took a whole bunch of factories from the East End and shoved them into Norfolk, and they took all the families and they put them onto a big old housing estate, and so you had a
Yeah.
mini East End in an old Norfolk market town where all the factories were, and it was an absolute disaster. But
Yeah.
it's quite interesting because my mother-in-law used to live not far from Kent, and she and her late husband bought their house. I don't know, decades ago. I think it was an old council property that they then eventually bought, and they both work for the Ministry of Defence, so they both have government pensions. And then sadly, when my father-in-law passed away, because it's a government pension, it still gets paid out to my mother-in-law, and they'd already paid off the mortgage. And over the years, she just lived in that house on her own, and the value of the property went up and up and up because, just like Kent, it's 10 minutes from Heathrow, it's 5 minutes from the M25, it's 10 minutes from Woking, where you can catch the train into Waterloo. That's half an hour from central London on the train, so it's commutable. It's prime property, and yet it's a piddly little 3-bedroom semi-detached house that is half the size of what I live in here, and yet sold for £500,000, which she then promptly moved over to this part of the world where it's considerably cheaper compared, buys a house cash, has no mortgage, took all the rest of the profit, stuck it in ISAs and other savings and stuff. And she will, as she's told us, she has willed her entire estate to my wife and her brother. And we will benefit from that at some point in the future, whenever that might be.
Yeah.
And that will be, sadly, our ticket to maybe get out of this little rental cycle that we've been in for the past 20 years. But isn't it awful?
Hallelujah.
Yeah, well, hallelujah indeed. But
but like I said, this location thing, it doesn't cut it anymore. I mean, like,
No.
if somebody wants to go to Heathrow from here now, you used to go up the A3 here,
A3, yeah.
and didn't go in. But because of the new congestion charge barriers, nobody does it. So if you're going to go to Heathrow, you go onto the M25 and you go right the way round and come in from the other side, which means it's now as far away as fucking Hove. What's the point, right? But they go, oh yeah, but you're in that prime, and it's not prime. Like I said, half the people don't even work in London now. And then as there's more of this working from home thing, this commuter belt idea is becoming less and less relevant as well.
Good.
But it's not affecting the house prices.
But
Still not.
But people will only, people will pay what people will pay, and if people stop paying those prices, then the prices will have to come down. But how do you regulate what people will pay? You can't. If your house is worth 500 grand, Ken, there's probably someone who is prepared to pay that. How do you stop them?
But it's not a question of stopping them. It's a question of how do you help people who do want to, but can't afford that sort of where it's just too much, because there's got to be a point where the cheapest house in the country is going to be too expensive for,
and that's how it's getting.
Somebody wants to buy something. Even now, I mean, like with you, Robbie, you're saying about you won't move because of the disruption to the children and stuff like that, and that's fine. But that's because you have to move to find a house that will.
If you aspire to own a house.
But if you're aspiring to own a house, you have to go to Crewe to be able to do that.
So I aspire
instead of it being an infrastructure in place which allows people to help people and be a bit more lenient to help people. Like for instance, the one you're in went up for grabs.
I aspire to 1991 in this area or thereabouts, and was able to do so with the salary that I was on, even at a 17.5% interest rate. That was, the national interest rate at the time. Nowadays, proportionately, somebody who was earning the equivalent of what I was earning then now could not do the same and aspire to buy because my first house was a 1-bedroom starter home, £36,500, and I was on, I don't know, 15 grand a year probably at that point, maybe less. And my wife was on probably less than that as well. But we could afford to buy it even at those interest rates. Nowadays, the gap between what you're able to earn at that point where you want to get your first foot on the property ladder and the cost of the property and the demands of the mortgage company, because back then you could probably pay, I can't remember what percentage deposit we paid. But nowadays it's just ridiculously expensive. It's out of reach for so many more people than it was back then, and that's
it's risky.
really.
And it's risky if it drops 100, if it drops 20%, which could happen in the next 5 years.
It's happened before.
You look right, 2007, 2008. A lot of us went through that.
Yeah, massive negative equity.
20 became 160 in a year or two, and you realize that everything you worked for the last 5 or 6 or 10 years saving just got evaporated. And
well, I mean, where it gets weird, like I said, this place, right, valued at 500,000. Okay, they're all very well and good. That's just fairy dust money because I'm not moving anywhere, so it doesn't mean anything. Next door goes up for grabs. It's end of terrace. 620. Right. It's next door, right? The first people that came around to look at it, well, it was two guys, one very big burly guy. They drove up in an Escalade, a black Escalade. Yeah, they're looking around the place. They were out in the garden. They're going, "Oh yes, this is a very good garden. Yes, I like this. Yes, yeah, right." And then they went off. And in the end, it's been bought by a family in Hong Kong. Right?
Well, that's what's happening. Yeah, there's only a certain level of people that can afford this stuff.
Yeah,
And
not Fred
maybe
Smith
above
from down the
asking
road.
price too.
Yeah,
because people are buying
but not
things
from
for
Fred
above
Smith
asking
down the
price.
road with his, with his 3 kids.
No, because they won't pay for it.
Can't.
So to stand on David's point for a minute, the converse to that is where I live has suddenly, first of all, they're building housing and it's going like that. And second of all, anything that goes in the market goes almost immediately and usually for more than asking price. Why? Because as a result of the pandemic, people have fled New York City. And so any place proximal to New York City, much like any place proximal to London and Heathrow, will look more attractive to those people. And also this is a bit more rural with a bit slightly larger plots of land. So it's kind of a desirable place to live. It's really nice up here. Yeah. And Kent's conversation about the fact that it's not any longer easy to get to Heathrow and nobody does go to London and all that, I'm not sure how much that matters in the perception of it being close to those things. So even if it's just for a night out or you want to go to
the city is still a draw.
Yeah, like I'm not
Moth
sure that
to a
the
flame.
day-to-day part of it, which would make sense for it to be, but still I'm not sure it does really limit the desirability of those properties, even though, as you point out quite rightly, they're not easy to get from to anything really, unless you're driving there.
I know a lot of people who won't go into town because it means they're going to have to pay the congestion charge.
Right, into London. Well, yeah, you guys have that congestion charge thing. And actually they're starting to implement that in some cities or talk about it in some cities here.
Yeah.
And it's always been desirable to try to keep vehicles, privately operated vehicles out of large congested cities. And because look at them, if you've ever been to any one of them, they've all got tremendous traffic problems because they've got infrastructure that's 100 years old.
Exactly. That's the other thing. If you're going to do that, if you're going to keep cars out of the cities, you've got to make sure there's a decent public transport infrastructure there. And of course, those have been driven into the ground, certainly over here in the UK, to the point where they're all privatized and, they're just either stupidly expensive or just not very convenient,
Yeah, well,
No,
they were
the-
saying
the
that
only-
northern Surrey was turning into a giant car park.
Yeah.
The only places that have decent infrastructure relative to the demand are places that were designed within the last 50 years.
Yeah.
And even some of them probably don't.
Yeah.
But there are only certain things that can be done. I mean, I think we should be restricting foreign property ownership, but
How? I'm not
well,
disagreeing with you, but how?
it can be done through law.
But how do you decide? Like, in other words, so we've already sold to enough people from Hong Kong, or we've already sold to enough people who are Buddhists,
Russian
We've
oligarchs,
like, how do you define people in a way
Yeah,
that makes
I know they were
meaningful
talking about
legal
this.
sense in that
Yeah,
conversation?
they were
It
talking.
has been discussed.
Yeah, they were talking about it in terms of Russian oligarchs, mainly because of the invasion of Ukraine, which brought it to a head. But also, suddenly, it was a problem because it was normally done to launder money, and what it done is it falsely inflated the prices of houses because they were deliberately paying above ticket.
Well, when you hinge it on the breaking of an existing law, that's an easy thing to define. But when you say we've got enough, Indian, Pakistani people in our neighborhood, that's a whole other conversation.
The only way you could do it is have a blanket ban on foreign property ownership. So, Thailand, for example, a foreigner cannot buy or own property.
Is that right?
Yep.
I wonder who owns my friend Jimmy Sanchez, who used to play drums in bands in the United States and was actually sort of a little bit famous. In his 60s, moved to Thailand, married a woman, and built a house there. And I just wonder who owns it, because there's no way she built it.
If he married a Thai woman, it will be in her name.
Okay, it's very possible. She basically grew up in a berm. I've seen a picture of where they grew up. It's unbelievable. It's not even fully enclosed where she grew up.
No.
It's as close to the dirt as you can get.
Yeah.
And he's made this choice to go live in Thailand. It's a very interesting thing to watch, and I guess he loves it.
I've got to duck out, guys. I will speak
I
to
should
you all
duck out
anon.
too. Oh,
Cheers, Rob.
Take care. Have a good one.
To the family.
Oh, well, it's
thank you.
2:15.
oh, it's early.
Bye bye, everyone.
Fucking late.
Bye.
Yeah,
Early
Denver.
morning. I'll see how.
In Denver, it's early.
Holy
Cheers,
hell.
David.
Well, I could probably leave at some point, given it's matinee day tomorrow.
Well, yeah, should we call it a night, Kent? Because we're doing it again in a couple of hours.
Well, we're doing it again in a few hours, aren't we? So.
Yeah.
Oh man, I've got a ton of work to do tomorrow as well. Oh god, I think the new shed arrives tomorrow as well. Big one.
The storage unit. Yeah.
The
So
big-
you
yeah.
got to move the entire current shed into the workshop.
Yeah, this is where all the R&D tools are going to go, and it'll be a little bit of a storeroom as well. But it's a bit of a size. I've got to cart that bloody thing in the back garden tomorrow. Oh, God.
So it's your new bedroom, you mean?
Yeah, pretty much. So I must admit those big 3D printers though, they do get nice and cosy.
Yeah.
You curl up and go to sleep underneath them. They're nice and warm.
Who knows what you'll be designing in the middle of the night?
Oh, good grief! Yeah, wake up with wearing a weird hat.
That sounds like a good night out.
Yeah, people pay good money for that. Anyway, all right, guys. So
All right, chaps.
hopefully you will be around
Always good.
on the morrow.
Yeah.
Always good.
Well, later,
Yeah.
technically.
Sleep well.
All right, you all look after yourself, okay? And take
Cheers.
care.
Cheers. Good night,
See
all.
you in 10 hours.
Yeah.
Bye.